in order to prove whether he can make a comeback after reaching the bottom of his life. I actually experienced the double blow of being broken up by my girlfriend and fired by the company. Now not only is there an extra 100 million automatically deposited into my account every day, even the salespersons and managers at the sales offices of the top luxury residential areas are stunned by your money. Even the owners of top luxury homes took the initiative to come to our door to make friends. However, all this happened just because he had a nap and awakened a system. There is an old man in the system who is determined to train him to become the richest man in the world. Not only will he be given 100 million pocket money every day, moreover, the system can also assist him in making successful investments. At the same time, every time he earns a certain amount of money, he will receive additional skill rewards. Perfect body, compassionate hands, masterful vocals, master of medical skills, 10% off coupon for global products. Looking at my system, Okai couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, if you want to be the richest man, you just need hands. At this time, Okai rushed to his girlfriend Lu Shi, but as soon as he arrived, he was interrupted by a cold voice. Okai, let's break up. The smile on his face froze. Was it your mother who persuaded you? Or your best friend? Lu Shi sighed. This has nothing to do with others. I just understand that reality is reality and love is love. Feelings can't be eaten, so let's just leave it at that. Be decent. After saying that, she got into a BMW M4 parked on the side of the road. The owner of the car was the rich second generation who had been pursuing her. Okai stood there, watching the car drive away. Sure enough, it has come to this. But to be honest, I don't seem that sad. I looked down at my phone. A bank deposit reminder pops up on the screen. Income amount, 100 million yuan. That's right, there is an extra 100 million in cash in his account. And, starting today, 100 million will be deposited into his account every day. The story began yesterday when he was notified of his dismissal by the company. He took his luggage home and told Lu Shi the news, and her expression changed immediately. He knew that Lu Shi's family had always been against them being together, especially her mother, and even her best friend was fanning the flames. The relationship, which was already cracked, completely collapsed in the face of unemployment. He went out drinking with friends at night, came home drunk, and slept until dawn. In his dream, he met a god who said he could help him realize his wish of becoming the richest man in the world. But in order to avoid impacting the global financial system, we cannot give him trillions at a time. We can only build a system to give him 100 million every day for him to spend or invest. There are extra rewards for successful investments. He thought it was just drunken fantasy. When I woke up in the morning, I found that there was actually 100 million yuan in my account. His first reaction was to contact Lu Shi and tell her that he could give her the life she wanted. But before the call was made, Lu Shi called first and broke up. If they continue to be together, he will have to face the dominance of Lu Shi's mother and the sarcasm of her best friend. This may be the best ending. If you don't leave me, I won't abandon you. What a pity. A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. He smiled and said to himself, now it can be considered double happiness. After calming down, Okai didn't plan to waste this new life. He has no house or car now, so he needs to find a place to live first. Open the phone and head straight to the top residential area, Longting Jiyuan. The original price was 120,000 yuan per square meter, but now it has been halved to 60,000 yuan, with riverview rooms, green areas, and complete supporting facilities. He immediately took a taxi and went straight to the sales office. At the same time, Lu Shi, who was sitting in the BMW, murmured in a low voice, I'm sorry. Just now in the rearview mirror, she saw Okai standing there stupidly looking at his phone, and her heart felt like it was twisted. That cell phone was the birthday gift she gave him 2 years ago. She originally thought that they would continue to be together until a while ago when her mother took out pesticides and forced her to make a choice. She couldn't ignore her mother's emotions and had to let go. The man in the car, Zhao Yang, spoke softly. Xiaoxi, Auntie is right. You deserve better. Are you willing to rent a house with him and work to pay off the mortgage for the rest of your life? Lu Shi shook off his hand and said, Mr. Zhao, my mother wants me to break up with Okai, not to be with you. She got out of the car and took a taxi. Zhao Yang looked at her back as she walked away. He sneered and murmured, Pretend sooner or later you will come back to beg me. Lu Shi didn't know what Zhao Yang was thinking. She changed her job just to completely distance herself from Okai. The new job is at the Longting Jiayuan sales office. 5 minutes ago, Okai arrived at the sales center. He was dressed in ordinary clothes and was ignored by many people as soon as he entered the door. Only a short-haired girl enthusiastically handed out water and introduced the room types. The girl didn't think he could afford a house here, but she still did her job. She could barely even maintain her basic salary, so even if it was just a customer asking for directions, she had to give it a try. But Okai had no intention of listening to the introduction at this time, because a green arrow suddenly appeared on the sand table. Longting Jayuan. Housing prices rose 62% in 3 years. The system started working. He smiled and interrupted the girl. Which is the most expensive room here? The girl was startled and replied, a large flat on the top floor of Building 7, 520 square meters, with 3 connected units, fully furnished. Okay, I want all 3 sets, Okai said casually. The girl was stunned and stammered as she went to find the manager. While Okai was drinking water and waiting for her to come back, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Why are you here? I made it very clear. Let's end it, no matter what you think. Don't bother me anymore. She stood in front of him with a cold tone. She originally thought that Okai had come after her on purpose, and she felt annoyed and a little complicated. Just when she was about to chase him away, the manager and the sales girl came over. She had no choice but to speak first. Manager, he is my friend and he came to see me. I will let him leave now. The manager's face froze for a moment. The sales girl also looked confused. Could it be that Okai was here to cause trouble? Okai chuckled. Misunderstood. I don't know her well. I'm here to buy a house. I want to buy the 3 large flats on the top floor of Building 7 in full. Can I sign the contract now? No problem, although the top floor apartment has been sold. But the buyer is having financial problems and is asking us to sell it on his behalf. I can handle it fully. The manager's face was full of smiles, and he walked up to Okai with a warm look on his face. For the other 2 sets, if you pay in full, we can give you a 5% discount, and we will cover all taxes and fees. The real estate market is sluggish, and customers who pay in full are the gods of wealth, let alone those who buy 3 luxury houses. Okai didn't want to bargain, but since someone offered to make a concession, he was of course happy to accept it. The manager mentioned that the top floor unit was priced at 32 million, and the base price could be negotiated down to 29.5 million, and it also came with 15 parking spaces. Deal, just these 3 sets, you place the order. Okai nodded and looked at the girl standing next to him with a smile. Me? The girl was stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Her mind raced. The 3 houses were worth nearly 90 million yuan, and the commission was 0.3%, which roughly meant nearly 300,000 yuan. She was a little dazed. This commission was a number she had never dared to imagine in her dreams. Are you still standing there? Go quickly, the manager urged with a smile, his tone full of envy but without stopping him. After all, the client personally nominated him, so he couldn't say anything. The girl hurried to the finance office and came back with a card machine and a contract soon. As the girl inserted the card into the machine and the manager checked the amount, Okai entered his password. Ding, transaction successful. At that moment, the air seemed to be still. Okai was shocked. It was the first time he spent nearly 100 million yuan, and he felt pretty good. The manager was even more excited. The order was successful and he made a great contribution. The sales girl's commissions are all firmly in their pockets. But Lu Shi, who was standing by, seemed to be struck by lightning. She opened her mouth wide and her pupils trembled. Did you rob a bank? Where did all this money come from? Can I take away 100 million yuan if I rob a bank? Okai was speechless. We've known each other for 6 years. When did I ever say I was poor? I originally just wanted to approach the world as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was alienation and disgust. He shook his head. Okay, let's be honest today. I'm actually a billionaire. Lu Shi's face was ashen. He stood there motionless, his 3 views completely shattered. Okai turned around and signed 2 contracts, and the other one had to wait for the original owner to come forward and sign. He casually asked the sales lady's name, which was Sure, sounding a bit literary. After signing, the manager smiled and arranged, Sure, take Mr. O to see the house. I will contact the owner. Mr. O, please come this way. There is a sightseeing bus at the door. Sure's tone immediately became more respectful. Okai followed her away without looking back. Lu Shi was still stunned. The manager walked up to her and asked, Boyfriend? Ex-boyfriend? Oh, think positively. Rich people's habit of pretending to be poor is a test of human nature. How can ordinary people like us stand it? You might as well think that he broke up with you because he lied to you, not because you disliked his poverty, and you will feel better. The manager had a life coach tone on his face. She suppressed his emotions, smiled and turned to go to the lounge. Sitting in the sightseeing bus, Okai was in a good mood. The community has complete supporting facilities and the green coverage rate exceeds 75%. There are fountains, gyms, swimming pools, and supermarkets. Arriving at Building 7, we found the lobby to be magnificent and the 4 elevators to operate efficiently. There are various types of houses here. Okai bought a top-notch large flat with 1 household per floor, which provides excellent privacy. Walking into the house on the 31st floor, you will find it spacious and bright, finely decorated, with 8 bedrooms and 4 living rooms. It is not an exaggeration to say that you can move in right away. But when he stepped into the consignment apartment on the 33rd floor, Okai's brows suddenly jumped. The whole house is filled with pink tones, crystal chandeliers, mirrors, shiny walls, and the dressing room is actually 100 square meters. He was silent, but Sher's eyes lit up. This decoration is so dreamy. Your future wife will definitely like it. Then let's not move for now and open up the 3rd floor first. Okai sighed. He is a straight man and can't really appreciate this kind of girlish style. Keep it and wait for your future girlfriend to decide. He and Sher returned to the sales center, but she was nowhere to be seen. He didn't bother to pay attention to her and walked straight into the reception room. At this time, the owner of the 33rd floor had arrived. When he saw the other person, he was stunned. Mr. Fong. The woman looked up and was also surprised. You are? Okai, a former employee of your company. I was just fired by you yesterday. Oh yes, I remember. Fong Yu, who is 1 year older, has a strong background and is a true second-generation rich. He was originally full of ambition and was planning to start his own business, but ended up losing so much money that he even had to sell his house. Now she is dressed simply, without even any makeup, and wearing sunglasses to hide her haggard look. The manager came in time to interrupt the awkwardness. Ms. Fong, Mr. O has bought the 31st and 32nd floors. Now I am ready to buy your set. The money has been paid, and the contract can be signed. Fong Yu looked at Okai and couldn't help but teasing. Your hobby is quite strange. A rich second generation also comes to work. It's strange to be surprised. Okai shrugged. Of course, he couldn't tell anyone about the system. Since we are acquaintances, you know the situation of my company. Can you add more? My price is 29.64 million after discount. You want to increase the price of your second-hand product? Do you think I'm stupid? Okai gave her a merciless look. Although the house price has dropped, my top floor apartment has been renovated, with a new dressing room, bathtub, and bed. At this time, Fong Yu still wanted to bargain for a higher price for the house. Okai chuckled. I really can't appreciate your aesthetic taste. I'm planning to dismantle it and rebuild it. No, I'm really short of money. The company just paid the compensation. It's hard to even pay salaries, so let's just set it at 29.5 million. Fong Yu quickly admitted defeat. In fact, the contract had been signed long ago, and Okai just gave her a small warning. After the property certificate was handed over, the two left the sales center. Fong Yu suddenly bumped into him and lowered his voice. Hey, you have so much cash. Why not invest in my company? I can give you more shares. As she spoke, she took off her sunglasses and raised her eyebrows at him. Fong Yu was still stunning without makeup and had an outstanding temperament, but Okai just smiled. The red warning of the system in my mind was marked. Yuyun Technology has a debt of 247 million. It is expected to go bankrupt within 3 months. If capital is injected, the annual loss rate will be 37%. Investment is not recommended. After reading it, Okai had made up his mind. Forget it. My money didn't come from the wind. He said it tactfully but firmly. Humph, you have no vision. Don't regret it when I make a comeback and the company goes public. Fong Yu stepped on the accelerator and left angrily. Okai shook his head. How impulsive. After buying a house, shouldn't we also buy a car? We'll talk about it tomorrow. Let's move today. At the same time, on the other side of the sales office, Sher had just filed the contract when a colleague came over and started joking. Sure. Okay, I'll let you send out this order. Ah, she was confused. Don't pretend. When you went house hunting with that handsome guy, didn't you take the opportunity to confirm your relationship? Another person also came up and said, This is not about the commission of more than 200,000 yuan. He is obviously interested in you. Lover, wife, 300,000 is just the starting point. Sure blushed when she heard this, and she was a little shaken while denying it. After all, Okai is tall, handsome, and rich. If he really wants to pursue her, she may not be able to refuse. But before he could think about it, the new team leader Lu, she came over with a cold face. Nothing to do? Go find clients and stop talking nonsense here. Everyone was so scared that they quickly dispersed, leaving Sure standing there, with some indescribable ups and downs in her heart. On the other side, Okai returned to the old rented house and started packing and moving. I realized that there were so many things, especially a lot of daily necessities. He originally planned to ask his friends for help, but everyone was busy on weekdays, so he had to hire a moving company. At this time, a familiar voice sounded, "Hey, are you moving?" Okai looked up and saw the landlord, Aunt Lu. She turned her eyes and began to test him. "I heard that you lost your job. Are you planning to go back to your hometown?" Okai smiled and replied, "No, I'm a local. I'm moving back to my own house." "Oh, back to the old house?" Aunt Lu asked suspiciously. "No, I bought the house myself," Okai said lightly. "Then why are you renting this place from me? Didn't you say that you wanted your girlfriend to live here for convenience at work?" Aunt Lu was puzzled. "Yes, now that we've broken up, there's no need to stay here. You're here just in time to help me check the house and return the deposit." Aunt Lu originally wanted to find fault and deduct money, but Okai asked her to inspect the house while recording the video on the spot. She immediately backed down. The house was clean and tidy, so she had to return the 2,000 yuan deposit obediently. It is normal that the remaining 20 days of rent are not refunded. After all, it is calculated on a monthly basis. After inspecting the house, the moving company arrived. Aunt Lu was still unwilling to give up, so she secretly asked the movers, "Where is he moving to?" "Longting Jiayuan." The moving master told the truth. Aunt Lu's eyes almost popped out after hearing this. That was the top residential area in the city, with a house price of tens of millions. But no matter how she doubted, Okai was no longer interested in talking to her. He packed up his things and drove to Longting Jiayuan. As soon as he arrived at the door of the 32nd floor of Building 7, he saw Sure squatting in front of the door, looking a little hesitant. Sure, did you drop something?" he asked as he approached. No, I thought you must be busy with the move, so I came to see if I could help." Sure stood up with a bag of vegetables in her hand. "Wow, so thoughtful." Okai smiled. "No need to eat. I made a lot of money today thanks to you. I feel embarrassed to take the rebate. We have a custom here that you have to cook the first meal yourself after moving. Let me cook for you." She said this with her head down, picked up the vegetable bag, and looked like she was well prepared. Bang, I'm back. Lu, she dragged his tired body into the room, fell on the sofa, and curled up. "Today's blow is too great. My boyfriend of 5 years turned out to be a billionaire with hidden assets worth billions. She just couldn't figure it out. They met in college and she pursued him for a year before they got together. When they first got together, it was extremely sweet. Okai was gentle, hardworking, and considerate to her. But after graduation, the pressure of life gradually emerged. Lu, she works in sales and sees his colleagues relying on connections to get brand name bags, driving a luxury car and taking the shortcut early on. She began to feel unbalanced. Her mother had long been dissatisfied with Okai and kept urging her to change someone else. Her best friend was also instigating her and kept introducing her to rich second-generation men. It wasn't until Zhao Yu appeared that everything really changed. Zhao Yu, isn't he the owner of the BMW M4 that she got into after breaking up today? The man had a handsome appearance and a wealthy family. Not only did he quickly please her, he also easily won over her mother. A few days ago, her mother even brought out a bottle of pesticide and asked her to choose between Okai and her mother. Lu, she knew that the bottle contained iced black tea, but at that moment, he actually felt relieved. When she learned that Okai was fired, she decided to break up completely. But she never expected that Okai not only did not collapse. Instead, on the day of the breakup, he spent 90 million to buy 3 luxury houses. Her self-esteem seemed to be torn to pieces. That was the man she once had but gave up with her own hands. "Why did you come back so early? Didn't you go out for a walk with Xiao Zhao?" Her mother came up to her with a smile. "Why would I go out with him?" Lu, she instantly lost control of his emotions. Her mind was filled with anger. She was angry at Okai for hiding his identity, angry at her mother for forcing her, angry at Zhao Yu for interfering, and angry at her bestie for bringing them together. You haven't shared it with that poor guy yet, have you? Her mother said with disdain. I broke up with him. Lu, she said angrily. But he's not a poor guy. He bought 3 houses in full today, 90 million. She was almost shouting. Her mother was stunned, then sneered. Impossible, where does he get the money? If he really has money, would I force you to leave him? Did you forget my dad? He is in the group, he can check the flow of money. Lu Shi threw down a sentence and turned into the room. She didn't want to explain any more. In fact, she herself hoped that this was not true. And her mother finally realized that the situation might be more serious than she had imagined. She hurriedly called her husband and said, Hello, Lao Li. I'm not going to buy groceries. Please help me check something first. Lu Shi's world collapsed, but Okai was enjoying it. He sat at the dining table in his new home, looking at the hot dishes brought by Shir, feeling very greedy. He had been busy all day, breaking up, buying a house and moving, and only now did he have time to eat. Mr. O, it's time for dinner. I made some home-cooked dishes. I wonder if you like them, Shir said carefully. Okai glanced at the various delicious foods on the table, which whetted his appetite. He took a bite of tofu and his eyes lit up. This tofu is spicy and fresh and melts in your mouth. It's amazing. Eat more if you like. There will definitely be no leftovers. Okai laughed as he ate. Don't call me Mr. Oh, just call me Brother Kai. Shir nodded, her face slightly red. She was originally a pure girl with almost no emotional experience. But she couldn't help being tempted by this meal today. Okai was handsome, had a good figure, and most importantly, was extremely rich. She is not a fool. She understands what her predecessors say. Even if I can't be his wife, it's not a bad idea to be his woman. Why is your face so red? Is the air conditioner too cold? Ah, it's okay. It might be the heat from cooking. She quickly fanned herself to cover it. After dinner, the two of them cleaned up the dishes together. Then I'll go back first. Shir stood up, her voice a little timid. She secretly hoped that Okai would say, Don't go back so late. Or even just stay and help me turn on the TV. But Okai just smiled gently. 7 o'clock is not too late. Be careful on the road. This sentence made her feel a little disappointed, but she still took the initiative to hand over her phone. Brother Kai, add me on WeChat. I still need to contact you about the decoration. Okay. Okai finally reacted and the two added each other as friends. Shir took the garbage downstairs, and Okai went back to his room to take a bath, which finally allowed him to completely relax. He suddenly thought that although the house buying system gave a hint, however, after the account balance decreased, the earning bonus was not triggered. This means that the system will only recognize income when actual profits are credited to the account. In other words, you must buy something that makes money immediately to trigger the reward. Antiques? Stock market? Gambling on stones? Gambling? Gambling is not allowed. It is illegal. He shook his head. But stocks are okay. He used to stay away from the stock market, but now with the help of the system, why not give it a try? Especially for a player like him who earns 100 million yuan a day, he can definitely find a financial company to do it. He searched for several financial institutions with good reputations and planned to start trying tomorrow. Tomorrow, let's play the stock market, he said, threw down his phone, and continued to enjoy the peace of the moment. Cece, would you like something to eat? Lu Shi's mother knocked on the door. There was no response from the room, so she turned and glared at her husband. Look at the wonderful daughter you raised. Okay, you're talking as if this isn't your child. No one can accept this, and it's all your fault. Lu Shi's father sighed. How can I be the one who is wrong? Am I not doing this for her own good? You two, father and daughter, are both more heartless than each other. She became more and more excited as she spoke, as if the world owed her something. Lu Shi's father was too lazy to argue. He walked to the dining table and just picked up the chopsticks, but was immediately slapped down by her. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Why don't you think about what to do now? I think Okai is a good person. What good is this of you? You are just a poor boy. What good is there for you? Lu Shi's father finally slammed the table and fought back. He has a high level of education, a good personality, and good character, so how can he not be good? The biggest problem is lack of money, her mother yelled. Now that we have money, more than 80 million yuan to buy 3 houses, which has nothing to do with our daughter, are you satisfied? Facing her aggressive words, Lu Shi's father dumped out all the house payment records he had found out. So what if I forced him to do it? He has no responsibility? Stop protecting him. You forced the breakup, not others. Now you say you have no responsibility. After saying that, he stood up, slammed the door and left. I can't eat this meal. I'm going to eat outside. Behind her, her mother was still shouting, eat, eat, eat. You must have someone outside. What a coward. He can't even stand up for his daughter, bah. But as soon as the door closed, her expression immediately changed, and her eyes were full of calculation. We can't just let this go. Okai must give at least half of his house to our Sisi. She whispered through gritted teeth and started to send a message. Inside the room, Lu Shi listened to the noisy scene outside with a dazed expression. When she was a child, she was most afraid of going home because her parents were always quarreling. I chose to live on campus in high school and rarely went home in college. It was only after I started living with Okai after graduation that I felt a sense of belonging. But now she is back to that familiar starting point. She laughed at herself, wondering when she had become as obedient and blindly follower as she was when she was a child. She buried her head in her pillow, unwilling to face it all. The next morning, she went to work as usual. As the new team leader, Lu Shi is still feared by everyone. Everyone avoided her and no one dared to talk to her. She was upset and just wanted to change her clothes and leave as soon as possible. At this time, Sure walked into the dressing room and several sales ladies immediately surrounded her. Sure, are you coming out of Longting Garden today? No, I came from my own home. Really? Oh, Kai didn't keep you. No, he also reminded me to be careful on the road. Brother Kai must be a gentleman, she said with a smile. Brother Kai. This address made Lu Shi's mouth twitch. She suddenly remembered that she once called her boyfriend Brother Kai, and it was she who took the initiative to go to the hotel for the first time. This woman is screaming so naturally now. She is so shameless. Several sales ladies were talking to each other. If he were really a gentleman, I'd still be a virgin. Why don't you push the letter to me? I just had surgery. TSK, who among the rich wants fake stuff? Only natural stuff smells good. You are natural, but your face is not good. Hearing the expressions of these women, Lu Shi almost exploded. She quickly changed her clothes and rushed out of the locker room. As soon as I walked out the door, I saw Zhao Yu standing in the hall with a big bouquet of roses in his hand. But he was flirting with another sales lady, and his eyes were very ambiguous. Lu Shi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The only advantage of this man is that he is rich. Now even this advantage is gone, he is useless. And she, with her own hands, pushed out the almighty man who should have belonged to her. Chu. Was the air conditioner turned up too high last night? Okai rubbed his nose, but then shook his head and collected his thoughts. He has arrived at his destination, Tianyi Securities. As one of the top financial institutions in Longyi City, it has strong capital support, stable reputation, large scale, and will not go bankrupt. The hall was deserted, with only a few customers doing business. As he was looking around, a girl came up to him. Hello, sir. Are you here to open an account? She was in her 20s, with shoulder-length hair and rimless glasses, and looked quiet and professional. But Okai knew in his heart that she was just the front desk receptionist. No, I want to find a trader to manage a large sum of money, he said straightforwardly. The girl's eyes lit up. Mi name is Tuno. May I ask how much money Mr. O wants to operate? Okai raised a finger. 1 million, she tested. Okai shook his head. 10 million. She became even more nervous. Not yet. The corners of her mouth twitched. If it's tens of thousands, I can just open an account and trade with my phone. Okai stopped her with a smile. The current account balance is over 110 million, and it's being topped up every day. After hearing this, Su Nua froze. 100 million. This is not an ordinary customer. This is a divine customer. Please wait a moment. I'll go call the manager. As she led him to the elevator, she lowered her head and quickly sent a message. Manager, come out soon. A client worth 100 million is here. At the elevator entrance on the 3rd floor, a middle-aged man had been waiting for a long time. Hello, Mr. O. My last name is Sun. Just call me Xiao Sunday. I'm the business manager here. Just call me Manager Sunday. Okai responded with a smile. Manager Sun turned to Suna and asked him to go downstairs. You go back first. Keep her and talk together. Okai interrupted. He didn't know much about the financial world, but his intuition told him. If Su Nua leaves now, This order will have nothing to do with her. He is willing to let those who are willing to work hard earn commissions. Su Nua was stunned, with surprise in his eyes. Then let's do it together. Manager Sun also took a step back. After the three of them entered the office, Su Nua took the initiative to make kung fu tea. She was well trained and her movements were smooth, and soon the fragrance filled the air. In fact, Okai didn't know much about tea. He just pretended to smell it and take a sip. This is the newly arrived Guzhang Maojian tea. If you like it, I can prepare some for you. Manager Sun smiled. Don't be in a hurry. Let's talk about the cooperation model and commission. Okai put down the teacup and went straight to the point. While pouring tea, Sun Tao quoted their price. Opening an account is free, the trading management fee is 2%, and the profit share is 20%. But since you have a lot of money, I can make the decision and give you a better deal. 1.8% management fee and 19% profit commission. This reduction may not seem like much, but based on a capital of 100 million, the difference is hundreds of thousands. But Okai shook his head and said, I don't want you to operate the market. I just need you to follow my instructions. Sun Tao was stunned and immediately advised, Mr. O, the stock market is extremely risky. It would be safer to listen to our professional advice. I will bear the profits and losses myself. I only want obedient traders. If I lose everything, I will consider it as tuition. Okai interrupted him. Sun Tao's forehead was covered with cold sweat. A loss of 100 million is no small matter. If they really lost everything under his leadership, the outside world would only think that it was a technical error of their securities company. Wouldn't that damage their reputation? He hesitated for a long time, and finally shook his head and refused. Sorry, Mr. O, we can't take this order. Okai was not surprised. He nodded and smiled. Even if the deal doesn't work out, I'll go look for another one. He left the securities company and stood on the street to call a taxi. While checking other institutions, he suddenly heard someone shouting behind him. Mr. O. Turning around, he saw Su Nua running out of the building. Just now I heard you say that you only need an obedient trader? If you trust me, I can work alone. Okai raised his eyebrows. Does this girl want to take private jobs? He did not agree immediately and said calmly, 100 million is not a small amount of money. It is not enough for you alone. You also need to be able to manage account diversification operations. Can you also do bank docking for Hong Kong and US stocks? Su Nua pushed up his glasses and said confidently, I can bring in a dozen reliable colleagues. I also know several bank managers who can fully connect with external operations. If the trial doesn't work, I can always change. Okai pondered. It was risky to hire someone to do a private order, but think about it, it was only 100 million. Even if I lose, it won't hurt the overall situation, so I might as well take a gamble. How long will it take you to get there? You can trade A shares at any time, but Hong Kong stocks require a few days of preparation. But I guess you don't dare to invest in Hong Kong stocks right away, right? Su Nua said with a smile. Okay. Bring someone to Longting Garden within 10 minutes. I will provide you with office space, and you can prepare your own equipment. Understood. Su Nua nodded excitedly and immediately called around to recruit people. Okai also began to consider supporting issues and finally called Sure. 10 minutes later, Su Nua and 14 traders gathered downstairs on time. This group of people are all young, carrying computers and looking very professional. Although it is a private job, they all look experienced. Find a car yourself, and I'll reimburse you for the fare. Okai pointed to the side. Whoever doesn't have a car can take a taxi. Although some people at the scene were secretly wondering, why didn't the big boss even send a car? But considering that this was a temporary decision, no one said much. When the group arrived at the 31st floor of Longting Jiyuan and saw the interior layout, everyone's eyes lit up. The original large flat was cleared and turned into a temporary trading hall. Tables and chairs are placed in rows, and each location is equipped with a dedicated network. Although it is not as good as a professional exchange, it is completely sufficient. Sure came up to him and spoke quickly. Brother Kai, the tables, chairs, and network cables are all ready. Let's order coffee downstairs first. I'll buy the fruit later. Can we order a 5-star private restaurant for lunch? In addition, from now on, only you and I can enter this trading area. Okai nodded. Well done. The lunch should be top-notch, don't skimp, and the water, electricity, and internet should all be the best. After saying that, he turned to the 100-inch screen in the center of the hall and began to check the real-time stock market. The screen not only displays regular data, but also shows the rising and falling trends, The best investment time, operational risk warnings, etc. are all like a god's perspective. He scanned a few stocks and found that the system had already given suggestions. The arrows, trends, time points, and even the maximum investment amount are indicated to remind him not to be too aggressive and not to push the dealer into a corner and overturn the table. Hong Kong stocks and US stocks will not move for the time being, just practice first. At this time, Su Nua handed over 14 trading accounts. They are all public accounts. How do you think we should allocate the funds? 7.5 million each. Okai said briefly. One more thing. If anyone messes with the account, I will not only kick them out, but also hold them accountable. Everyone nodded immediately with serious expressions. The system shows that the total funds are 105 million. After the allocation, Okai quickly issued the first round of buy orders. 3 accounts bought Tianyuan information in full, code 3001XX. 2 accounts bought Longyan environment. 4 accounts go to Blue Sky Medical, and the remaining 5 all buy Summer Technology. Everyone received the order and took action immediately, but they were all nervous as they did so. Tianyuan information was plagued by negative news about base station radiation. A few days ago, and its stock price hit the daily limit for 4 consecutive days. Longyan environment has not shown any improvement, like a dead fish in a pond. Blue Sky Medical's problems are even more serious. Its senior executives were just arrested for bribery and its stock price has plummeted. Although Yanxia Technology is stable, analysts say that the maximum increase is 1.37%, which is not worth the risk. A group of traders looked at each other with strange expressions. Su Nua just smiled and nodded. Follow the instructions. Everyone started buying votes with half belief and half doubt. Soon, all the funds were invested and the shares were purchased. The traders turned to look at Okai, who was leisurely drinking tea. Is this the end? Mr. O, what should we do next? Su Nua walked over and asked in a low voice. You don't have to do anything. Just take a rest. Okai said calmly. If you're thirsty, there's a coffee machine over there. If you're sleepy, go take a nap next to it. Wait until I say sell, before you make your move. The trading team looked confused. Although the system order had just been completed, they could not tell how special these stocks were. Su Nua also lowered his voice and came closer. Mr. O, the stocks you bought. Except Yanxia Technology, which has potential, the others look like junk stocks no matter how you look at them. I said they will skyrocket in half an hour. Do you believe it? Okai smiled indifferently. You have a source of information? Faced with Su Nua's doubts, he just smiled and didn't explain. Of course, there is no inside information. Everything is the future trend given in advance by the system. Others rely on inside information, he relies on cheating. Sure enough, less than half an hour later, Blue Sky Medical saw the first unusual movement. The originally stagnant trend suddenly reversed, the green line turned red, and a diagonal upward trend was drawn. The trader in charge of Blue Sky Medicine was stunned and rubbed his eyes before he made sure it was true. The blue sky is rising. It's really rising. No way, is this true? It's really pulling. It's almost 1.3 cents. The traders who were originally taking a break immediately gathered around to check the market conditions. In just a few minutes, Blue Sky Medical's share price rose by more than 2% and is still accelerating. At this rate, it won't be a problem to break 3% in the morning. It's possible that 5%. Everyone was whispering to each other, their hearts beating faster. Okai sat aside and drank tea calmly. He knew this was just the beginning. According to the system prompt, Blue Sky Medical closed the board today and rose by more than 60% in 7 days. Unfortunately, the plate is too small and he cannot hold a large amount of funds, otherwise the returns would be more substantial. Just as everyone was still staring at the blue sky, someone shouted, Tianyuan information has also moved. Then another message came. Longyan environment is also rising. 3 stocks that were originally not favored all rose rapidly. Only Yanxia Technology is still dawdling. Su Nua looked at his screen, becoming more and more shocked. She originally thought that Okai was just lucky, but now it seems that this is not luck at all. It is as if he got the script in advance. What is even more shocking is that Blue Sky Medical rose by more than 6% in just 1 hour, and then the official news came. The clinical trials of the 3rd-generation targeted drugs developed have been completed and are ready to be launched on the market. The capital market was boiling in an instant, and investors rushed in frantically, but they had no chips left. By 10:30, Blue Sky hit the daily limit of 10%. Okai made a profit of 1.5 million in a single day on this stock. And the other 3 have just begun. Chapter 14, Storm. Sister Sue, the Ministry of Information has just issued a statement that Tianyuan Information's equipment has no radiation problems. A trader rushed over excitedly to report. Su Nua checked immediately and found that Tianyuan Information's trend became even stronger after the news was released. Be prepared. When it reaches the daily limit, clear all positions immediately. Okai gave the order calmly. Selling so early? Everyone was stunned. In their opinion, the good news for this stock had just begun to ferment, so how could they sell it right away? But no one dared to question it. If he said sell, then it would be sold. Okai knew that Tianyuan Information was only undergoing a short-term correction and did not have much long-term potential, so it would be safest to sell out when the price reached the daily limit. Immediately afterwards, Longyan Environment also issued an announcement. The equity of the largest shareholder changed. Carry Bio entered the market and injected 8 billion. Carry is the country's leading bio-environmental protection giant, with a market value of 200 billion. As soon as the news came out, Longyan's stock price soared immediately. The traders were stunned, and stars were almost coming out of Su Nua's eyes. Does this Okai have control over the information channels of the entire financial circle? The 3 major fields of medicine, communications, and environmental protection were accurately hit at the same time. This is not a prediction. It is a miracle. The only one that has not moved, Yenxia technology, has become the focus of everyone's attention. But they didn't have to wait long. Sure came back with a large amount of supplies, including fruits, drinks, snacks, and even a new coffee machine, and directly built a high-end rest area. At 11:30, the stock market temporarily closed and lunch was delivered on time. 1 lunch box from a high-end private chef is enough to fill you up, and it tastes great too, so everyone looks very satisfied after eating it. This assistant is good. Okai chuckled as he looked at the dining table. Save where you should, spend where you should. It's reliable and easy on the eyes. Sure. Have you resigned? He asked while eating. Not yet. I resigned this afternoon. Then I asked a law firm to draft 14 confidentiality contracts and 15 employment contracts. Your monthly salary will be 50,000, and commissions will be calculated separately. As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell silent. 50,000? Su Nua exclaimed. The base salary is 50,000, which means 600,000 a year, and with commission it can exceed 1 million. Everyone looked at Sure with envy, but Sure was completely stunned. A monthly salary of 50,000 yuan. She never dreamed of such an income. The way she looked at Okai had already changed from respect to admiration. She even thought a little confusedly. If this boss wants me to do some special assistant work, should I refuse? After lunch, Sure left Okai's house and went straight back to the sales office. After printing out the resignation report, she walked towards the manager's office. Manager, I'm here to hand in my resignation. This sentence immediately attracted the attention of other sales ladies. They were having lunch break, and when they heard that Sure was going to resign, they all looked puzzled, except Lu Shi, who felt a tightness in her heart. Her sixth sense was very accurate. Sure's resignation was most likely related to Okai. Sure enough, facing the manager's questioning, Sure smiled and said, I'm going to work as Mr. O's assistant. Oh, did you succeed? Today's trip was not in vain. The salary has exceeded 10,000, right? Several sales ladies couldn't help but make a noise. Sure didn't hide it and replied directly, the basic salary is 50,000. What? 50,000? Are you sure you're just an assistant, not a companion? Even if it is, it's worth it. Everyone at the scene took a deep breath. Lu Shi's face turned pale. She and Okai had been together for 5 years, and he had never given her 10,000 yuan. Now that they had just broken up, he was willing to offer Sure a base salary of 50,000 yuan. This gap was hard for her to accept. The manager reacted calmly, took the resignation letter and signed it. I will pay Mr. O's real estate commission when it arrives in the account next month. After saying that, he watched Sure leave and couldn't help asking, I heard from the security guard that Mr. O's house has been quite busy recently. What kind of business is it? The trading team has moved in, and it seems like he took out 100 million to trade stocks. Sure said casually. As soon as the information came out, everyone was shocked again. Stock trading is calculated in billions, and rich people really don't follow the ordinary path. And Lu Shi's emotions completely collapsed at this moment. She wanted to rush to Okai's house right now, tell him all her grievances and regrets, and even bow her head and beg for forgiveness. But in the end, she couldn't let go of her pride and was unwilling to admit her mistakes. And all this has nothing to do with Okai and Shur. Shur left the sales center, went to the law firm, retrieved 14 confidentiality agreements and 15 employment contracts, and then returned to Okai's home. At this moment, applause broke out in the room. Yanxia Technology's stock price rose sharply due to the U.S. lifting of restrictions on the import of Yanhuang drones. Although Yanhuang also restricted exports later, Yanxia Technology quickly attracted a wave of investment due to its background in drone research and development. Okai took advantage of the daily limit to clear out Yanxia Technology and Tianyuan information and cashed out perfectly. The total assets in the account quickly exceeded 8.24 million. The system also sent rewards. Earn 10,000 reward, perfect body. Physical fitness reaches the limit. Earn 100,000 reward, hand of great compassion. Martial arts skills upgraded. Earn 1 million reward, vocal master. Proficient in musical instruments and singing. As the prompt sounded, a warm current swept through his body, and Okai felt as if his body was reshaped, stronger, faster in reaction, and even his facial features seemed to have become more three-dimensional. Vocal master. Doesn't seem to be of much use? He smiled bitterly. But his perfect body and martial arts skills are what really make him more confident. Su Nua looked at Okai walking out of the bathroom and felt that he had become more handsome. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether it was Okai's aura that changed or she had added a filter in her mind. Boss, the account funds have arrived. What should I do next? 8 accounts. 4 of them bought Overdraft Life, and 4 bought Tiangong Education. Su Nua nodded and placed the order immediately. At this time, Shur also came back with the contract. Okai first signed her assistant contract with a base salary of 50,000 yuan and other benefits to be supplemented later. Then he distributed the remaining contracts to the 14 traders and called a meeting. Everyone looked at the god of wealth in front of them with shining eyes. Everyone, today is just the beginning of the novice village. In the future, there will be Hong Kong stocks and US stocks, and the intensity will increase, but I can guarantee that no one will be unfairly treated in terms of salary and dividends. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Nua was the first to step forward and sign. Others responded. The contract is strict. No smart devices. No leave, daily inspections, no recording or video devices, etc. But who cares? Basic salary of 60,000 yuan. Dividends are distributed based on 5% of profits. Based on today's performance, if the monthly profit is 200 million, each person will receive a bonus of more than 700,000, plus the base salary, close to 800,000 per month. They signed very quickly, their eyes full of enthusiasm. Oh my God, even if I overdraw my life for just 1 hour, the stock price can still go up by nearly 4%? Do they have any new news about the stock price? It's not available online right now, but that doesn't mean it won't be available in a while or tomorrow. That's right. It's impossible that our boss would ask us to buy without knowing the inside story. But seriously, do you know what our boss's family does? Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. Hey, Tiangong Education also went up, closing up 2.77%. It's expected to soar tomorrow. After everyone signed the contract, Okai got one and they got one. Then they returned to their computers and started to stare at the final closing situation. An hour passed quickly, and as the market closed, Okai's final profit for the day was as high as 11,879,936 million. Of course, because many stocks had not been sold and the money had not been remitted, Okai's 10 million reward had not yet been triggered. But it's just a matter of time. As the market closed here, Su Nua and others also said goodbye to Okai. After they left, only Okai and Shur, who was packing up, were left here. After all, more than a dozen people stayed here for a whole day, and there was a lot of garbage in the room. Shur thought that she was not qualified to earn 50,000 yuan a month, so she could only be more diligent and clean the place well. As for Okai, he scratched his head gently at this time. He felt really overwhelmed. He used to only think about making money, but when he started making money today, he found that he was not actually prepared. There were many things before him at this moment. For example, the office space. He can't always trade stocks in his home. In order to have an office space, he also needs to register a company. After all, he can't hire illegally. For example, he needed to pay the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund for himself, Shur, and the other 14 people, and he also needed to get tax certificates for Shur and the other 14 people. Some people may say that stock trading is a transfer of property and does not require personal income tax. Indeed, the profits from stock trading are not needed, but those are wages, and any amount over 5,000 must be paid. Okai will definitely not make such a mistake and then get himself involved. There is no need to do that. When he thought of these things, he felt a little scalp tingling. He was just an ordinary man who had worked for 3 years. He really didn't know how to run a company. And the most important thing was that he didn't trust the traders he promised. He certainly couldn't control them remotely, at least not now. Today, he was still thinking that he had promised them in the morning that he would go and look at cars after they bought the stocks. But now, let alone cars, he hasn't even left the room today. So now I need to keep an eye on things here myself, and I need to let others take care of things like starting a company, renting an office building, and setting up an office. But even if you let someone else run, you have to find someone reliable. There weren't many people he could trust at this moment. Just as Okai was tapping the table lightly in thought, his cell phone suddenly rang. Okai took a look and realized that the person who sent the message was none other than one of his good friends, Luo Guogang. He was his classmate in junior high school and high school. Although they were not together in college, they had always maintained a close relationship. In addition to him, Okai had 2 close friends. One was Li Weidong, who was also his classmate in junior high school and high school. The other was Chi Yi, who was his college classmate. They were also in the same high school, but not in the same class. Under the leadership of Okai, the relationship between the few people is quite good. The day before yesterday, Okai lost his job, and they were the ones who drank with him. I just don't know what he is doing today. At that moment, Okai also opened a certain message and joined their small group. When he clicked in, he heard Luo Guogong's distinctive duck voice speaking. Brothers, let's go out for a drink tonight. No way, you just drank the day before yesterday, and you're drinking again today? Have you made a fortune? After listening to Luo Guogong's words, Okai hadn't waited for a reply of okay, when Chi couldn't help but speak. Hey, it's impossible for Lao O to lose his job. Everyone drinks, and when it's my turn, everyone should stop drinking. Upon hearing Chi Yi's words, Luo Guogang also sighed and said, No, you are unemployed too? Li Weidong, who had been silent until now, immediately said, Not yet, but it will be soon. Doesn't the boss of our company have a young son? He went to the Australian city to play cards and was detained there. Now he needs 60 million to redeem him. Our boss is selling the company now. A new emperor appoints new officials. I guess when a new boss comes, I will have to find a new job. After hearing what Li Weidong said, Luo Guogang was somewhat speechless. When Okai heard what Luo Guogang said, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He remembered that Luo Guogang's company seemed to be in the back-end business. To put it simply, the financial back-end is responsible for information collection and data center. Now, the big data module is operated by these companies behind the scenes. Although it sounds like it has nothing to do with stock trading, after all, the biggest requirement for finance is the ability to raise funds. But for Okai, the ability to raise funds is the least important. He now has 14 traders under him, including Su Nuo, and himself as the leader. He now needs a company related to finance, with fast internet speed and good office environment. Seems like this one is delivered to my door? Thinking of this, Okai immediately spoke. Then let's have a drink tonight. I just happen to have something to tell you guys. Wow, you replied so quickly. Do you need to pick up Lu Shi from Get Off Work today? After hearing Okai's reply, Luo Guogang joked with a smile. Hey, I got kicked out. I'm single now. Ha 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 ha. Good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. Don't be afraid. Today I'll take you to a treasure shop that I found secretly. The lady boss there is amazing. After hearing what Okai said, Luo Guogang couldn't help but laugh with a smug look on his face. I've been to that store before, and the lady boss is really amazing. That bar is really good. After hearing what Luo Guogang said, Chi Yi and Li Weidong also started talking. However, after hearing what these 3 people said, Okai rolled his eyes and couldn't help but say, Digging grass, there's a good place, but you won't take me with you? Also, going straight to the bar at night? No dinner. There's a spicy noodle shop in front of that store. It's a must. Just have a bowl of noodles there in the evening. As for not taking you with you, shouldn't you find out the reason yourself? As a result, as soon as Okai finished speaking, 3 contemptuous looks came from the other side, and Chi Yi also spoke with disdain. Well, it seems that this matter really can't be blamed on others. Chapter 18. Save when you can, spend when you can. Then, Brother Kai, I'm leaving. Go ahead. Find 2 cleaners to help clean up tomorrow. Don't tire yourself out. Hey, this little bit of work won't tire me out. As the time was almost up, Okai and Shurshur also left his house. At the gate of the community, Shurshur went back to her rented house, while Okai got a taxi at the gate of the community and prepared to go to the agreed place. Although you can get here by subway, but in Okai you have to take a taxi. His system had been awakened for 2 days, and he had been given 200 million yuan, and he had also earned more than 10 million yuan. But he felt that his life had not changed at all. I still have boxed lunches at noon, and I'll go eat spicy noodles later in the evening. Spicy noodles? Is that what a billionaire should eat? Although he does like it. So his last act of stubbornness was to take a taxi. But just when he was about to take a taxi, Lu Shi from the sales center also got off work. At a glance, she saw Okai, who was standing in front of the community gate and preparing to take a taxi. Looking at his back, she couldn't help but pause. The message sent by her mother in her hand, asking her to have dinner with Zhao Yu, also stopped here. When she saw Okai get into a taxi, she almost subconsciously hailed a taxi and got in as well. Where's the beauty going? Please follow the car in front. The taxi driver asked as soon as she got in the car, and she immediately started talking too. However, after hearing her words, the taxi driver couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then looked at her with some confusion. The person in front is my husband. He came out quietly without telling me. I wanted to see what he was going to do. Looking at the taxi driver's eyes, she was not at all nervous. He immediately started talking. Seeing Shi's righteous look, the taxi driver responded, then stepped on the accelerator and ran over following the car in front. As for Shi, she did not reply to the message sent by her mother and the message sent by Zhao Yu asking her if she had finished get off work. Her heart could not accommodate these two people at the moment, and her eyes were always fixed on the car in front. The taxi drove for only about 10 minutes before stopping. Watching Okai get off the car, Shi also got off the car in the distance, quietly hiding behind a tree, looking at Okai standing in front of a shop called Big Sister Spicy Noodles in the distance, waiting for someone, which made her frown. Who did he invite to eat spicy noodles? His friends. Just when Shi was hesitant, sure enough, several figures appeared. Okai's 3 best friends, Luo Guogang, Qi Yi, and Li Weidong came together. Then the 4 of them walked into the store arm in arm. Seeing this, Shi couldn't help but curl his lips. She knew that even if Okai became rich, the style of him and his friends would not change. But why, in a daze, she seemed to see that the person who walked into the store with Okai turned into herself. Calm down. You have broken up. I came here just because I'm hungry too. After looking around, she found a wonton shop open not far away. So she came to the shop, sat down at a seat by the window, and ordered a bowl of wontons. Shi also kept watching Okai and the other 3 in the spicy noodle shop. These 4 guys, especially Okai, really don't have the slightest awareness of being a billionaire. They eat noodles just like before. Soon, they finished their noodles and then the 4 of them left together. Shi also paid the bill and then followed Okai and the others across the street and came to a bar called Yume and watched them walk in. Seeing them walk in without any hesitation, she couldn't help but frown even more tightly. She remembered very clearly that Okai hated nightclubs. The first time she quarreled with him was because she went to a nightclub with her best friend and had 2 drinks. The 2 of them almost broke up that time, but she still loved Okai at that time, so she never went to a nightclub again after that. Now, the day after the breakup, he actually went to the bar with his gang of bad friends. Sure enough, this guy is not a good person. I want to see how you guys play here. Gritting his teeth, Shi tightened his bag and quietly followed Okai and the others into the bar. He then deliberately chose a corner that Okai and the others wouldn't notice and sat down there. At this time, Okai and his group of 4 sat directly next to the bar. Then Qi Yi, whom Shi also knew, stood up with a smile, went to the counter, and spoke to a very coquettish woman inside the counter. Sister Zhou, come and pick up Xiaoha. Drinking Xiaoha again, do you want to change the taste? Corona is on sale today. After hearing Gao Yi's words, a woman behind the counter stood up and said to Qi Yi with a smile on her face. Hearing the woman's voice, Okai also looked at her. When he saw her, even Okai couldn't help but stare at her. This woman should be the unique proprietress that Luo Guogang and the others mentioned. Because this woman is really beautiful. This woman looks very tall, almost over 1.8 meters, but she does not give people a feeling of being tall and strong. Instead, she looks very delicate. Her long hair was tied up at the back of her head, but there were many wavy strands of hair falling down beside it. She had a perfect oval face, a pair of eyes that were not too big but as clear as autumn water, a high-nose bridge, and slightly thin lips, forming a stunning painting. But what is most striking is her figure. At this moment, she was wearing a very sexy cheongsam, and a hollow heart-shaped scar on her chest revealed a huge and deep scar. As soon as she stood up, Okai could feel that almost everyone around them was looking at her. As for Chi-E, who ordered the wine, well, now his consciousness is almost scattered. Corona. This is on sale. How much is it? Chi-E, come back, sister. Let's order Corona and serve it with some ice cubes and lemon. Looking at Chi-E, who couldn't even speak clearly, Okai also smiled, although he could say that this proprietress was indeed a master. However, in the past 2 days, Okai has seen many beautiful women, and Lu Shi is still a beauty, so he reacted quickly and called Chi back. Chapter 19. Do you want to do it with me? Bitch, don't you see how old you are? Do you have any shame? Looking at Chi-E, who was called back by Okai, and the proprietress who started to prepare, Lu Shi's eyes were burning with anger. Fortunately, a waiter saw her at this time, came over and attracted her attention. What would you like to order, miss? Give me a Corona, 2 with ice and lemon. After hearing what the waiter said, Lu Shi also said it subconsciously. After that, she pursed her lips and recalled the first time she drank this beer with Okai. It was after they had just watched a racing movie, and they found a stall selling the same type of beer as the one in the racing movie, so they bought some and went home to drink it. As a result, the two of them stuck out their tongues because it was so bitter. They wanted to not drink it, but it was extremely expensive and they couldn't bear to do so. After studying it for a long time, they found that if they drank it with lemon, it would not be bitter but sweet. In the following years, the two of them seemed to have never drunk it again. Unexpectedly, Okai still remembers. Okay. Seeing Lu Shi's hesitant look, the waiter here didn't say anything more. After responding, he went to prepare beer. At this time, Okai, after drawing the attention of his 3 friends, also talked about the main purpose of his visit today. I have something to tell you 3. Tell me, besides losing your job and being heartbroken, what else is upsetting you? Tell us, and let the 3 of us cheer you up. True friends are like this, they will not be depressed with you, but will use jokes to pull you out of that depressed atmosphere. This is what Okai did when these 3 were in a low mood, and now when Okai is in a low mood, they also use this method on Okai. No, it's a good thing. I am actually a billionaire. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, Okai also shook his head and said seriously, Damn, you licker. I know you love Lu Shi very much, but you don't have to go crazy just because she dumped you. As soon as Okai finished speaking, Luo Guogang also spoke. Stop talking bullshit. I'm serious. I'm really a billionaire. I'm planning to set up a financial company to trade stocks. And it just so happens that, Lao Luo, you said your boss wants to sell the company. Is that true? After slapping Luo Guogang's hand away, Okai looked at him and asked, Ah, it's true. No, we have been classmates since junior high school. We don't know your family situation. How can you say you are a billionaire? Hearing what Okai said, Luo Guogang also spoke to him with a puzzled look on his face. Just think of it as my father leaving me a piece of land, which has now been demolished and the state has compensated me with hundreds of millions. I am going to start a company, so stop making trouble. I am telling the truth. Seeing the question marks on their faces, Okai also spoke seriously. Several hundred million. Godfather, don't do that. If you really have several hundred million, put it in the bank and I'll negotiate for you. An annualized rate of 3.5% is possible. 100 million is 3.5 million a year, 200 million is 7 million. If you don't do anything, you can make tens of thousands a day. Isn't that good? Seeing Okai's serious look, Li Weidong also spoke seriously. Wow, he was just calling Okai a bootlicker, and now he has turned into a godfather. Yes, godfather, I know the financial circle very well. When it comes to stock trading, you lose money out of 10. How about you lend me some money so I can buy a car? Then, after I lose my job, I can drive for Didi. Luo Guogang also spoke with a smile after hearing what Li Weidong said. Godfather, I'm not that greedy. Just pay for the wine tonight. At this time, Chi-E next to him also said calmly. Damn, I'm not kidding. I've already found a trader. Now all I need is a company and a place. Do you really want to sell your company? If so, I'll come to you tomorrow and acquire your company. Rolling his eyes, Okai gave each of the 3 men a middle finger and then spoke seriously. Seeing how serious Okai was, Chi, Luo Guogang, and Li Weidong couldn't help but look at each other. Could it be that what Okai said was true? Can a salted fish also have a chance to turn things around? What do you want to buy? My little bar? Business isn't going well right now. If you want to buy it, I'm willing to pay a lower price. At this moment, suddenly a joking voice came from the side. And then Okai and his friends looked in the direction of the voice and saw the proprietress walking over with 2 bottles of beer and some side dishes. Behind her was a waitress holding 2 bottles of beer. After she walked over to Okai and his friends, she also put the beer and side dishes on the table. At the same time, he also said it with a smile. At this time, Okai also saw the lower body of the proprietress for the first time. He couldn't see clearly just now because of the counter, but when he saw it now, he almost had a nosebleed. The proprietress was still wearing a cheongsam, but underneath she was wearing a pair of black socks with letters on them. Those who understand will understand, and a pair of black high heels with red soles. Add to that her looks and figure, wow, she is really lethal. Sister Zhou, stop joking. Your restaurant is so popular this evening that it's hard to get a table. Isn't business good? Just as Okai was thinking this, with a calm mind and no fear of the sky falling, Luo Guogang and the others had already reacted and said to the proprietress with a smile, "Hey, I have a lot of business here, but they are all guys like you who come to see legs. They don't pay anything, so how much money can I make?" The woman gave Luo Guogang and the others a charming look, and then she also looked at Okai. "This young man, I don't know you. Is this your first time here?" Yes. Seeing the woman asking him, Okai replied awkwardly. "This guy used to be a good man, very affectionate with his girlfriend, and he had to report to us before going out to eat, let alone coming to drink. But he broke up these past 2 days, so we brought him here to broaden his horizons." Hearing the woman ask this, Li Weidong also started talking with a smile. "Tisk, when did good man become a derogatory term? Sister, if I could meet a good man, would I need to open a bar in public now? I'll give you 2 bottles of wine. Remember to come and help me with my business." Listening to Li Weidong's words, the woman looked at her with contempt, then placed 2 bottles of beer in front of Okai, and then used her ring to easily open the beer, and then poured a glass for Okai herself and squeezed in some lemon juice. Then he pushed the glass of wine in front of Okai. Chapter 20. The Last Love. "Oh, the boss lady poured the wine herself. Haha, brother, you are so lucky." Seeing the boss lady's actions, Luo Guogang and the others started to make a fuss. Although Okai was a little shy, he was not too conflicted. He took the wine glass and took a sip. It was still as sweet as he remembered. Looking at Okai's smiling face, Lu Shi, who was far away, felt that his teeth were about to break. Did she put poop in the cup? You're laughing so happily. Clenching his fists, Lu Shi couldn't help but feel that his eyes were about to pop out. As for the proprietress here, when she saw Okai drinking the wine, she also laughed. Then she looked around and saw that the stage in the distance was empty. "Hey, the resident band hasn't arrived yet, so it's quite quiet. If any one of you can sing, go up on the stage and sing a few songs. If anyone sings well, I'll give them some wine," the proprietress said with a smile, supporting her chin. "But don't think that these guys are shouting fiercely, but once they are really asked to go on stage, they will all be silent." But at this time, Luo Guogang rolled his eyes and pushed Okai. "You can do it, right? You've always said that you learned to play the piano since you were a kid. Go up and show it off in exchange for some wine." "That's right. Didn't you say you could play the piano since you were a child?" "Really? I just met him in college, and I really don't know if he can play the piano." Listening to what Luo Guogang and Li Weidong said, Chi-yi asked with some curiosity. Hearing what these people said, Okai couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He certainly didn't lie, but there was some exaggeration in his words. They had electronic organ lessons in elementary school, but he only knew 2 songs, one about boat racing and one about dolls and bears dancing. Obviously, this is not something that can be displayed in public now. Hearing these people's comments, he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, but looking at the curious look on the face of the proprietress next to him, he felt even more embarrassed. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered that today seemed to have given him the skill of a vocal master. As expected, after thinking about it for a while, he felt that no matter what song it was, he could play it. Damn, he didn't expect that the skill he despised the most could actually be pretended. In that case, he won't be polite. "Hey, I wanted to get along with you guys as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was ridicule and distrust. I won't pretend anymore. I'm gonna show my cards. I'm a music master." "Teske, you just said you were a billionaire." Listening to Okai's pretentious words, Luo Guogang also spoke with contempt at this time. "Are there any conflicts between the two?" He smiled at Luo Guogang. Then Okai quickly came to the stage, stood in front of an electronic keyboard and tested the sound. After making sure there was no problem, suddenly a piece of music actually rang out, instantly attracting the attention of many people, especially Lu Shi in the distance. When she heard the prelude, her whole body suddenly shook and her pupils dilated unconsciously. She suddenly remembered a song she liked very much. I used to like those soulful songs just like other girls, but Okai likes to call them dog-licking songs. This song was her favorite, and it was also a song she often shared with Okai in the past. Although it was just the prelude, her past with Okai was like the MV of this song, slowly unfolding before her eyes. But the male and female protagonists this time have become them. On the day of the breakup, I got into Zhao Yu's car. In the rearview mirror, Okai stared at his phone in a daze. She suddenly felt a pain in his chest. My breathing seemed to have stopped at this moment. Woman, I'm back. Man, you're back so late. I'll help you run the bathwater. Woman, Jerry. Woman. I have something to tell you. Man, wow, what national affairs are you talking about? Woman. Well, recently there is someone who takes me home every day. I know, I saw it. It's the one driving the black Mercedes. Not bad. Woman, he is pursuing me. Really? Are you in love with him? Woman, he is really good to me. He thinks of me and makes plans for me. He even gave up the opportunity to study abroad for me, so Man. Stop talking, just tell me, are you in love with him? Woman, I think, Is that so? Do you still remember? I said, if one day you meet a good man who can make you happy and make you happy for the rest of your life, I will choose to let go of my hand and make you happy. This promise will always be valid. So, is this the reason why you didn't ask for my return? The male protagonist in the memory and Okai's face slowly merged at this moment. And the memory shattered at the same time, because Okai on the stage had already started singing. I locked myself up and left only a balcony. Whenever I open the window at night, I stare into the night, looking at the past, scene by scene, reenacting our love. The moment Okai's voice began to sing, not only did tears well up in Lucy's eyes, but all the people who came to drink in the audience couldn't help but shudder at this moment, and then looked at the stage in surprise. They really didn't expect that Okai could sing so well. Many waiters forgot to work at this moment, and could not help but stand there in surprise and look at Okai on the stage, especially Luo Guogang, Chi-yi, and Li Weidong. They used to go to KTV with Okai many times. When did he learn to sing? Weren't those four known as the Ghostly and Wolf Howling bands in the past? Why did you leave the team quietly? My friend's success is more heartbreaking than my own failure. Well, okay, he also said he was a billionaire. Compared to that, it doesn't seem that hard to accept that he can sing. Shit. The problem is that a billionaire can sing well. Is this fair? Regardless of what these people were thinking, Okai was still singing. When the second verse ended, he officially sang the chorus. When the tears start to flow, the pain is overloaded. Separation is another kind of understanding. I'll give it to you. The last love is to let go of your hands, not wanting there to be a sea between the double bed. Let time slowly bleach out the stains of love. Put love in your left front pocket. The final love is letting go. I don't want to argue with words, so I choose not to blame. Love is like a waiting platform. Some people leave and some people come. My heart is a stop sign. It says wait. Chapter 21. Seeing Injustice. Encore. Howl. That sounds good, buddy. When Okai finished the last scale, about 5 or 6 seconds passed before the guests below reacted and started shouting. Listening to the whistles and cheers of these people, Lu Shi, who was originally immersed in memories, finally came back to her senses. Then she took a deep look at Okai, who was still on the stage, and she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Is this the reason why you didn't try to keep me? She finished the beer in front of her in one gulp, stood up, and turned to leave the bar. She is in a state of confusion now. She needs to go home and calm down, but now Okai doesn't know what her situation is. He was on the stage, looking at the people who were making a fuss in the audience. Although they were saying nice things, Okai could see a hint of mockery in their eyes. Well, it's unlikely that he didn't have a 10-year career as a bootlicker if he sings so well. But the problem is that Okai has never been a bootlicker. When I was together with Lu Shi, it was Lu Shi who took the initiative. You can't say that a man who has a partner but doesn't go to bars, nightclubs, or have his feet massaged is a bootlicker. That would be too despicable. So at this moment, Okai was actually feeling a little unhappy. Just at this moment, he also saw the electric guitar placed next to him. Fuck you lickers. I am a wolf warrior. Muttering something quietly, Okai also came to the side of the electric guitar. As he pulled the pick, An extremely violent burst of music sounded instantly. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire bar became even more intense. Compared to the previous song, Let Go. Maybe some people still don't know how to sing it or have never heard of it. But now this song is basically known to everyone. Especially after Okai's wolf howl. The atmosphere in the bar was instantly lifted. At this time, Lu Shi, who had walked to the door, also heard Okai singing in that extremely impure Cantonese. She turned off the evening light and covered her shoulders in silence. Sparks are intertwined, imprisoned in sedimentation. The heart has just been cut and cannot move forward. She seemed to be pulling the magnetism with her fingertips. Love is like a hungry wolf with a very sweet mouth. If you approach her and play with her, her ferocious look will appear. Love is like a hungry wolf. How can you sleep in its arms? She will definitely leave me with a severe injury as a souvenir. Listening to Okai's wild singing, Lu Shi's heart became even more confused, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace and leave here. After the song, Okai played some guitar tricks for a while, then bowed and left the stage with a smile, because he saw a few people waiting backstage. Needless to say, he knew that this was the band that originally performed here, and he couldn't take away their jobs. An angry shout came from the table near the stage. "What's wrong with you? Don't you know that the wine has been spilled?" Hearing this voice, many people nearby, including Okai, looked over at once. As a result, I saw two middle-aged men wearing glasses, who looked like some kind of gentlemen, looking at a waiter next to them with anger on their faces. The waitress was a girl. Although she was wearing a uniform, one could see that she had a good figure and most importantly, her face was very pretty. However, she looked a little too young. At first glance, Okai was not sure whether she was an adult. Of course, it was estimated that Ms. Zhou from this bar was unlikely to employ minors, so she was most likely only around 18, 19 or 20 years old, and was a little panicked when being yelled at by this man. "I'm sorry, you tripped me just now. I'm so sorry." "What? Are you blind? Or is it my fault?" After hearing what the girl said, the guest couldn't help but speak arrogantly. "No, that's not what I meant." Looking at the customer's expression, the waiter spoke anxiously. "I say, little girl, you need to be flexible when you go out to work. I see you are tired from walking around. Why don't you have a drink with your brothers and let this go?" Seeing the frightened look on the girl's face, the other guy revealed his true colors, but his map of the state of Yen was a little too short. "Hey, two old men bullying a little girl. Do you still have any shame?" Looking at the girl here who was at a loss, and the two wretched guys who wanted to take action, Okai couldn't help but speak directly. Seeing that Okai actually stood up, the two of them couldn't help but look at him. However, it was obvious that when they saw Okai's age, height, build, and the three companions sitting in the distance, the two of them became a little scared. But the guy who started the trouble just now was still threatening. "Does this have anything to do with you? It doesn't matter. I just saw you guys bullying the little girl and I feel bad about it." Looking at the two of them, Okai also raised his neck and looked at them with an unhappy expression. "What do you mean we bullied the girl? He was the one who spilled our wine." After hearing what Okai said, another person also spoke up. "Come on, give them another cup of the same drink and put it on my bill. You go and do your work over there." Looking at the spilled wine on the table, Okai was too lazy to talk to them about useless things, so he called a male waiter next to him and asked him to serve them a new glass. Then he pulled the girl and told her to go work far away. Seeing Okai's arrangement, the two of them smacked their lips. Indeed, they couldn't find any fault with it. They would definitely not be able to win the fight now, and they were all ordinary workers. If the situation got out of hand, they would be in big trouble, not to mention that they would have no right to complain now. Okai directly compensated them with a glass of wine, which made the two of them turn their heads away and stop talking. Seeing that the two of them were not causing any trouble, Okai walked back to their table. However, when he got there, he found that the original 2 bottles of beer had become 6 bottles, and the table could hardly hold them all. Didn't I tell you that if you sing well, I'll give you some wine? And you handled it well just now, so I have to thank you for the favor." Looking at Okai's expression, Sister Zhou also spoke with a smile. After hearing what Sister Zhou said, Okai waved his hands. He was just a little excited just now. Seeing Okai's embarrassed look, Sister Zhou suddenly turned around and snapped her fingers at a bartender at the counter. "I've introduced a new way to drink it, and I'd like you to try it today." As he was talking, the bartender took out a big bucket filled with fruits and ice cubes. Then Sister Zhou stood up and poured the open beers into the big ice bucket. She then opened the valve below and poured out several large draft beer cups and placed them in front of the people. Try it. Looking at everyone's gaze, Sister Zhou also smiled and said, Chapter 22, Breakfast. Hiss. When the early morning sunlight shone onto Okai's face through the gap in the curtains, Okai couldn't help but open his eyes with some confusion, and then what came into his eyes was an unfamiliar curtain. Looking at the curtain, Okai was stunned for a while before he came to his senses. Then he immediately looked around and found that he was lying on an unfamiliar bed. The surroundings were also completely feminine. There were several photos on the bedside table, and he was not unfamiliar with these photos because the person in the photo is Sister Zhou. Thinking of this, Okai's whole body stiffened, and then he began to try hard to recall what happened last night. Last night, Sister Zhou said there was a new way to drink it, and they tried it. I have to say, this new way of drinking is really powerful. The sweetness of the fruit, combined with the coolness of the ice cubes and the dilution of the melted ice water, as well as the pure malt aroma of beer, quickly reduces people's sensitivity to alcohol. Okai, originally he could drink about 4 bottles of regular beer and 6 bottles of Corona. Even though his physical fitness had reached its limit, his alcohol tolerance didn't seem to improve much. Last night, he felt that he drank at least 20 bottles. Although he did not have any blackouts and could still recall it now, he had indeed drunk too much. He was so happy after drinking that he only remembered that at the end he pulled Sister Zhou and said that he must prove that he was a billionaire, and then he left with Sister Zhou. Then, I don't know how, I came to Sister Zhou's house, and then the two of us looked at each other, and then we went back to the room inexplicably, and then, thinking of this, he couldn't help but immediately lift up the quilt. Sure enough, the marks on the sheets showed that his memory of last night was not distorted. Damn, why am I still? With a bitter smile, Okai couldn't help but wipe his face, then got out of bed with a guilty conscience. Looking at his clothes beside him, he quickly put them on and quietly walked out of the room. As soon as he came out, he saw Sister Zhou sitting in the restaurant eating breakfast. At this time, she was wearing a green silk suspender pajamas. Her figure and lazy feeling really made Okai's eyes freeze. At this time, Sister Zhou also noticed that Okai came out, so she couldn't help but look at him. Wake up. Go wash up. I've prepared new toothbrushes and towels for you. Oh. Looking at Sister Zhou's smiling face, Okai responded timidly, and then went to the bathroom to wash up. When he came out after he was done, Sister Zhou waved to him and called him to come over for dinner. When he came to the dining table, he found that the breakfast was quite rich. A glass of milk and fried egg, a bowl of porridge, and 2 slices of toasted bread. Okai was indeed hungry at this time, so he started eating immediately. However, compared to usual, he was extremely cautious at this time. What? Is this your first time out? Seeing Okai's submissive look, Sister Zhou couldn't help but speak. Ah! There was nothing to hide about this. It was indeed Okai's first time to go out and play, and the first time, well, it was really embarrassing to think about it. It's my first time too. After hearing Okai's words, Sister Zhou also supported her chin and said to Okai with a smile, I know. Seeing Sister Zhou's expression, Okai also glanced into the room. Isn't it incredible? Tell me, is it possible that I did it later? Seeing Okai's gaze, Sister Zhou also came over and spoke in a low voice. Cough, cough. After hearing what Sister Zhou said, Okai almost choked. What is this? Ha ha ha. It's so fun to tease you. Don't have any psychological burden. I didn't say that I would hold you responsible. I was very satisfied with you yesterday. If you are bored in the future, come and play with me anytime, to the bar or to my house. Just add me on WeChat. Seeing Okai's look, Sister Zhou smiled and patted him, then took out her mobile phone and put it in front of Okai. Looking at Sister Zhou's expression, Okai immediately took out his mobile phone, added Sister Zhou's message, and then asked tentatively with a little hesitation. Sister Zhou, I don't know yet, your name is... My name is Zhou Qin. I'm 31 years old, 1.78 meters tall. I won't tell you my weight, but my measurements are 97-56-88 h. Seeing Okai's cautious look, Sister Zhou also started talking with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Okai's face suddenly turned red. This was really exciting. My name is Okai. I'm 25 years old, 1.88 meters tall. I don't know my weight right now, but I estimate it to be around 160. Actually, I can pay. Pay what? Pay? Zhou Qin interrupted Okai directly after hearing his words, and then looked at Okai with amusement. No, it's not. All right, you look scary, eat quickly, and then go do whatever you need. I'm gonna catch up on some sleep. You made me almost fall apart last night, and I have to make breakfast for you in the morning. Seeing Okai's flustered look, Zhou Qin gave him a coquettish look and then urged him to eat. After hearing Zhou Qin's words, Okai lowered his head and continued to eat breakfast. However, while he was eating breakfast, Zhou Qin was not idle either. At this time, her right foot always touched Okai's calf from time to time, which really made Okai a little distracted. After breakfast, Okai left Zhou Qin's house timidly. After he left, Zhou Qin yawned, then returned to the room with a smile. After changing the bed sheets, she lay down on the bed and fell asleep. She was right about one thing. Okai had indeed made her too tired. She needed to take a good rest. On this side, Okai, after leaving Zhou Qin's house, also took a taxi and went straight back to Longting Jiyuan. However, when he came back, it was already 9:10 in the morning. Although it had not been officially opened yet, the operation could already begin, so after getting off the car, Okai jogged all the way home. His figure happened to be seen by Lu Shi, who was working in the hall. When Lu Shi saw Okai coming back from outside early in the morning, still wearing the clothes he wore to the bar yesterday, her pupils couldn't help but shrink. He didn't go home last night? Where did he go? Did he go to that coquettish lady boss's place? Or to the house of Shur whom he poached? I also heard that one of the traders he found yesterday was also very beautiful. Where did he go? Chapter 23, Acquisition of a Company. I will continue to hold Blue Sky Medical. I will sell Longyan Environment after it reaches its daily limit today, and then by Northern Blue Valley. This afternoon, Overdraft Life and Tiangong Education will also reach their daily limit. After selling them, I will buy all of them into Northern Mining. Yes, boss, but this mining industry… yes. After hearing Okai's words, Su Nua hesitated a little, but then said yes firmly. The mining industry is known to all as a sunset industry, but after a day of operations yesterday, if Okai said he wanted to buy, then they would not have any objection. Sure, you stay here and watch. If they have any needs, try to meet them. If they don't have enough money, feel free to call me and I'll take care of the company's affairs. Seeing Su Nua expressed that he understood, Okai also said to Sure next to him. Okay. After hearing Okai's instructions, Sure also spoke. Then Okai went upstairs and took out his suit, which was rare. Okai doesn't like wearing luxury goods or suits. This suit of his was made 3 years ago when he graduated from college. It was a bit loose at the time and he was still a little confused, but the old suit maker told him that it would fit him soon. Turns out that it does fit now, but I guess the old master originally meant that Okai would get fat quickly, but he has become stronger now. After changing his clothes, Okai walked downstairs while calling Luo Guogang. Not long after, Luo Guogang picked up the call. Hello. Fuck. You're so weak. You haven't recovered yet? Hearing Luo Guogang's voice, Okai couldn't help but laugh and curse. What? I drank too much yesterday. But where were you? I went to the bathroom and when I came back, I found you were gone. The waiter also said that you had already paid for the bill. Hearing Okai's voice, Luo Guogang also began to mutter weakly. Well, I won't tell you. Go wash your face. I'm going to your company now to discuss the acquisition. After hearing what Luo Guogang said, Okai couldn't say that he was drunk yesterday and had sex with Zhou Qin. Wouldn't that make Luo Guogang and the others envious to death? Now Luo Guogang's main task is not to envy, but to help himself negotiate the acquisition. No, brother, are you serious? The moment Okai finished speaking, Luo Guogang sobered up and spoke to Okai with a conflicted look on his face. Of course, he still remembered that last night Okai said that he was a billionaire and wanted to acquire his company. He originally thought that Okai was just bragging, but it turned out that he was really going to acquire it. Of course. Go wash your face now and make an appointment with your boss. I've already got a taxi. After hearing Luo Guogang's words, Okai also spoke in a decisive tone. Okay. Hearing Okai's serious voice, Luo Guogang took a deep breath, hung up the phone, went to the bathroom to wash his face, and then found their boss's secretary and told her that he would be looking for the boss in a while. After making sure that the boss would not leave the company today, Luo Guogang went downstairs to wait for Okai. Not long after, Okai arrived downstairs of Luo Guogang's company by taxi. Of course, Luo Guogang's company also rented floors, not a single building. If there is a building, considering the current housing prices, it would be worth at least tens of billions. There is no need to force yourself to sell the company just for a mere 60 million. The building where Luo Guogang's company is now located is called Jinling Building. This is a landmark commercial building in Longyi City. It has a total of 47 floors, with each floor covering 1,300 square meters. According to current housing prices, it is worth at least 3 billion yuan or even higher. Okai has done business here before, but now when he got off the car again, his thoughts had changed. Originally, he was just a small employee who came here to do business, but now he is about to become a tenant of this building. Of course, it would be nice if he could buy this building, but just as Okai had this thought, a downward arrow appeared above the building. The land price of Jinling building will drop by 17% in 5 years. I do not recommend investing in it. Well, let's rent it. Looking at the price of the Jinling building, Okai also smiled. Although he was rich, he had no intention of doing business at a loss, so he decided to forget it. Oldo, are you serious? Now I can go and tell my boss that I was joking. Otherwise, don't pretend to be me. Even if I am fired, I can still get 3+N. Just as Okai shook his head and walked into the building, Luo Guogang also came over and couldn't help but speak to Okai nervously. Don't worry. You will be Manager Luo from now on. Patting his chest, Okai also spoke at this time, and then followed Luo Guogang in the elevator to the 27th floor where their company rented. According to what Luo Guogang said, their company was quite powerful in the past. The 27th floor is rented by their company, with a total area of 1,300 square meters. The daily rent is 8.5 yuan per square meter, which is 4.03 million yuan a year. Based on this price, the annual rent here can be around 180 million yuan. The first and second floors are halls, and there are no companies. A building worth 3 billion yuan, with an annual rent of 180 million yuan and a return of 6%, is not bad. If it weren't for the 17% drop in land prices, it would still be worth buying. But forget it now. As the two arrived at the 27th floor, Luo Guogang led Okai to the boss's office. Since they had already greeted the secretary, the two went straight to the door. At this time, they heard a man's voice coming from inside. Lao Jiang, if I had no other choice, I would not sell this company. The profit of this company is still very good. 50 million is really not too high. Okay, let's think about it again. Hearing this voice, Luo Guogang and Okai looked at each other, but it was obvious that the expressions in their eyes were somewhat different. Luo Guogang looked guilty. Are you kidding? This company wants 50 million, 5,000, 10,000. He will never be able to earn so much money in his entire life. Okai glanced at Luo Guogang and felt that the price was quite cheap. Originally, he had planned to spend 60 million or even 70 million to buy the company because when he wanted to buy the company, the system prompted him. Anti-finance, current total assets, 68 million, annual income of about 4.2 million, can be invested. Unexpectedly, the boss's desired price was only 5,000. It seemed that the pressure from his son was indeed quite great. Chapter 24. Become a boss. Bang, bang, bang. Come in. Mr. Sun, this is my friend, Okai, and this is the boss of our company, Mr. Sunday. Hearing the person inside hang up the phone, Okai nodded to Luo Guogang. Then Luo Guogang knocked on the door. After getting permission, he pushed the door and walked in with Okai. Mr. Sun also smiled and walked towards Okai. After the two shook hands, they sat together on the sofa next to each other. Mr. O looks so young. Would you like something to drink? No need. I think Luo Guogang has told you the purpose of my coming here. I am not a businessman and I am not good at bargaining. My goal is to acquire the company. Name your price. Looking at Mr. Sun's expression, Okai also smiled and started talking. After hearing Okai's straightforward words, Mr. Sun couldn't help but look at Luo Guogang and him. After so many years in the business world, this was the first time he encountered such a thing. So after a pause, he spoke. I have founded this company for more than 10 years. It is the product of my hard work and the annual profit is very considerable. I am reluctant to sell it. If Mr. O is interested, then 75 million. Mr. Sun, this is meaningless. Seeing Mr. Sun put in a lot of effort and said 75 million, Okai also smiled. If he had not heard the phone call just now, he might have thought about it, but it is impossible now. To be honest, I just wanted to get a bargain. I could have registered a company and recruited some people, but I thought it was too troublesome. I just happened to hear about your predicament and I thought I could take advantage of it, so I came here. My transaction here is cash. You don't need to wait for the bank to release the loan. Once the equity transfer is completed, the money here will be deposited into your account. Now, make another offer. Looking at Mr. Sun, Okai also waved his hand. He didn't know any negotiation skills. He simply made his intentions clear. If it worked, it worked. If it didn't, it didn't. There was nothing to be entangled about. After hearing what Okai said, Mr. Sun also smiled. As expected, he couldn't keep up with the pace of the young people. This kind of negotiation method was the first time he had seen it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Luo Guogang. Needless to say, he knew that Luo Guogang must have told Okai about his family's affairs, and it should have spread throughout the company. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. One price, 60 million. Looking at Okai, Mr. Sun also spoke seriously at this time. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean it, but I heard your bottom price at the door just now. I won't bet against you, but we'll raise it a little bit for you, 52 million. If it's okay, we can hand it over today. Okai looked at Mr. Sun and said seriously at this time. After hearing what Okai said, Mr. Sun closed his eyes in despair. This price is just beyond my psychological defense. His reserve price is 50 million, but if it is 52 million now, he can save the person and also leave some funds for himself to make a comeback. Although he was certainly reluctant to sell it because he would lose at least tens of millions at this price, but who can blame him for having a living father at home? If he didn't collect the money, the other party might send him to Southeast Asia. He only had this one son, so he had to save him. So after hesitating for a while, Mr. Sun nodded slightly. Okay, 5200, when can we trade? I said, it's possible at any time. I think your company also has a legal advisor. Just call him over and sign directly. After hearing what Mr. Sun said, Okai said calmly. Seeing what Okai said, Mr. Sun immediately walked out of the room and asked his secretary to call the company's legal advisor over, as the company was going to change owners. Then he returned to the office and drank tea with Okai and Luo Guogang. After waiting for about half an hour, several people in suits came in. These people are the law firms that cooperate with this company. The next step is very simple, because this company is wholly owned by Mr. Sun, and his wife and children do not have shares in the company. So we only need to check whether the company has any external debts or loans. After making sure there were no problems with the company, Okai and Mr. Sun signed the company's full transfer contract in triplicate. Then Okai transferred the 52 million in cash to Mr. Sun's card. In just one morning, Antai Financial completely became Okai's. Think about it, 3 days ago, I was an unemployed, heartbroken loser living in an old and shabby house. But in just 3 days, I was living in a 3-story flat with nearly 200 million in cash on hand and a financial company worth 68 million. It's true, if there is no system in life, it is too difficult to make a leap. Then I'll leave it to you from now on. My secretary knows the contact information of several partners of the company. Looking at the successful remittance information on his mobile phone, Mr. Sun also sighed, then shook Okai's hand and said to Okai seriously. After saying that, Mr. Sun called a few people over to help him pack up his things. Give up this general manager's office. After Mr. Sun left, several lawyers came over. The leader couldn't help but ask Okai. Then Mr. O, the cooperation between your company and our law firm. A new emperor appoints new ministers. They charge Antai Financial 200,000 yuan in consulting fees every year. They didn't want the money to go to waste, but Okai didn't know any big law firms, and he was quite satisfied with the efficiency of these people, so he smiled and said, everything remains the same. That's good. Mr. O has just taken over the company, so he probably has things to do. We won't bother you then. Our law firm will have an event in a few days. If Mr. O has time, please come and visit us. Hearing what Okai said, the leading lawyer immediately took out an invitation and politely handed it to Okai, and Okai smiled and nodded and accepted it. After these lawyers left, only Okai and Luo Guogang, who was confused at this time, were left in the office. What are you looking at stupidly? Okai couldn't help but smile at Luo Guogang's expression. Come on, try to hit me. Why do I always feel like I'm dreaming? Hearing Okai's words, Luo Guogang was also confused at this time. He turned his head woodenly and said to Okai, but just after he finished speaking, Okai kicked him in the butt. The pain made him wake up instantly. This was not a dream. This was real. My brother is actually a billionaire and even bought the company I work for. Okay. Before lunch, call the heads of each department to come up for a meeting. General Manager Luo. Chapter 25. Naturally different. From today on, all business on this side of the company will be handed over to you. I only care about the profits, but you can't play tricks on me. Just make it stable. Don't get me involved. And your most important thing now is to set aside a separate space for me this afternoon, Saturday and Sunday. My trader will work there on Mondays, so I have to ensure that he is equipped with the best desks and chairs, office environment, internet speed, decoration, lounge, tea room, etc. Don't be afraid to spend money. I have put 5 million yuan in the company's account and you can use it as you like. But you must get this done for me. Looking at Luo Guogang, who was still a little dazed, Okai gave him repeated instructions. Today is Friday, the timing is just right. Well, I'll try my best, but I understand the reason. You're a billionaire, and you invite me, the general manager, to dinner, and the first meal is braised chicken. After hearing Okai's words, Luo Guogang relaxed a little from his stupor. Then he pointed his chopsticks at the braised chicken in front of him and said with some confusion, "What else do you want to eat? Besides, this is braised beef, not chicken. We had spicy noodles yesterday, and I didn't even pick on them, so why are you picking on them?" Seeing Okai's contemptuous look, Luo Guogang also nodded. "Yeah, that's right. Hey, did I get a raise? Didn't I just sign a new employment contract with you? You will be the same as my chief trader, with a basic salary of 100,000 per month." Hearing Luo Guogang ask this, Okai also said calmly, 100,000? What, you think it's too little?" Looking at Luo Guogang with contempt for his fuss, Okai also looked at him and spoke. "It's not too little, it's too much. You don't know this company. Its annual turnover is only over 10 million. I heard from the financial department that its net profit is only over 4 million. There are 12 technical people with a basic salary of 8,000, which means they can earn about 10,000 per month, which cannot be less. There are a total of 24 people in personnel, business, administration, procurement, and logistics, with an average salary of 6,000 per person. The salary alone is nearly 3 million per year. You can only pocket more than 1 million, and now you give me 120, you are playing for nothing." Listening to Okai's words, Luo Guogang also calculated with Okai. "Oh, if I only make 4 million after following me for a year, I'm still a nobody. I'll give it to you, just take it. You may earn more than 1 million every month in the future. Oh, remember to show off to Dongzi and Chi and see if they will come." Seeing Luo Guogang's serious expression, Okai also smiled. Would his company be worried about not making money? Don't be kidding. After hearing what Okai said, although Luo Guogang was a little confused, he still nodded in agreement. After all, since Okai said so, there was nothing he could say. As for Li Weidong and Qi, needless to say, they will also show off. Then the two of them started eating braised chicken, braised beef. After lunch, Luo Guogang returned to the company. Now the company's big boss had just changed and he became the general manager. There must be some people in the company who are uneasy. It is time for him to stabilize the situation. As for Okai, he took a taxi directly back home. He still has nearly 50 million yuan on him now. There is no point in keeping the money with him. He must go home and make a small profit before the market closes this afternoon. However, while waiting for the bus, he remembered the problem of not having a car. Tomorrow is Saturday. The market is closed. I must go buy a car. I have been thinking about buying a car for several days, but I have been delayed by various things. This time I must buy it. While thinking, he took a taxi and returned to Longting Jiyuan. When he returned home, his family was filled with joy again. Because today I bought the 2 stocks of North Gas Blue Valley and Northern Mining according to his instructions, and sure enough, they have reached the daily limit again at this time. Bakey Blue Valley announced that their own battery research was successful. According to the information obtained by Okai, it will hit the daily limit for 4 consecutive days and will not reach equilibrium until next Wednesday, so it can be held for a while. Northern Mining announced that it had discovered a rare earth mine in the Monty area. It is a rare boost to these sunset industries, but it is only this wave of daily limit. By Monday, the growth rate will be only 0.77%, which is better than nothing. So at this time, as soon as Okai came back, he directly sold all the Northern Mining stocks in these 8 accounts. After these stocks were sold, Okai's profit today reached 8.39 million. Combined with yesterday's profit, Okai's earnings have exceeded 10 million, so the system popped up instantly at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making money successfully. The amount earned has reached 10 million, and the reward is Master of Medical Skills, including Chinese medicine, Western medicine, any discipline. As the voice disappeared, a large amount of information was filled into Okai's mind. At this moment, countless information about treatment and surgery flooded into his mind. After he received all the information, Okai couldn't help but ponder for a moment. Medical skills, well, at least they were much better than yesterday's vocal skills. And when he received all the information, he also looked at the people in his family. With just a glance, he could tell what was wrong with the people in his family. For example, Shur has some uterine cold, Sunua has some curvature of the cervical vertebra and spine, and the others all have some minor problems. I have to say, this medical skill is quite interesting. Boss, what else do you want to buy with the withdrawn funds? Just as Okai was looking at everyone, Sunua also came over and said to Okai with a fanatical look, "Well, I will inject another 50 million into your capital and use it all to buy Magic City Beishan for me." Madu Beishan is a semiconductor company. To put it simply, it makes chips. According to the system introduction, on Monday, it will announce the successful research of a new generation of 5-nanometer chips and has signed a contract with Northern Mining to contract the newly discovered rare earth mine. This news will cause their stock to rise 43% in the next 5 days. Okay. After hearing what Okai said, Sunua did not hesitate at all. He directly used the funds in his hand to start buying up the scattered shares of Madu Beishan. According to her estimation, in these 2 days alone, Okai has earned 26% of the 100 million yuan. After deducting the handling fees and other expenses, it is conservatively estimated that he received a profit of 25 million. Now, with the addition of this 50 million, she can already imagine how bloody and violent the situation will be after the market opens next week. While Okai is making money here, naturally someone is losing money. For example, Okai's former boss, Feng Yu. Chapter 26, Supercar Club. We've made it through this month, but what about next month? Looking at the report that the secretary had just sent to her computer, Feng Yu sighed helplessly. After selling the house, she finally had enough money for this month's salary and the compensation to be paid to Okai and the others. But now, apart from wages, the entire company still has a huge gap. This is mainly because Feng Yu does not know how to do business and is too open-minded. Just as Okai thought, Feng Yu was indeed a rich man. Her father Feng Wanan is ranked first on the Yanhuang rich list, with total assets of more than 80 billion renminbi, making him a giant. In her family, she also has an older brother and an illegitimate younger brother. Originally, according to his family's idea, the family would naturally be inherited by his older or younger brother in the future. Feng Yu's ultimate destiny was to marry and bring friends to the family. But Feng Yu was unwilling to become a bargaining chip in a marriage. She wants to prove that she is useful. So when she was in college, she started a company, and after graduating, she used her father's connections to expand the company. She has the ability, but the problem is that she has too little experience. She mistook the false prosperity before her for her own ability. For years ago, when the company was first established, thanks to her father's connections, the company had so many orders that it could not be completed, so she continued to expand the company. Currently, the Yuyun technology she founded directly occupies 3 floors of another commercial building in Longyi City, the Tianlong building. It cost her more than 300 million just to take out a loan to buy these 3 floors. Naturally, this money was also borrowed from the bank. At its peak, there were more than 200 people in the company. Even if the average monthly salary was 5,000, the monthly salary would be more than 1 million. Then there are all kinds of equipment, networks, decoration. Since her father had no financial support, she borrowed from the bank. Up to now, the bank owes nearly 400 million yuan. Her company's valuation was only 130 million. In fact, even if this is the case, she didn't care at first. In her opinion, this little money would be earned by her in no time and she would be able to make it all back. However, in the past 2 years, the global economic situation has not been good as the overseas economies have become very prosperous. Her father's old friends who originally gave her orders are now in a difficult situation, so all the orders have stopped. Suddenly she had no income, and her business was too big, so she had no choice but to lay off employees. But even if I lay off employees and save money, I cannot delay paying back the bank loan. If this continues, I may have to sell the house. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. I can't sell the building. If I sell it, my company will be useless. I'll be caught and married off. But besides the building, what else can I sell? Muttering quietly, Feng Yu also started searching for his phone. As she was flipping through the pages, she suddenly saw an advertisement posted on WeChat Moments. The Rain Cloud Supercar Club welcomes you. Yuyun Supercar Club. Oh, Haoyun, Supercar. When she saw the advertisement, she suddenly remembered that she had bought a piece of land for her good friend Li Haoyun and built a supercar club. I have been busy in recent years, and this good friend went abroad because of conflicts with his family, so I haven't been to the supercar club for more than a year. Since I'm short of money now, it's not impossible to consider selling it. Who to sell to? That's another question. Oh, by the way, that Okai doesn't seem to have a car yet. I saw him the day before yesterday and he seemed to be taking a taxi. Why don't we ask him? Feng Yu tapped the table lightly and her eyes suddenly lit up. She has always been an impetuous person. Now that she thought of it, there was no need to be polite. She picked up the phone and called Okai. At this time, Okai had already made arrangements with Su Nua for them after the market closed, and told them where to work and gather on Monday, and then he was ready to go find Zhou Qin. After all, just last night. So in Okai's eyes, the most important woman around him now is Zhou Qin. After learning that Zhou Qin was about to go to the bar, Okai also came out and hailed a taxi, ready to go there first. As a result, while in the car, he received a call from Feng Yu. Looking at the call from Feng Yu, Okai couldn't help but feel a little confused. He really didn't know why Feng Yu called him at this time, but he still picked up the phone. Hello? Director Feng? Do you have any instructions? Tisk, you're not my employee now. What instructions are you giving me? Let me ask you again. Are you sure you don't want to invest in my company? Feng Yu also spoke when he heard Okai answering the phone. Don't be ridiculous. Even though I have money, I can't just throw it into the water. Listening to Feng Yu's words, Okai also spoke calmly. Humph. I will achieve something sooner or later. Seeing that Okai was so pessimistic about him, Feng Yu also spoke loudly at this time. If you're calling me just to express your determination, I'm going to hang up. Hearing Feng Yu's angry voice on the other end of the phone, Okai said with some amusement, No, I want to ask you if you are interested in supercars and supercar clubs. Seeing that Okai was about to hang up the phone, Feng Yu immediately started talking. Supercars and supercar clubs? Hearing Feng Yu say this, Okai asked with some confusion. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Yuyun Supercar Club is a supercar club wholly owned by Feng Yu. The cars themselves depreciate very quickly, so I don't recommend investing in them. However, the land will increase in price by 113% in 2 years, so I recommend investing in it. Looking at the system prompts, Okai's eyes lit up. The price has increased by 113%. That is more than doubled. It looks like the Rain Cloud Supercar Club is in a good location. Interested? What? Are you planning to sell it? Thinking of this, Okai also spoke. Well, I have a supercar club. If you are interested, I will send you the address later. Are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. If you have time, I can go with you to have a look. Hearing that Okai was interested, Feng Yu immediately started talking. Well, okay. Let's go check it out tomorrow. As the two of them agreed, Okai also came to the street where the bar was and then hung up the phone. After Feng Yu sent the address to Okai, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If she sold this supercar club, she should be able to hold on for a while. Oh, it gives her a headache just thinking about it. Chapter 27, Level Gap. Whether Feng Yu has a headache or not has nothing to do with Okai. After getting off the bus, he walked into the street and bought a thin pancake from a stall selling multigrain pancakes. Even though he is worth hundreds of millions now, he still likes to eat this stuff. He walked into the bar after eating a pancake to fill his stomach. But as soon as he walked in, he saw many waiters busy here. Some were mopping the floor, some were taking the chairs off the table, and some were moving the wine. They were very busy. When seeing Okai come in, a nearby waiter also came over and said, Sir, we are not open yet. Please come back later. Oh, I'm a friend of your boss. I came here to wait for her. After hearing what the waiter said, Okai also responded. Hearing Okai say that he was looking for the boss, the waiter led him to the bar, which was already cleaned up. Okai then sat there and sent a message to Zhou Qin, telling her that he had arrived, and then he also looked at his phone. Then he found that the group he and Luo Guogang were in already had more than 99 messages. He remembered that when they separated at noon, he told Luo Guogang that he should show off in front of Li Weidong and Qi Yi and ask them if they wanted to come and work with him. It seemed that Luo Guogang had already started. Then he opened the chat group, and sure enough, when he scrolled up, he saw the photos of Luo Guogang's new contract, which clearly stated a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, and there was also a contract for Okai to acquire his company. After seeing these two photos, Qi Yi and Li Weidong were confused. They also thought that Okai was just kidding last night, but they never thought it was true. Today, Okai bought it directly at 52 million. What's going on? How did Okai really become a rich man? Just when they couldn't believe it and were a little confused, Luo Guogang told them that Okai asked them if they wanted to come over to help. After seeing what Luo Guogang said, Li Weidong and Qi Yi were somewhat hesitant. They don't have to worry that Okai will treat them badly. He gave Luo Guogang a monthly base salary of 100,000 yuan, and he would probably give them no less. But the problem is that Luo Guogang originally belonged to this company. He knows how the company is run, so it is normal for him to be promoted to manager. One of them studied mechanics and now works in a machinery factory, while the other one is a coder and a pure IT person. They both know nothing about finance. You can't just come here and do nothing and just get paid for free. Then what kind of brothers are you? So at this time, facing Luo Guogang's recruitment, they did not say anything, but still denounced Okai and Luo Guogang, and wanted these two to treat them to a meal and a bath. Seeing the two of them being so persistent, Luo Guogang had already rebelled. According to him, he had not received his salary yet. If you want to invite someone, you have to be a big boss. Okai will invite you. Seeing the three people sharing the same hatred for Kai, Okai couldn't help but smile. Then he picked up his phone and was about to send a message to tell them that he would treat them to a meal and a bath tomorrow. But at this moment, someone came to his side. Originally, Okai thought it was Zhou Qin, but when he looked up, he found that it was the girl he had helped last night. I only had a quick glance at her yesterday, but when I took a closer look today, I found that this girl is indeed beautiful. She is probably about 1.75 meters tall, with a small round face, which may not be as big as Okai's hand. With her big lion eyes, small nose, and small mouth, she really looks like a minor at first glance. Although she was wearing a waitress's uniform, it showed off her nice figure. A simple ponytail tied at the back of the head looks very pure. "Hello, sir." "Oh, it's you, hello." Hearing the other party's timid words, Okai also started talking with a smile. "Thank you so much for what happened last night." Seeing that Okai still remembered her, the girl also spoke respectfully. "Hey, it's okay. It's just a small favor." Waving his hand, Okai said calmly, "It's just a piece of cake for you, but it's a great favor to me." Seeing that Okai didn't care, the girl also spoke seriously. "If you really feel bad, just buy me a drink later." Seeing the serious look on the girl's face, Okai knew that it would be troublesome if he didn't accept the favor, so he also spoke with a smile. "Well, okay." Hearing Okai's way of repaying her, the girl nodded happily, and at this moment, Zhou Qin also walked in from the door. Zhou Qin changed her clothes and style today. Yesterday's Cheongsam has become a loose, off-shoulder t-shirt on the upper body and a pleated skirt that is only slightly longer than the big t-shirt on the lower body. In addition, she wore black socks with dots, white sneakers, and her hair was tied up on her head, but it was let down today, with big wavy curls and a pair of glasses. She looked a little too energetic. As soon as she saw Zhou Qin coming, the girl nodded to Okai and went to do something nearby. At this time, Zhou Qin also walked to Okai's side. "What? After all this time, you still don't forget to chat up our waiter?" Looking at Okai, Zhou Qin also looked at him with a smile. "What are you talking about? She came to thank me for helping her yesterday." Hearing Zhou Qin's words, Okai swallowed his saliva and spoke speechlessly. "Hihi. Why are you in such a hurry? I don't care whether you have other women or not. In fact, it's good for you to find more women. Otherwise, I can't handle it myself. This girl is called Sun Shanshan. She should be a sophomore this year. Do you want me to introduce her to you? Can someone recommend her to you?" Looking at Okai, Zhou Qin also laughed playfully, then took out her phone and pulled out a message from Sun Shanshan, then looked at Okai. "You witch." Looking at Zhou Qin's appearance, Okai couldn't help but roll his eyes. He felt that his level was much worse than Zhou Qin. While Okai and Zhou Qin were chatting here, Lu Shi also dragged her tired body back home. As a result, she had just returned home and sat on the sofa when her mother came out of the kitchen and looked at her. Chapter 28. Crazy. "Xiao Shi, let me ask you, where does Okai work now?" Looking at Lu Shi, her mother asked with some confusion. "Why go to work? He's a billionaire, and he still works." Rolling his eyes, Lu Shi couldn't help but say with some annoyance. When she saw Okai coming back this morning wearing the same clothes she wore last night, she felt her mentality shattered even further. Originally, she was still fantasizing that if Okai-ken came to her and apologized to her, she might agree to reconcile with Okai. But what happened last night completely shattered all the fantasies in her heart. Okai's attitude towards her was to let go. Since it was her own choice, then so be it. Moreover, he found a substitute for herself so quickly. Come to think of it, Okai is good-looking, has a nice personality, and doesn't have any bad habits. He doesn't even smoke. His only shortcoming is that he has no money. At this time, his biggest shortcoming has become an advantage. Perhaps only someone as stupid as me would choose to break up with him. A billionaire won't work? He will eventually go bankrupt if he just lives on his wealth. My judgment is correct. I told you to break up with him. But breaking up is breaking up. We can't just let this go. You know where his home is, right? Take me to his house to find him. After hearing Lu Shi's words, her mother also spoke angrily. What do you want with him? Hearing that his mother was still going to look for Okai, Lu Shi looked at her in shock. You followed him for 5 years. The compensation for the loss of your youth during these 5 years is free. He should give you half of his property. Seeing Lu Shi's shocked expression, her mother also spoke seriously. Are you serious? Or are you crazy? Don't tell me we're not married. I was the one who proposed the breakup. You asked me to do it. Why should you give me money? After hearing what his mother said, Lu Shi felt that his 3 views were becoming more and more shattered. Why can't I give you the money? He owes you this. Am I crazy? Who am I doing this for? How long can I live? The money I get back is all for you. Seeing Lu Shi's appearance, her mother also shouted angrily. You're crazy. You really want money like crazy. Why don't you check online to see which rich people have money and ask them for it? Looking at her mother's arrogant look, Lu Shi was so angry that she laughed. Then she spoke to her angrily. I don't know them. If I knew them, do you think I would care about what they want? Do you know what our country's ideology is? I should get half of their money. Lu Shi narrowed her eyes and looked at her mother with an expression that said, I'm unreasonable and I'm shameless. She shook her head speechlessly. I can't say that. I have to save face. You should do your own research. After saying that, Lu Shi took her bag and went back to her room, while Lu Shi's mother was still scolding her behind her. Look at how cowardly you are. You deserve to be bullied. You and your father are both so virtuous. Why am I so unlucky to have to deal with 2 cowards like you? By the way, Xiao Zhao called me and said that he had asked you out these few days, but you didn't go out. Do you have a problem with him? And tomorrow he wants to take you and me to see cars. If you dare not go, I will break your legs. Looking at Lu Shi's heavily closed door, her mother was still calling from behind. Listening to her mother's words, Lu Shi also sighed, feeling so tired and so overwhelmed. How she wanted to return to Okai at this moment. Let's go eat a bowl of sticky spicy hot pot together, and then snuggle up to him and watch a movie. But unfortunately, everything can't go back. Lu Shi didn't know when she fell asleep. When she woke up again, she was awakened by her mother banging on the door. He glanced at the time and realized that it was already past 7 o'clock the next morning. Although he was extremely reluctant, Lu Shi still sighed and sat up. At this moment, she was already feeling numb and empty. It was as if her soul was no longer there. As for Okai, he was also woken up, but it was a letter from Shir that woke him up. Brother Kai, the construction team has been found. Do you want to come and see? No, just install a staircase and you can just watch. I'm sorry to bother you for the next 2 days. Money is not a problem, but quality and appearance must be guaranteed. Listening to the message sent by Shir, Okai also replied. After seeing the okay message from Shir, Okai also put his phone aside. It's so busy even on the weekend. Just as Okai put his phone aside, Zhou Qin came over, rested his head on Okai's chest, and said lazily. The 2 of them stayed in the bar for a short while last night and then left. They first went to eat hot pot together and then watched a movie. Was this their first date? Then the 2 of them arrived at Zhou Qin's home, as if they were familiar with the place. Compared to the drunken impulsiveness of the night before, the 2 were much more sober last night. They were busy from 10 o'clock in the evening until about 1 o'clock in the morning. Then they washed up again, and then Okai hugged her and fell asleep. As a result, I was woken up after just 6 hours of sleep. It's just a small thing. I bought 3 flats and planned to connect them to live in. Do you want to come and live with me? Listening to Zhou Qin's words, Okai also hugged her and asked, No, I'll pick the bed, but you can always come stay at my house. Is that okay? If you're okay, I'll go back to sleep. After hearing what Okai said, Zhou Qin also shook her head and said with a smile, but at this moment Okai's cell phone rang again. It was none other than Feng Yu, telling Okai not to forget his appointment with her today. How come the news came this morning? Seeing the message from Feng Yu, Okai muttered something speechlessly, then replied to her with a no problem and put the phone down again. Then he saw Zhou Qin looking at him with a smile. Seeing her gaze, Okai also spread his hands. Go to sleep. No one will come to see me again. Forget it. Let's not sleep anymore. I'll make up for the sleep during the day after you leave. As for now, do you want to get up and eat breakfast first? Or Eat me first. Looking at Okai's gaze, Zhou Qin also sat up at this time. Through the gap in the curtains, the sunlight shone on her body at this time, and the towel blanket also slid down along with the sunlight. Looking at this scene, Okai couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Just kidding, young people not eating breakfast is an attitude, that's just their attitude. Chapter 29. Goodbye. I've arrived. Oh, I see you here. Okai took a taxi and arrived at the Yuyun Supercar Club. After getting off the car, he saw Feng Yu leaning on her Panamera and waving at Okai in the parking lot in the distance. Is this also yours? As Okai walked over, he asked Feng Yu with some shock. In his eyes at this moment, the Rain Cloud Supercar Club was extremely big. This building covers an area of nearly 1 square kilometer, is about 2 kilometers long and half a kilometer wide. It is surrounded by a circle of 2-story buildings. From the roar of cars inside, it is not difficult to guess that there is a runway inside. Sure enough, the way these rich people play is different from that of ordinary people. Yes, I originally built this place for a very good friend of mine, but she has been abroad in recent years, and I don't know if she will come back. You also know the situation of the company, so I am going to sell it. Hearing Okai's shocked expression, Feng Yu couldn't help but smile and started talking. Then they led Okai into the huge building, and when the two of them walked in, the first thing Okai saw was a row of cars. Most of these cars are sports cars, but there are also some SUVs and sedans. Okai is no stranger to the logos of these sports cars. Lamborghini, Ferrari, Porsche, Maserati, Aston Martin, and Bentley, while the likes of Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi will have to stand aside. There are 3 SUVs here, one of which is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, but the whole car is smoked black, and it seems to be called the Black Warrior or something. Next to it is a recently popular Tiawang U8 and AG770. Next to these 2 cars, the one with the most impressive aura seems much smaller, even though it is much more expensive than the Tiawang. Next to the SUV, there are several sedans. A Bentley Flying Spur, a Maybach S-Class, a BMW M8, an Audi S8, and a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, which should be used for normal receptions. But in Okai's eyes at this moment, all the cars were lined up with green arrows pointing downwards. Come to think of it, the current automobile industry has been dominated by domestic cars. It would be a loss to buy this car, so Okai just glanced at it and then looked away. Seeing that Okai just took a quick look and then looked away, Feng Yu couldn't help but feel a little confused, because in her impression, men all like cars very much. Why did Okai look away after just one glance? She was a straightforward person, so she asked curiously, "What? There's no car you like here. I just don't like cars." Looking at Feng Yu, Okai smiled lightly and said calmly, So you want to buy my supercar club?" Feng Yu asked with a puzzled look on her face after hearing Okai's words. She clearly heard Okai say yesterday that he was interested in this place. "I am interested in this piece of land. Tell me, how much do you want for it?" Looking at Feng Yu, Okai also smiled, and then asked directly about the land price. "It's just the land. I won't sell it. If you want to buy it, just buy them all." Feng Yu couldn't help but frowned when she heard Okai say that. She had thought of all the possibilities, but she had never thought that Okai only wanted to buy land and not a car. "But what do I need these cars for? I want to drive, just one is enough. There is no use for me to have them. Also, I don't know how your supercar club makes a profit. Why should I buy them?" Looking at Feng Yu's expression, Okai spread his hands and looked at her speechlessly. There are 2 main ways to make a profit. One is to collect membership fees. This is a supercar club, so I have quite a few members who come to the track for fun. If they want to try another car, such as my car, they will be charged a certain fee. It's true that I can't make a lot of money, but I can basically make ends meet. After hearing what Okai said, Feng Yu also began to explain how this supercar club operates. More than 70% of people buy sports cars just to show off. But some are for performance, for that feeling of speed. On the roads outside, even on the highway, the fastest you can drive is 144. If you drive faster, your license will be revoked. But it is not the case here because there is a circular racetrack, and it is no problem to drive over 200 kilometers per hour here, so there are many people who are willing to spend money to come here to experience the performance of the sports cars they bought. But if they get tired of driving their own sports cars or want to buy other sports cars to try out their performance, in this case, it is not realistic to buy them directly. So you can rent the sports cars, even SUVs and sedans that Feng Yu put here. According to Feng Yu, the annual membership fee alone costs 88,000 yuan. There are currently 39 members, and the membership fees alone can collect more than 3.4 million yuan each year. The money from renting a sports car is about 200,000 yuan a month, And they also sell things like lubricants, engine oil, tires, etc. It is conservatively estimated that there are 5 to 6 million yuan in revenue a year, but basically there is nothing left. Because the income here is high, but the expenses are also high, including security, staff, cleaning, car maintenance, etc. The most important thing is the road paving, which is the real expense. The roads they use here are built according to highway standards. Because only a one-way 4-lane road needs to be built, the cost of building 1 kilometer of road here is 12 million. There are a total of 5 kilometers of road here, and it costs 60 million just to build the road. The current maintenance cost is about 600,000 yuan per kilometer, which means that 3 million yuan a year is spent on this road. So Feng Yu basically has no money left. The initial investment will definitely not be recovered, and there will be no follow-up money at all. Listening to Feng Yu's words, Kai couldn't help but curl his lips. This is not worth it. He came here to invest, not to run around, but to make money. So after hesitating for a moment, he started talking to Feng Yu. How much money are you going to ask for? I spent 230 million to buy the land, build this place, and build the runway. In addition to these cars, I'll charge you 300 million. Isn't that too much? Goodbye. After hearing Feng Yu's words in front of Kai, the investment advice of the supercar club has changed from an upward arrow to a downward arrow. Although the downward trend is not much, it is still a loss of 7%. In other words, after 2 years, the value of this place will only be 279 million. Kai is not here to do charity, so he immediately opened his mouth and prepared to leave. But Feng Yu grabbed Kai's arm at the first moment. Don't leave, let's talk it over. You're asking for a sky-high price, so why don't you pay me right here? Looking at Kai, Feng Yu smiled awkwardly. Chapter 30. Class? What does it matter? 120 million. After looking around the land, mainly through the system's judgment, Kai knew that in 2 years, this piece of land would be worth 279 million. So at this time, he also quoted a price. You must be joking. All these cars I have are worth more than 60 million. After hearing Kai's words, Feng Yu immediately started speaking. Then just take the car away. I only want this land and 120 million. After taking a look at these cars, well, he basically didn't recognize any of them, so he started talking. No, don't be so stubborn. You don't like cars, but you guys must like cars. When the time comes, you can sell these cars. Okay, 250 million. Looking at Kai, Feng Yu gritted his teeth and lowered the price by 50 million. These cars are of no use to me. You can take them away. I'll increase your price by another 10 million. 130 million. Buy this land and this building, and you can take everything inside. Seeing Feng Yu's expression, Kai also quoted a real price. According to the system, the profit of this land is 113%. In other words, the land is now worth only 131 million. 130 million was already the highest price he offered. If Feng Yu didn't want to sell it, then forget it. But after Feng Yu heard what Kai said, he couldn't help but look at him with some resentment. She knew that this guy wanted to buy the land right away, and he must know the price of the land. She wanted to sell this land and these cars, so she naturally knew the price of the land. If this piece of land were to be auctioned, it would be worth about 94 million. Although this supercar club that he built cost 60 million, in fact, if the land was developed or purchased, the track would not be worth a penny. Only the building is estimated to be worth about 30 million. In other words, if she were to auction it or sell it to the government, this building would probably fetch around 124 million at most. The 130 million offered by OKC now is already a very reasonable price. Although she was still a little unwilling, she knew that this was the price of the land. But she was still a little unwilling. I want these cars, but I don't have anywhere to put them. There are nearly 40 cars here. Look at this Lamborghini Nero, it was a nearly new car last year. It has run less than 200 kilometers in total, and the car price was 6,294,994,000. Including insurance, the total cost to me was 6,997,040,000. This Maserati MC20, I just bought it at the beginning of the year. It has run less than 150 kilometers now, and the car costs 2,530,000. This Continental, convertible with a big V8, costs only 3.8 million yuan, and the total cost is 4,226,280 yuan. Let me take another loss, including the land and the car, 200 million. Looking at Kai, Feng Yu was ready to try again. After hearing her words, Kai calmly opened a second-hand car app. This Maserati MC20 now has 1.73 million left, and it has lost more than 700,000 in a year. The same model of Bentley Continental now only has 3.13 million left, a drop of more than 1 million. However, the worst hit is the Lamborghini A3. Although the mileage of the same Lamborghini A3 is about 6,000, the price has dropped to 4.99 million, resulting in a loss of nearly 2 million. Looking at this number, Feng Yu stopped talking. For those who have not bought a car, they should thank the volume of domestically produced cars, which have caused the prices of new cars to continue to collapse. But people who have already bought joint venture or imported cars really hate domestic cars, because their volume makes their cars depreciate too quickly. If this had happened 10 years ago, these cars might not have lost this much money in 5 years. But now, in less than a year, it has dropped so badly. Alright, fine, I accept it. The last price is 180 million. I'll sell the car to you as a package. If you agree, it's fine. If not, forget it. Looking at Okai's actions, Feng Yu finally endured it. Because she knew very well that the person who would take over her supercar club now either did not have the ability or did not have enough cash. In these days of tightening money, even her father might be in danger with 180 million in cash. Among the people she knew, perhaps only this mysterious Okai could do it. After hearing Feng Yu's words, Okai also looked at the car here. To be honest, he really needs a car. If the cost is 180 million, and these cars are only worth 50 million, and they are included, then it is not impossible for him to buy it. Because the most important thing is that Okai is not like Feng Yu. With these cars in his hands, he can actually make the money back. He doesn't have any sense of class that the rich have. For people like Feng Yu, car is meant to be driven. Apart from driving it yourself, you can lend it to people of the same level or let them drive in a supercar club. That's the limit. A man has a sports car, and when his friend gets married, it's not a big problem for him to help out with a car. But if you rent it to someone else to show off or rent it to someone for a wedding, you will be expelled from their class. But Okai had no such concerns at all. According to his understanding, the price of renting a wedding car here. For cars like Maybach and Bentley, the minimum rental cost for weddings on Saturdays and Sundays is around 10,000 renminbi per trip, while for sports cars, it's 20,000 renminbi per trip. This guy, 30,000 per trip, the price is very reasonable. I make 5 wedding trips a week, and with an average profit of 20,000 per car from these 40 cars, that means I have a profit of 800,000 per week. With 52 weeks in a year, that is more than 40 million. Of course, this is just his calculation. In reality, one still has to pay taxes, determine the distance to travel, hire a driver, etc. It is quite troublesome. But getting 10 million is not bad. As for those members, whether they will feel that the 13th grid has been lost, it doesn't matter if they don't become members here anymore. Because this money has already made up for the money these members spend on playing on the track. If no one plays on the track anymore, the money for maintaining the track can be saved, and the net profit can be more than 10 million a year. Then 2 years later, the land here can be sold for 280 million, and these cars can be used to set up a wedding company and continue to rent them. It's perfect. Thinking of this, Okai also nodded. Okay, 180 million, it's settled. Hearing that Okai had made the decision, Feng Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Okai decided to buy it. Then she smiled and said to Okai, "That's a deal. I'll ask the manager here to come over and introduce you to him. Then we'll go sign the contract on Monday." "No problem." Seeing Feng Yu say this, Okai nodded in response, and the matter was settled. Just when Feng Yu took out his phone to call the manager here over. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from a distance. "Okai." Hearing the voice, Okai couldn't help but look over there, and then he saw Lu Shi, her mother, and the man who were standing in the distance and looking at him. Chapter 31. Get treatment if you are sick. "Oh? What are you doing here?" Okai was stunned when he saw Lu Shi and the other two here. He was not surprised that the 3 of them came out together. After all, Lu Shi broke up with him because of this man. But in his impression, this man seems to have only one M4. Is an M4 good enough for this track? It's not impossible, but at least an M8 would be enough. So what are they doing here? "We're here to buy a car. What are you doing here?" "Ah. Yes, I heard you're rich now. Why are you here to buy a car?" Listening to Okai's words, Lu Shi's mother also looked Okai up and down. He was still dressed in the same rustic way. She had seen this set of clothes before. According to what Lu Shi said, it seemed that he bought the whole set for 100 yuan. Sure enough, a poor person is still poor no matter how rich he is. When Okai heard what her mother said, she couldn't help but frown. "Buy a car? Do you sell cars here?" "Of course, the manager here is my friend, so there's no problem with us buying it." But as for you, I heard from Auntie that you have some money now. But there are no cars here that cost less than 1 million. Can you afford it? You're not here to rent a car, are you? Hearing what Okai said, Zhao Yu couldn't help but speak immediately. In fact, his main purpose of coming here is to act cool. He has done this more than once. He takes girls to see cars, and then pretends to be 13 with the car worth millions, and then says that he has ordered one, which will probably take a while to arrive. Before that, he gets a cheap car for the girl to drive first. Then by the time comes, the Porsche 911, Mercedes-Benz AMG, Maserati GT and other cars worth more than $1 million. After driving them for a while, he will probably get tired of playing with them, and then he will have someone to tow the cars back quietly. Absolutely perfect. 13 is very comfortable, people have slept with it, played it, and then all you have to pay is some rent. At this time, Okai appeared here. In his opinion, this guy might also come to rent a car, so he mentioned first that the manager here was his friend, which meant that if Okai wanted to rent a car, he had to think it through. After hearing his words, Okai frowned even deeper, because the meaning revealed in this guy's words was very clear. He could rent a car, and he could rent a car to go out. He had clearly heard Feng Yu say that just now. It is forbidden to rent out cars here, which makes things quite interesting. Just when Okai was looking at the three people with some amusement, Lu Shi's mother walked directly in front of Okai. Give it to me. What do you want? Looking at the woman's actions, Okai couldn't help but look at her with some confusion. He didn't remember what he owed her. Stop playing dumb. It's about the money. My daughter has been with you for so many years. Even if she has no merits, she has worked hard. You should give half of your wealth to my daughter. Seeing Okai's puzzled look, Lu Shi's mother spoke as if it was a matter of course. And hearing her mother's words, everyone present couldn't help but shudder. How could she say such shameless words as if it were a matter of course? Especially Zhao Yu, who was still pursuing Lu Shi, his expression was the most shocked. But fortunately, he didn't originally want to stay with Lu Shi for long. When he had enough fun, he would naturally find a way to get away. As for Lu Shi's mother, that had nothing to do with him. At this time, Okai, though shocked, had calmed down. He then looked at her and Lu Shi, who was looking embarrassed behind her, with a playful look. Lu Shi, even though we broke up and can't be friends anymore, we are still classmates at least. Your mother's illness is getting worse. Hurry up and take her to see a doctor. You little bastard. You uneducated player. You are sick. Your whole family is sick. Is this how you talk to your elders? As soon as Okai finished speaking, Lu Shi's mother jumped up and down and started scolding Okai. When Okai heard her words, his eyes naturally narrowed. He didn't argue with her before because he didn't want to make things difficult for Lu Shi. But now, Lu Shi has nothing to do with him, so why should he spoil this bitch?
Okai directly retorted.
Being well-mannered also means facing normal elderly people. When facing those shameless old women who take advantage of their age, I didn't hit you, which shows that I have good manners. You, Lu Shi, are you deaf or blind? He is talking about your mother, and you don't even have a reaction. Seeing Okai looking down at her, Lu Shi's mother was very sure that if she said one more word, Okai might really dare to hit her. Although this kind of woman may cry out happily and complain all the time, she is actually very irresponsible and extremely afraid. When she saw this situation, she had no choice but to go to Lu Shi. Lu Shi listened to Okai's words. Although she agreed with him in her heart, she was her mother. So she had to stand up and said to Okai, Okai, we are friends. It's too much for you to say that about my mom. Is it too much? I don't think so. You were the one who broke up with me, and then your mother came to ask me for money? I can't imagine that any person with any sense of propriety and honor would say such a thing. What do you want me to do without being excessive? Give you money or support your family? Although I am rich, my money didn't come from the wind. If I throw it into the water, I can still hear the sound of water. If I give it to you, what can I get? Abuse? Listening to Lu Shi's words, Okai also started talking with a smile. You! After hearing Okai's sarcastic words without giving any face, Lu Shi also spoke. But when the words came to her lips, she really didn't know how to refute. Looking at the frustrated look on Lu Shi's mother and daughter's faces, Zhao Yu felt that it was time for him to make his debut. He then took a step forward and came in front of Okai. Originally, he wanted to grab Okai by the collar, but he found that Okai was taller and stronger than him, so he turned from wanting to take action to talking nonsense. Are you still a man? How can you treat the woman you once loved like this? Shouldn't you sincerely wish her well for finding a man who is more reliable than you? Trash like you, in front of me, makes me feel dirty. Looking at Okai, Zhao Yu couldn't help but squinted his eyes and started talking. Just at this moment, He also saw Feng Yu walking towards him with a man in the distance, and then he couldn't help but smile. Boy, you want to rent a car and act cool, right? Unfortunately, you don't have the chance. Wu Zhong, throw him out. Ah? You too. Is there some misunderstanding? Wu Zhong, who was standing next to Feng Yu at this time, and Feng Yu, who had just arrived, were both stunned. How come Okai had a conflict with someone in such a short time? And why does it feel like this guy knows the manager here? Where is Wu Zhong? Chapter 32. You're fired. What misunderstanding? I brought my girlfriend here to pick a car today and I ran into this poor idiot. Throw him out. After hearing Wu Zhong's words, Zhao Yu couldn't help but speak. When Wu Zhong heard him say this, his expression changed instantly, and Feng Yu's eyes also fixed. Pick a car? This is not a 4S store. All the cars here are hers and not for sale. So what kind of car do these people choose? Thinking of this, she looked at Wu Zhong beside her in confusion. You don't talk nonsense. This is my friend. He was just joking with me. Looking at Feng Yu's gaze, Wu Zhong forced a smile at this time, then glared at Zhao Yu and said seriously, but this Zhao Yu might indeed have some holes in his brain. Looking at Wu Zhong's gaze, he did not react and continued talking. What are you afraid of? Except for your boss who hasn't been here for a few years, you are the one who has the final say here. Who dares to gossip about you? Call security and throw him out. Pointing at Okai, Zhao Yu still spoke with a relaxed look. Shut up. I think you're going to be thrown out. Seeing that Zhao Yu was getting more and more outrageous, Wu Zhong panicked and spoke immediately. After hearing Wu Zhong's words of disrespect, Lu Shi's mother couldn't help but feel even more unhappy. So she looked at Zhao Yu and said, Zhao, what's wrong with your friend? Who would buy a car with us? Is he worthy? Auntie, please wait a moment. I'll go talk to him. After listening to Lu Shi's mother's words, Zhao Yu also said a few words with a smile, and then came to Wu Zhong. You took the wrong medicine. Are you going to let me down like this today? I think you took the wrong medicine. This is my boss. Looking at Zhao Yu, Wu Zhong also spoke hatefully in a low voice at this time. After hearing Wu Zhong's words, Zhao Yu looked at the woman next to Wu Zhong with surprise. He had just seen Feng Yu. To be honest, Feng Yu was quite beautiful, not inferior to Lu Shi, especially her noble appearance and all the branded clothes. One could tell at a glance that she was either rich or noble. He originally thought that she was Wu Zhong's client. I never thought that he was his boss. He had heard from Wu Zhong that his boss, in addition to the supercar club, also had a big company and his net worth might be over 10 billion. 1 billion. It may not sound like much, but to ordinary people it is an astronomical figure. He had always thought that Wu Zhong's boss was a middle-aged man, but he never imagined that she was such a beautiful young girl. You can tell at first glance that he is also a rich second generation. If I could take her down, wouldn't I be able to take off straight away? Your name is Wu Zhong? There's really no mistake with that name. Just as Zhao Yu was looking at Feng Yu with lustful eyes, Okai also looked at Wu Zhong and asked with a smile. Haha. This impressive man must be Mr. O. After hearing what Okai said, Wu Lu forced a smile and asked in a voice that was not much better than crying. Does your friend know him? Pulling Zhao Yu, Lu Shi's mother also spoke at this time. This? Hearing Lu Shi's mother's question, Zhao Yu didn't know how to answer for a moment and could only look at Wu Zhong. And Wu Zhong's face became even more embarrassed. Fortunately, Feng Yu directly stood up and said, Let me introduce you to Mr. Okayu. He just spent 180 million to purchase this supercar club. In other words, he is now the owner of this place. Also, I remember this is a supercar club, not a rental mall, and we don't sell cars. Wu Zhong, I need an explanation. Mr. Feng. No, this is what I think. When Wu Zhong heard Feng Yu's direct question, his mind started to work quickly and he began to speak stutteringly. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Okai. What else is there to explain? He secretly rented cars for these second-generation rubbish to pick up girls without your knowledge. TSK, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have continued to use him. But now, Wu Zhong, you are fired. You have 2 days to pay back the money you paid for renting the car privately. Otherwise, you will be misappropriating public property and misappropriating public resources. I have a very strong legal team, and I think they will be happy to fight this case. Patting Wu Zhong on the shoulder, Okai also started talking with a smile. After Wu Zhong heard Okai's words, his legs went weak and he instantly collapsed to the ground. It was over. Just as he had thought. It was over all over. Then Okai turned his head and looked at Lu Shi and the others. After hearing Feng Yu say that Okai spent 180 million to buy this place, the three of them were completely stunned. Okai bought 3 large flats, spending nearly 90 million, and today he spent another 180 million to buy such a large supercar club. Originally, She said that her mother had no idea what was going on. But now that she heard these words with her own ears, she was a little shocked for a moment. If she hadn't persuaded her daughter to separate from Okai, does that mean all these cars will belong to them from now on? Suddenly, she felt that Zhao Yu beside her didn't smell as good anymore. Zhao Yu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed at this time. Did he just call a person who could take out 180 million in cash trash and dirty? His memory was not very good and he had forgotten. As for Shi, her look at this moment was still very complicated. She actually wanted to ask Okai to forgive her, but her pride would not allow her to eat him back after she had said they broke up. Okai was too lazy to care about their mentality and said at this time, "Security, please ask the 3 of them to leave, and then follow your manager to pack up your things." "Boss O, Mr. O, please give me another chance. Please give me another chance. If you don't pay back the money, save this for the judge. Misappropriation of other people's property for profit is punishable by imprisonment of up to 3 years in minor cases, and by more than 3 years but less than 7 years in serious cases." Looking at this guy's appearance, you can tell that he probably won't be able to escape even 7 years. But Okai had no intention of giving him another chance. He waved his hand and the security guards who had surrounded them split into 2 groups. One group drove away Shi and the other 2, and the other group took Wu Zhong away directly. After Shi glanced at Okai, she turned around and left. Seeing Shi leaving, her mother, who originally wanted to leave, had to leave quickly as well. As for Zhao Yu, he wished that Okai didn't notice him, because he felt that he might have brought a difficult person into his home. Chapter 33. Manager Li, take office. I have no objection to you dealing with Wu Zhong, but shouldn't the money Wu Zhong handed back belong to me? After all, it was my loss. Seeing that everyone here had been dealt with, Feng Yu couldn't help but come over with a smile and whispered to Okai, "Is your Panamera also registered in the name of this supercar club?" Hearing that Feng Yu even wanted to take the money, Okai couldn't help but roll his eyes. "That won't do. That was a gift I bought for myself when I graduated." Fine, you stingy guy. You're so rich, but you can't bear to give a little to a poor person like me." After rolling his eyes at Okai, Feng Yu also started talking. "First of all, you are not poor. Secondly, I have left the car to you. What else do you want?" Spreading his hands, Okai looked at Feng Yu and muttered speechlessly, "I also want you to invest in my company." Hearing what Okai said, Feng Yu also put his hands behind his back, tilted his head to look at Okai, and then started talking with a smile. "Big sister, with this 180 million, you still have a shortfall of less than 100 million. If you can't make a living with this 100 million, then you should quit your job and go home to be a big lady." Looking at Feng Yu, Okai said helplessly, "Hey, how do you know I still have a shortfall of 100 million? Have you investigated me? Are you secretly in love with me?" As soon as Okai finished speaking, Feng Yu also spoke, but his words only made Okai look even more helpless. "Sister, is it possible that 4 days ago, I was still your employee?" "Well, that's right. Ha 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 ha. Okay, let's not talk about the company's affairs. You fired Wu Zhong here, so you need to have someone you trust to be the manager. Do you want me to recommend one to you?" Only then did Feng Yu remember that Okai seemed to have been fired by himself. Even though she and Okai had only met a few times, in her heart, she felt that her relationship with Okai had made great progress. She had basically been communicating with Okai as if he were a being of the same level. You can't tell at all that Okai has been working in his own company for 3 years. Honestly, if you know the right manager, you can just hand the company over to him. What does a manager here mainly do? Seeing that Okai underestimated her operational ability, Feng Yu couldn't help but puff up her lips in anger. However, although she was dissatisfied with Okai's words, she still said what the manager here needed to do. The managers here need to do only 3 things. The first is to manage the staff here, the second is to get along well with the members here, and the third is to take good care of the cars here. When someone needs to use them, they must be in the best condition at any time and anywhere. Counting on his fingers, Feng Yu also explained what the cars here needed. "Well, I roughly know it." Thinking of this, Okai picked up his mobile phone and called Li Weidong directly. "Hey, Kaizi, what's going on?" The phone rang several times before it was picked up, and then Li Weidong's half-dead voice was heard. "No way. It's noon and you're still sleeping?" After looking at the time, Okai asked hesitantly. Hey, wasn't it time to play Black Monkey yesterday? I played all night when I came back and didn't go to bed until after 3 a.m. Tell me what you want to say. Li Weidong said embarrassedly after hearing Okai's words. This guy's favorite thing to do is to play games. Of course, Okai and his friends used to do this too. I'll send you an address. Come over quickly after you wash up. I found a good job for you. After hearing what Li Weidong said, Okai also stated his purpose. Well, brother, I'm not being sentimental. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm really not good at finance. I can't take advantage of you for nothing if I go there. Li Weidong was still too honest. After hearing what Okai said, he spoke with some hesitation. It's not finance. I just acquired a supercar club. You come here to be the manager. Your main job is to take good care of my sports cars. And sell things by the way. Hearing what Li Weidong said, Okai also smiled. Sports car? I can do that. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. Upon hearing Okai's words, Li Weidong immediately responded, then hung up the phone with excitement, and then got up and washed. After Okai hung up the phone and sent the address to Li Weidong, he also looked at Feng Yu beside him. Mr. Feng, do you have anything else to do today? No, the company is like a mountain pressing on me. I don't have any spare time to do anything else now. Spreading his hands, Feng Yu also said that he had nothing to do today. If you don't have any, come with me to test drive the car. With a laugh, Okai happily walked towards the Lamborghini next to him. Although he said he didn't have a car, he actually had a driver's license. When he was in college, he wanted to save money, so he took the driving test with his classmates. Driving seems quite easy to him because he passed the driving test in one try. But after getting in the car, he felt a little bit confused. First of all, this car is very uncomfortable to sit in. Extremely uncomfortable. In order to reduce air resistance, sports cars are very short and low. When you get into the car, you are actually half lying down, and the visibility is very poor. At the same time, the seats of this sports car are very wraparound. Sitting in it is like being pushed into an operating room with your body trapped inside, half lying down. Maybe it will be fine once I get used to sitting like this, but now my waist and neck are really uncomfortable. The second reason for his confusion was that there was no Chinese language in the car. Apart from the brake and accelerator, it was difficult for him to distinguish other things. Fortunately, Feng Yu understood this very well. Although her teasing expression made Okai a little unhappy, he still listened to Feng Yu's explanation carefully. Then he slowly drove the car and started the race. After running 2 laps, he changed to other cars and drove them one by one, first the sports car, then the sedan, and then the SUV. To be honest, his favorite car to drive is SUV. Among the 3 cars, the G-Class is the hardest, hard everywhere, while the Cullinan is the softest, soft everywhere. It drives like a big ship, not shaking, but soft. The Outlook is a more mid-range model. It's not as comfortable to sit in as the Cullinan, but it's definitely better than the Cullinan when it comes to off-road driving. The most important thing is that it can float if it falls into the water, which is very powerful. So Okai thought about it and decided to drive the car back himself. From now on, this car would be his own. Just as he and Feng Yu got out of the car, Li Weidong also arrived. Chapter 34. No room. I'm so mad, so mad. This little bastard. It's definitely not an easy way for him to get rich. I want to report him. And tomorrow, put up a banner for me, and I will come here every day to make trouble with him. Alright, you still think it's not shameful enough. You want to take advantage of your age, but do you have the qualifications? If you go and make trouble, no one will call the police to arrest you. After leaving Yu Yun's supercar club, Lu Shi's mother had a gloomy face and got into Zhao Yu's car and returned home. The first thing she did when she got out of the car was to pull Lu Shi out. Then she went back home and started to go crazy. Hearing her crazy words, Lu Shi's father couldn't help but speak. Catch me. Come on. I want to see who dares to catch me and see if I will make trouble for him. When her mother heard what Lu Shi's father said, her eyes narrowed and she shouted loudly. Who are you making trouble for? The police station. She was originally going to be detained, but because of your trouble, she was sentenced. Seeing her mother making a fuss, Lu Shi couldn't help but speak. What's the point of sentencing? Just watch me get sentenced. When her mother heard Lu Shi's words, she also came towards Lu Shi. Stop yelling at the child. You've ruined the child's happiness. What will we do if we don't watch over him? We'll go and rob him for you. Why don't you let us rebel? Looking at her mother's expression, Lu Shi's father suddenly became tough for once. Why can't you rebel? So many people in history have successfully rebelled, why can't you? To put it bluntly, you two are cowards. Seeing me being bullied, you don't dare to fight back? I have ruined the happiness of my child. I gave her life. Who am I doing all this for? It's for her. This life is unbearable. I was bullied by outsiders outside, and now I have to endure the anger of you too when I get home. Seeing that Lu Shi's father dared to talk back, Lu Shi's mother immediately started crying and shouting. Hearing her mother say this, Lu Shi and her father both showed disgust in their eyes. Come on, it's noon. Let's go out for lunch without her. This time, Lu Shi's father continued to be tough. After saying something to Lu Shi, he took Lu Shi downstairs. In a small restaurant downstairs, the father and daughter ordered 2 plates and 2 bowls of rice, and then began to eat. When they were almost done, Lu Shi's father also looked at Lu Shi. Xiao Shi, are you and Okai still in love? Dad, I don't want to talk about this. Hearing his father's words, Lu Shi also said with his head down. Hey, I understand. Actually, I have always thought that Xiao Kai is a good person. He is filial and has a good personality. Most importantly, he is good to you. Although you didn't have much money in the past, it is not impossible to make money. In fact, it would be good if you could stay with Xiao Kai forever. But there is such a thing at home and no one can do anything about it. If you want to get back together but can't open your mouth, I'll tell you. From now on, you two should live a good life, and you don't have to come back to this house. Looking at Lu Shi's expression, Lu Shi's father also spoke, which was rare at this time. Hearing what her father said, Lu Shi smiled bitterly. She really wanted to ask, why didn't you say this at the beginning? If not for the fact that everyone around me was against it, how could I have been so shaken as to break up with Okaidi? But now, even if there is medicine to regret, it is too late. Dad, it's too late. There's no place for me by his side anymore. He already has someone new. Looking at her father with a miserable smile, Lu Shi took a deep breath and said, then continued to eat. Listening to Lu Shi's words, her father opened his mouth and finally closed it. Yes, life is not a game. There is a place to save the game. Life is like this sometimes. Some things are over, just pass by. So at this time, Lu Shi's father also lowered his head and started eating. On the other side, Okai and his friends were also eating. However, they did not go out to eat, but ate directly in the cafeteria of the Supercar Club. There are more than 40 employees in the Supercar Club, not counting the members. It is impossible for these more than 40 people to eat out all day or order takeout because this place is located in the urban-rural fringe, outside the 4th Ring Road, otherwise the land would not be so cheap. So there must be a canteen here. To be honest, the chefs in the cafeteria are quite good. According to Feng Yu, she only ordered 2 staff members here. One is Wu Zhong, the manager, and the other is the chef here. Although rich people may be taken advantage of, there is nothing wrong with their aesthetic taste, so Feng Yu ate in the cafeteria with them today. While eating, Li Weidong kept glancing at Okai and Feng Yu. He was a little confused. What was the relationship between his buddy and this girl who was always bickering with him? If that's the kind of relationship, then isn't my buddy moving too fast? He didn't even know that the goddess in their hearts, the bar's proprietress, had already been won over by Okai on the first day. At this moment, they still had the leisure to watch Okai bickering with others. However, the two of them were arguing while eating. Suddenly, Feng Yu received a call. She did not hide the call but answered it directly in front of everyone. After answering a few words casually, she hung up the phone. And Okai also asked curiously at this time, who is it? Calling you in the middle of the day? Someone to collect a bill. How is that possible? Banks are closed on Saturdays and Sundays. Besides, I haven't reached the point where I need them to urge me to pay back the money. It's from an auction and they really didn't do any background check. I'm almost penniless now, and they actually called me. Feng Yu picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork in front of him and threw it into his mouth, rolling his eyes. Auction? Okai seemed to have only seen this word in fantasy novels. In the real world, he had never heard of it or been to one. Interested? Seeing Okai's somewhat puzzled look, Feng Yu also asked. Yeah, a little bit. Touching his nose, Okai had indeed never been there, so he was a little curious. Here, this is for you. This is my membership card. There will be an auction tomorrow. If you want to go and have a look, go ahead. But there is nothing in it. You can change it to your name when you go. Seeing Okai say this, Feng Yu also took out a membership card from her bag and placed it in front of Okai. Aren't you going? After taking the membership card, Okai also looked at her. I won't go. I need to save money now. I'm afraid of spending too much money if I go. You go by yourself. Oh, and it's better to bring a female companion. Looking at Okai's gaze, Feng Yu said with some hesitation. Chapter 35. Female Companion. Female Companion. Sitting in the chairman's office of the supercar club, Okai also muttered quietly while looking at his phone. After lunch, Feng Yu left first as she still had to prepare the contract. It's better to sign the contract with Okai on Monday. Okai was not worried about the money at all. He still had more than 100 million in the bank. Tomorrow it would be more than 200 million, and the day after tomorrow, Monday morning, it would be more than 300 million. So even if he deducted Feng Yu's 180 million, he still had 120 million to use. As for the 200 million in the stock market, he will manage it and it will slowly roll away, so there is no need to rush. That's why he wanted to go to this auction to take a look. However, according to Feng Yu, he needed to bring a female companion to the auction, and his first choice was naturally Zhou Qin. So at this time, he also played Zhou Qin's video. The video was quickly connected, and then Okai saw Zhou Qin, who was wearing a white home suit, sitting at the dining table and eating snail noodles. The phone was held horizontally, and it was not difficult to tell that she was probably watching a drama or something. Seeing Okai, she couldn't help but smile and asked, "Oh, you missed me so soon." "Yeah, I was just about to ask if you had eaten. If I hadn't made an appointment with Luo Guogang and the others to go out for drinks in the evening, I would have gone back to find you right now." Listening to Zhou Qin's words, Okai also started talking with a smile. "Don't come back. I can't hold on any longer. You should go home and sleep today. I need to rest for a while." Zhou Qin rolled her eyes seductively and spoke at this time. "No, I'll go back at night. I promise. I'll just hug you and do nothing else." Looking at Zhou Qin's expression, Okai also stretched out 3 fingers and said seriously, "Bah, men's words are always deceiving. Even though you are my first man, I obviously don't trust you. And why did you come to me for nothing?" Looking at Okai with a smile, Zhou Qin also raised an eyebrow at him. "I have to say, this goblin is too ferocious, and every move he makes is really too charming. Fortunately, Okai has a perfect body. Otherwise, he was really afraid that he would not be able to resist Zhou Qin. Even so, her every move was almost enough to hook Okai into a black carp. He felt like a dog licking Zhou Qin's boots in front of her. She is beautiful, has a great figure, a perfect personality, is not clingy, and is caring. Such a woman can really be described as the embodiment of perfection. Bah, a dog licks a dog and ends up with nothing. He definitely won't be a dog licker. I hope you don't come to chat with me. If you have something to say, just say it now. Don't delay me from watching the show." Seeing that Okai's eyes were a little wandering because of what he said, Zhou Qin also propped up his chin and asked him, "Well, there is something going on. There is an auction tomorrow and I want to take you with me." Hearing Zhou Qin talking about serious matters, Okai also responded, "Auction? Forget it. I don't really like this kind of occasion. But if you want to attend, you do need a female companion. If you don't have one, I have quite a few pretty girls in my shop. Would you like me to introduce them to you?" Seeing Okai mention the auction, Zhou Qin shook her head and said that she was not very interested in the auction, but she could introduce a few female companions to Okai. "Forget it. If you don't want to go, I'll find my assistant." Hearing that Zhou Qin didn't want to go, Okai thought about it and decided to find Shir. If Shir didn't have time, Su Nua would also be fine. "Well, okay. Remember to greet them in advance and make an appointment. Also, you need to prepare some clothes for your assistant to attend the auction. It doesn't matter to you, but your female companion must wear a dress." After hearing what Okai said, Zhou Qin did not show any jealousy or reluctance at all. Instead, she smiled and gave Okai advice. After that, Okai chatted with her for a few more sentences. Zhou Qin hung up the phone and continued watching the drama. As for Okai, he also called Shir. "Brother Kai, do you have any instructions?" As soon as he picked up the phone, Okai heard the sound of an electric drill coming from the other end of the phone. Needless to say, he knew that Shir was probably still watching over the work at home. "Shir, are you still at my house?" "Yes, otherwise I would always worry about their work. Now the staircase from the 32nd floor to the 33rd floor is almost finished, and the handrails are being installed. The whole thing is made of metal, solid wood, and tempered glass. It's pretty nice. It looks pretty nice to me." Upon hearing what Okai said, Shir also started talking with a smile. "Well, okay, I trust you, just watch and do it. But there's no need to watch all the time. It's all smoke. It's bad for your health. You can take this opportunity to go out and buy some clothes." Hearing Shir's happy voice, Okai also spoke. "What to buy? Clothes? When Sure heard Okai asking her to buy clothes, she couldn't help but ask with some confusion. Buy a dress. There will be an auction tomorrow night. You can be my female companion. Ah? Auction? Dress? Brother Kai, am I not good enough? When Sure heard Okai asking her to buy a dress to attend the auction, she couldn't help but swallow and said somewhat embarrassedly, why not? You're my assistant. You'll definitely be attending a lot of events like this in the future. You have to get used to it. Okay, go buy some clothes, shoes, bags, and even some jewelry. Then send me a message and I'll reimburse you in full. Oh, after hearing Okai's affirmative words, Sure also said softly, Okai was right in one thing. As his assistant, she would probably participate in many occasions like this in the future, so Sure really needed to adapt in advance. But she doesn't know how to buy a dress. She picked up her phone and looked around. Among all the people she knew, the only one who might have something to do with the dress was Sunua, so she called Sunua at this time. After hearing what Sure said, Sunua was actually a little confused, because she was just a low-level financial practitioner before. She didn't know anything about dresses, but everyone has a certain mentality. Since others come to her for help, even if she doesn't know, she has to pretend to know a lot. So the two of them made an appointment to go shopping together. As for Okai, he started playing games in Feng Yu's original office. Even though Feng Yu doesn't know much about computers, the host computer she has is top-notch. The 4090 with a 4K screen seems to cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. I just heard Li Weidong talking about the black monkey, and Okai also placed one here. Then he started to play, but to be honest, his reaction speed. Playing this game is like cheating. The attacks of the boss seem to be in slow motion to him. There is no such thing as fast or slow swords or time difference. An initial chopping stick breaks everything. No matter whether he was fighting Guangji, Guangmo, Datu, Shosher, Balajlang, Link Suzy, or anyone else, he could defeat them in one go. By the time Li Weidong had a general understanding of what he was going to do and the two were ready to leave, he had already defeated the hidden boss Jin Qi. Seeing Okai's progress really hurt Li Weidong. He played until 3 in the morning and was still stuck with Shosher, the Snake Man. Playing this game really depends on talent. Chapter 36. Classmates. As the 4 gentlemen including Okai lay down on the bathing table, the bathing masters here couldn't help but start rubbing the mud off their bodies. The 4 of them closed their eyes comfortably, feeling the pleasure of taking a bath. Of course, there is another reason for closing your eyes and mouth, which is that you are afraid that mud will fall into your eyes and mouth, which is disgusting. Just then, when the 4 of them lay down, a few of them started talking. No, Kaizi, how much money did you make? You bought a house, a company, and a sports car club. Looking at Okai, Luo Guogang also started asking. Don't worry about this. Lao Luo, just help me take care of the company. Dongzi, help me take care of the supercar club. After I sign the contract on Monday, I can contact any wedding companies and rent them a car. As for leasing it directly, forget it. These cars are too new to be worth leasing now. Feeling the strength of the uncle rubbing his back, Okai also started talking with a smile. Damn, Godfather. You've made arrangements for both of them, but what about me? Originally, if Okai had only arranged Luo Guogang, then there would be nothing to say. It just happened to acquire Luo Guogang's company, which is also normal. But now Okai has also set up a supercar club and arranged for Li Weidong to join. Although Li Weidong may not earn as much as Luo Guogang, it is conservatively estimated that he earns at least 1 million a year. In a few years, the money is enough to buy a house in full. This made Qi Yi a little anxious. I don't have any ideas for now, but you can go to Gangzi first. Anyway, the technical department of this company also needs people who can write code. We can arrange you when there are other companies in the future. After hearing Qi Yi's words, Okai also spoke. Yeah, okay. It's better than staying in this company and suffering. After hearing Okai's words, Qi Yi hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Hee, you birdman. Don't you get bullied when you become my subordinate? You are too naive. After seeing Qi Yi finish speaking, Luo Guogang also started talking with a smile. But all he got in return was Qi Yi's middle finger. Let's not talk about this anymore. After you finish taking a shower, do you want to go upstairs or go drink? After some laughter, Li Weidong also started to ask. Of course I went upstairs and drank. Hearing Li Weidong's words, Luo Guogang also said something. Can you do it? After going upstairs, do you still have the energy to drink? Looking at Luo Guogang, Qi Yi also teased him with a smile. I'm not going upstairs for anything, it's just a normal massage. Why don't you have the energy to drink? Don't you know that there's a severe crackdown recently? After returning the middle finger to Chi-E, Luo Guogang also spoke. Then the four of them decided on the steps for a while. After the four of them finished scrubbing and rinsing, they changed into bathrobes and went upstairs. Of course, they just found a big private room for a massage. They massaged their shoulders, backs, and feet. Although the people doing the massage were girls who were dressed very simply, nothing that shouldn't have happened. And just as they were enjoying the massage, at this moment, Luo Guogang's cell phone suddenly rang. Then I saw him chuckle disdainfully, and then he started typing. What's wrong? Why does your tone sound so disdainful? Who has provoked our manager Luo again? Looking at Luo Guogang, Chi-E on this side also asked curiously. You're not in it. There's someone in our junior high school group pretending to be stupid. After hearing what Luo Guogang said, Li Weidong couldn't help but pick up his phone and start looking at it. Then he couldn't help but sneer in disdain, and looking at the indifferent Okai, he couldn't help but speak. By the way, you didn't join the group, right? Do you still remember Lu Chifu's grandson? He got rich recently. His family's land was occupied and he lost a lot of money. Then he opened a processing plant. It seemed to be producing pig feed before, but now it's cement and he made a lot of money. I just bought a new car today, and I'm showing off in the group. Okai did not join the classmates group, mainly because he had attended a class reunion when he graduated from college. He originally thought that attending a class reunion was a way to keep in touch. It turned out that there were basically only two themes at this class reunion. One was pretending to be cool, and the other was having affairs. He saw with his own eyes that after the reunion, several couples who were not together left together hugging each other. Then, those who used to be at odds with each other in school, when they heard who had money, they also tried to curry favor with that person, which really made him feel unhappy, so he no longer had any contact with these classmates. But Luo Guogang and Li Weidong are still there. As for Lu Chifu mentioned by Li Weidong, this grandson was a full-type person when he was in junior high school. He was always among the bottom three in the class. His family contracted land for farming, so neither the teachers nor his classmates liked him very much. Later I heard that he didn't even finish high school. But sometimes it is like this, a person's fate is determined by heaven. The highway was rerouted and his land was occupied. He had to pay a one-time compensation of more than 10 million yuan. They used the money to set up a pig feed processing plant, and their business is booming. Now I work in a cement processing factory, and I can earn at least 700,000 to 800,000 yuan a year. Among Okai's classmates, he is already the best. Of course, we have to get rid of Okai, Luo Guogang and Chi-E now. The reason why it was so lively here today was because he had just bought a BMW X5, and many people in the group praised him. Seeing this, Li Weidong also said to Okai, Damn, he installed this 13. I can use your cars, is that okay? No problem, crush him. Hearing Li Weidong's words, Okai also started talking with a smile. Then Li Weidong directly picked a video and sent it to the classmates group. Master Lu is really amazing. This BMW X5 must be worth 600,000 or 700,000 yuan. What do you mean 6 or 700,000? This car costs more than 800,000. Young Master Lu is really a promising young man. Hey, it's nothing, just a few months' income. I originally wanted to buy an 8 Series, but sedans are not suitable for me. I still like SUVs. Yeah, this little money is nothing to young Master Lu. Li Weidong shared a video.
Li Weidong.
What did he share? Did his machinery factory produce a new tractor? No, it seems to be a car, a BMW. This is a BMW 8 Series? Lao Li, have you made a fortune? BMW 8 Series? It's probably worth more than 1 million. What BMW 8 Series? Look carefully, that's M8. This car costs more than 2 million. Looking at these people who suddenly appeared in the group, Luo Guogang just happened to cooperate at this time. Chapter 37. A Fatal Blow. More than 2 million, 10,000? Oh Lao Luo, are you crazy? You know you're good friends with Li Weidong, and you're bragging for him. I'm not exaggerating. I checked and this car is indeed worth more than 2 million. Damn, Li Weidong. Don't tell me this car is yours. Li Weidong shared a video. Seeing the doubts in the classmates group, Li Weidong posted a video of another car, and this time these people went crazy again. Shit, Mercedes? No, this is Mercedes-Benz AMG. This is a Maybach. Li Weidong, are you selling cars? Li Weidong shared a video. Oh shit, this is a Cullinan? The one next to it is a G-Class. And another one is a Vista. Li Weidong, brother Dong. What have you been doing? You went to Jincheng Port to sell cars? Li Weidong shared a video. Seeing these people's shocked expressions, Lee Weidong would occasionally upload a video of a car he had taken this afternoon. The videos were not long, only about 10 seconds, and they showed him in the car, but they still made these people stunned. These luxury cars are hard to see together even on TV, let alone in normal times. For a while, the whole class was wondering what Lee Weidong was doing. After a while, Lee Weidong finally spoke. Don't guess. These cars are not mine. They belong to Okai. He bought a supercar club and bought these cars for fun. I am his manager now. If any of my classmates want to experience luxury cars, they can come and play with me. As Lee Weidong spoke, he looked at Okai, and Okai also waved his hand. He was pretending to be cool and taking himself with him. Well, it was actually quite cool.
Ukai.
He's not in this group, right? What is he doing now? There's also a supercar club? He bought these cars for fun. Damn. Could you guys stop bragging? That's right. A supercar club must cost at least tens of millions. If I sell you 3, are you 3 worth even a fraction of that? After hearing what Lee Weidong said, some people who disliked them naturally emerged from the group, ready to expose them with righteous expressions. Lee Weidong shared a video. Hey, you guys are too timid, guessing too high. This supercar club is worth 180 million, and it was just confirmed today. Luo Guogang shared a video. That's nothing. He is my boss now. He also bought our company. Like Lee Weidong, I am the general manager under him. Lee Weidong had just finished speaking when Luo Guogang also shared a video. It was a video of him walking into the general manager's office in the company. The nameplate on the general manager's office was his name, Luo Guogang. As soon as these 2 videos were released, the entire junior high school group was silent for 3 seconds, and then suddenly countless messages popped up. Oh my god, this is so cool. He seemed so ordinary when he was in school, but he turned out to be so amazing. Brother Luo, please help push Mr. O's letter. Brother Lee, could you please ask Mr. O if he has any other work? Gongzi, Dongzi, how much do you get paid by Okai? It's all the same. Base salary is 100,000 a month, plus commission. Oh my god. 2 big guys. Please help me give it a try. We are all classmates. Please help me. Looking at the crazy messages being sent in the class group, Luo Guogang and Lee Weidong tacitly went silent at the same time. As for Lu Chifu, who would go to his old and broken X5 now. By the time they had finished installing 13, Okai and the others had also finished massaging. Afterwards, Okai was about to pay the bill, but found that the bill had already been paid. Looking at this scene, Okai also smiled. Although he really didn't care about this little money, and these people were teasing Okai to ask him to treat them, but when it came to actually taking the money, they naturally wouldn't let Okai take it all. After all, the most important thing between friends is equality. If one person treats you every day, what's the point? Rich people treat expensive guests, poor people treat cheap guests, these are normal. If friends still have to calculate this, then they really can't get along. But it certainly can't be allowed to be taken by one person alone. So Okai didn't say much. After taking a shower, Okai drove the 3 of them to Zhou Qin's bar. As the 4 of them sat down, Qi couldn't help but speak up. How come the boss lady is dressed so conservatively after not seeing her for 2 days? Has she found a boyfriend? Indeed, Zhou Qin was dressed much more conservatively today than when Okai first saw her. She was now wearing a white puff-sleeve top on the upper body and a pair of high-waisted jeans on the lower body. Except for a little bit of her belly button exposed, her dressing style was very different from a few days ago. Although her figure is so hot and sexy, the degree of exposure is indeed too little. In fact, Okai never told her that he didn't like her wearing clothes that were too sexy. But Zhou Qin clearly felt it. She had already changed into a pure style yesterday, and today she was wrapped even more tightly. Listening to Qi's words, Okai just smiled. It was really hard to say about this matter. However, Zhou Qin soon came over to confirm the relationship between the 2. Because this time, they hadn't even waited for the drinks to be ordered. When Zhou Qin saw Okai and the others coming, she took the initiative to come over with 2 bottles of wine. After putting them on the table, she naturally walked behind Okai and put her hands on his shoulders. Okai's head just happened to be in the position that countless people paid close attention to. Sister Zhou, what are you doing? Sister Zhou is my girlfriend now. Seeing the surprised looks on the faces of the 3 people, Okai also said with a smile at this time. What girlfriend? I am at most his lover now. I'm not prepared to take responsibility. When the 3 of you come later, there will be plenty of drinks, and it will be charged to his account. Hearing Okai's words, Zhou Qin also started talking with a smile. then waved her hand coquettishly and walked back to the bar. As soon as she left, the eyes of Luo Guogang and the other two beside Okai instantly became fiery. You're so good. You managed to seduce the boss lady on your first day? That's right. You are such a dishonest boy. We brought you here to see the boss lady. But you just took you away to keep it as a treasure? I said we were being so naive just now and you ignored us. But it turns out you were waiting here to give us a fatal blow. Ah, as expected. Excellent people are excellent wherever they go. Damn it. He just completed the work for you safely, and you're already flattering him? Gratitude is gratitude. Help is help, and scolding him is scolding. Hearing Li Weidong's obviously inappropriate words, Qi couldn't help but look at him with contempt. Looking at their expressions, Okai also laughed. It turned out that being envied by others is a very pleasant thing. Chapter 38. Reason. Huh, I shouldn't have let you come over. Didn't we agree that we were just going to sleep? What are you doing now? Zhou Qin weakly hit Okai with his hand and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Tonight, after Okai took Luo Guogang, Li Weidong and Qi Yi to the bar for a drink, he slipped away with Zhou Qin and drove back to Zhou Qin's home. As soon as they came in, something happened to them that was supposed to happen. Haha. Sleep. Sleep now. Grabbing Zhou Qin's hand, Okai also said with a smile at this time. I'm sweaty all over now, and I can't sleep well. I'm going to take a shower. After breaking away from Okai's hand, Zhou Qin also struggled to stand up. Let's go together, Okai said immediately after seeing Zhou Qin's actions. No way. If we take a bath together, it will probably take more than an hour to finish. Although Zhou Qin said this, when her feet touched the ground, she felt her legs go weak. She really couldn't handle Okai alone. Okai had already been prepared, and he immediately picked up Zhou Qin. Then the two of them came to the bathroom. The bathtub in the bathroom was already filled with water, and then Okai and Zhou Qin lay down in it together. Looking at Zhou Qin leaning against his chest, Okai thought for a moment and finally spoke. Wife. Don't call me wife, call me sister. Zhou Qin suddenly interrupted Okai when she heard him calling her, and said with a smile on her face. Well, okay. Sister Qin, can I know why you don't want to be my girlfriend? While hugging Zhou Qin, Okai couldn't help but ask in a low voice. I thought you would wait a little longer before asking, but it's okay to tell you now. I don't want to be your girlfriend for 2 reasons. When Zhou Qin heard Okai finally ask this question, her body shook. Then she gently scooped up a handful of water and poured it on her collarbone, and then she began to speak. First, Zhouan, do you know? Zhouan? Never heard of him. After listening to Zhou Qin's words, Okai thought about it carefully, then shook his head. He really had never heard of the name Zhouan. Yeah, it's normal that you don't know. He is my father, but he is a big gangster who was involved in gangsterism. He was arrested 3 years ago and sentenced to death. He was shot more than a year ago. Hearing that Okai didn't know, Zhou Qin also explained with a smile. When Okai heard Zhou Qin say that her father was a big gangster, he was indeed stunned for a moment, because he was also worried that if this guy used family affection to kidnap Zhou Qin or did something illegal, how would he refuse? However, after hearing Zhou Qin say that he was dead, Okai was relieved, but then he was a little confused about what this had to do with him and Zhou Qin being together. Fool! Don't you understand? I am the son of a criminal. Being with me will not be good for your future. Moreover, our children will not be able to take the civil service exam, join the army, or hold any position in a state-owned enterprise. This will affect 3 generations. So even for you and our future children, I can't really be with you. Turning around and holding Okai's face with both hands, Zhou Qin also said with a smile. Actually, hearing Zhou Qin say this, Okai couldn't help but want to say that he actually didn't need external force or help from others. He could do it on his own. But before anyone could say anything, Zhou Qin on this side spoke again. Secondly, it has something to do with my background. My mother is my father's first wife, but ever since I became conscious, my father's attention has always been on his lover. Although his lovers always change, he always loves his lovers. My mother never waited for love until her death. So instead of marrying you, I would just stay at home and wait for the little love you give me. I might as well be your lover. Before you get tired of me, at least you will take the initiative to give me your love. Zhou Qin also said with a smile, gently stroking Okai's chest with her fingers. I'm not that kind of person. I understand, but just treat me as someone with PTSD. I won't interfere with you finding other women. If one day you get tired of me, just tell me and I won't pester you. Of course, if I get into trouble and come to you, you can't refuse to help me. Zhou Qin interrupted Okai again and started talking with a smile. Then can I ask you why you chose me? Seeing Zhou Qin say this, Okai really didn't know how to answer at this time. He might only be able to make Zhou Qin truly open her heart through his future actions. So at this time, he also asked his second question. The reason I chose you, maybe I'm getting older and want to experience the taste of love. Secondly, mainly because I'm also very curious. You are so handsome, have a good figure, are so rich, and so talented, referring to music. You have no bad habits and a gentle personality. Why did your girlfriend break up with you? There is only one possibility, that is, you can't. So I wanted to confirm it. While laughing, Zhou Qin came over and spoke in his ear. And Okai also looked at her at this time. So what has been confirmed now? It's confirmed that your girlfriend couldn't stand you, so she ran away. Blinking her eyes, Zhou Qin also smiled and spoke to Okai. Then let's see if you can bear it. Facing Zhou Qin's teasing, Okai also took her out of the bathtub, and then the two of them returned to the room with a smile. The next day, Okai was woken up by a phone call again, but this time it was not sure. It was a strange phone call. Okai has a habit of answering unfamiliar calls. If it is a harassing call or something like that, he will hang up and add the caller to the blacklist. So even though he had never seen this phone number at this time, he still picked up the call. As soon as he picked up the phone, he heard a woman's voice. Hello, are you the owner of the 31st floor of Building 7? Longting Joen? It's me, what's going on? Hearing the woman's voice, Okai asked with some doubts. I'm the owner of 3001 downstairs from you. I want to ask you, do you have any sense of good deeds? Don't you know that renovations are not allowed on Saturdays and Sundays? You get up early in the morning and start smashing down the walls. What on earth are you doing? After hearing Okai confirm her identity, the woman spoke directly. Hearing the dissatisfaction in her words, Okai was stunned for a moment, picked up his phone and saw that it was just a little past 7 o'clock. Although his house is not being renovated, it is indeed a bit early. Chapter 39. Neighbors. I'm sorry, my house is not being renovated. We're planning to build a staircase. As for it being so early, I didn't expect it to start at 9 o'clock, because our family originally planned to start it. The person in charge will go back and take a look. Hurry up. The person on the other end was a little less angry when she heard that Okai had a good attitude. After she said hurry up, she hung up the phone. Then Okai also called Sure, who was rushing to his house at that time. But the bus was a bit congested today, so she hasn't arrived yet. Listening to her words, Okai also thought about it. How about giving Sure a sports car? After all, she is my assistant. She might have to run around everywhere in the future. It's not a good idea to always take taxis or buses. Oh, by the way, it seems that there is still money left for buying clothes yesterday, and I haven't given it to her. This silly girl doesn't even know to take a picture of the invoice for herself. What's wrong? Did something happen at home? Seeing Okai lying down in a daze after hanging up the phone, Zhou Qin lazily lay down on Okai's chest and asked, Nothing. I bought 3 large flats and was planning to add another one. I guess the construction team was rushing to meet the deadline, so they started construction this morning before Sure arrived. The neighbor downstairs came to me. Oh, I see. By the way, is your assistant a young girl with no work experience? After hearing Okai's explanation, Zhou Qin suddenly spoke up. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Looking at Zhou Qin, Okai gently licked the tip of her nose and said with a smile, Eat your big head, ghost. I wish you could find a few more sisters to help me share the burden. I mean, a young girl would definitely be a little rough in handling such a matter, so you should go back and take a look at it first, and don't let your neighbors and the construction team bully your assistant. After rolling her eyes at Okai, Zhou Qin also spoke. After hearing what Zhou Qin said, Okai thought about it and felt that what she said did make sense. Then I'll go back and take a look. You go to sleep first, and then... Don't come later and don't come tonight. I need to rest. Your house is decorated today, so go home and sleep. We'll talk tomorrow. Zhou Qin kicked Okai directly and couldn't help but wave his hand, hitting him and telling him to leave quickly. I clearly agreed that I would just sleep yesterday, but when I came back last night, I was busy for 2 hours. After taking a shower, I was busy for another hour. She really felt that if this continued, she might not survive. But unfortunately, Okai is like poison. When she is with him, even if Okai does not take the initiative, she cannot control herself. So the best way is to ask him not to come and let her rest for 2 days. Well, or just 1 day. She will miss him if she doesn't see him for 2 days. Seeing Zhou Qin's scared and reluctant look, Okai smiled, kissed her forehead, went to wash up, and then left Zhou Qin's house. He went downstairs and bought a tray of buns. While eating, Okai drove back home. When he got home, Shir was already there. After learning the news, Okai couldn't help but speed up his pace, because he was really worried that these people would scold his assistant and make him cry. When signing the contract, Okai looked at Shir's ID card. She was only 21 years old this year. Although for some unknown reason she did not go to college, she was still a child after all. So it was normal for him to be a little worried, but it was obvious that he was overthinking it. Shir is indeed 21 years old this year and started working after graduating from high school. But these 3 years of her training in society were not in vain. She is a soft girl in front of Okai, but that doesn't mean she is the same in front of others. So when Okai returned home, she had actually dealt with everything. The construction team temporarily stopped work and would continue after 9 o'clock. The neighbor had also been appeased by her. When Okai took the elevator up, the neighbor downstairs had a smile on his face. When Okai saw her, both of them were stunned. Don't get me wrong, they don't know each other. What surprised Okai was that the girl living downstairs from his house was actually very beautiful. He looked to be in his 20s, probably older than me, but not much older, about 1.66 or 1.67 meters tall. Although he was wearing a loose t-shirt as pajamas, he had a good figure. He had long brown hair draped behind his head, which made him look quite fierce. She looked at Okai with some surprise, because she knew that Shir was just Okai's assistant, and Okai bought 3 large flats here. She lives here, so she naturally knows how much this building costs. She lived downstairs in a 125 square meter house with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, which was already the envy of countless people. She didn't even know that there was the legendary large flat above her head. She originally thought that Okai would be an old man or a middle-aged man, but she never expected that Okai would be so young and handsome. Are you the owner of this place? After the two looked at each other, the woman spoke first. Yeah, it's me. I'm so sorry for causing a little trouble so early in the morning. Hearing the other party's words, Okai also spoke politely. Oh, it's okay. We are all neighbors. Let's be more tolerant of each other in the future. I'll go down first. Seeing that Okai had a good attitude, was rich and was handsome, the woman's last bit of anger disappeared. She waved her hand and went down the stairs. When she left, Shir also walked to Okai's side. Brother Kai, I'm so sorry that I can't even do such a small thing. Looking at Okai, Shir said apologetically. Hey, what does this have to do with you? It's obvious that the foreman is trying to hurry up. Let's go and give him a lesson. By the way, did you buy the skirt I asked you to buy yesterday? After patting Shir's head, Okai spoke without any concern. I bought it, but it feels a little weird. Thinking of the skirt she bought yesterday, Shir scratched her head. The dress was indeed a little weird. You'll know when you try it on later. You bought the skirt, but you didn't remember to send me the photo. By the way, can you drive? Hearing Shir's words, Okai also spoke with a smile. Yes, I will. That's fine. Come with me to pick out a car first. Then we'll go back to your house to look at skirts, and then we'll go take a photo. Seeing Shir's hesitation, Okai also laughed, and then he agreed directly. Chapter 40, Dress. The foreman is still easy to deal with, because this foreman actually signed a contract with the sales office and property here. If it were an ordinary resident, at most he would be fined if he failed to handle the situation properly. But if Okai can't handle it well, he will have to leave at the word of Okai. Okai's big house is no joke, so it's not difficult to knock him down. He just wanted to hurry up and was afraid that he wouldn't be able to finish it by evening. It's better to go early in the morning than to be complained about for staying up late at night. Now that Okai, the real boss, had arrived and said that if things couldn't be fixed properly, they could come back tomorrow, he was no longer in a hurry. He waited until after 9 o'clock before he asked the construction team to start working on it again. After they started, Okai also brought Shir to the Yun Supercar Club. When he arrived, he found that Li Weidong had already arrived. Although he and Feng Yu have not signed a contract yet, the matter has been settled. So Li Weidong can be said to have taken office ahead of schedule. Li Weidong was a little dumbfounded when he saw Okai brought a new girl. Wow, it's different when you have money. Although Lu Shi was indeed beautiful before, Okai only took Lu Shi with him wherever he went. But now he has already met 3 of them, Zhou Qin and Feng Yu, the original boss here yesterday. Not to mention that he and Feng Yu have no relationship. Even an outsider like him can see that there must be something wrong between the two of them. And today, Sure came again? Sure enough, if a man has money, he is no longer a man. While he was looking at him with doubt, Okai started talking with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is Lee Weidong, my childhood friend, classmate, and best friend. He will be the manager here in the future, and this is also my property. This is Sure, my assistant. If I have any problems in the future, I might send her. I tell you, make the account beautifully. If she catches you, don't say I raped you. Okay, you're the one talking nonsense. Hello, Miss Sure. My name is Lee Weidong. Hello, Mr. Lee. From now on you can just call me Sure. Looking at Okai with contempt, Lee Weidong nodded as a greeting to Sure, and Sure returned the greeting. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Make sure I understand all the twists and turns here. I'll leave this to you in the future. I'll take Sure to pick a car first. Okay, I got it. Listening to Okai's words, Lee Weidong also despised this guy who said one thing and thought another in his heart. He was just an ordinary assistant, and Okai was willing to give him a car? It's because this soft girl named Sure is pretty and he covets her body. How despicable. However, Lee Weidong just muttered in his heart, and then went about his business with a smile, because he knew that if he had money, he would probably be much more miserable than Okai. At this time, Okai also brought Sure to the front of the cars. Those executive or performance sedans and SUVs are not suitable for Sure. So Okai took her to pick out a sports car, and looking at these sports cars, Sure was at a loss. Because these cars really cost over 1 million yuan. She really doesn't dare to drive them. Finally, I chose a Porsche Boxsters, a 2.5T soft-top sports car. The original price of this car was 817,000 yuan, but now the price of a new car has dropped to 735,000 yuan. Including taxes and other things, the total price is only about 820,000 yuan. It is indeed hit hard by the impact of domestic cars. But this car is quite suitable for Sure to drive. It is fully insured, so there is no need to worry about her crashing it. After taking her to race around the area's racetrack for a few laps and testing the car's performance and switches, Okai also drove her car slowly to their neighborhood with her. The community where Sure lives, well, it can't be said to be her home because it is actually a house she rents. It is an old community, but it is not far from Longting Jiyuan. There are probably 4 bus stops. If you walk, it will take 20 minutes, but if you take a car, it will only take more than 10 minutes. This is also the reason why she came to Longting Jiyuan to work as a sales lady, as it is close to home. However, in this old residential area, many of the supporting facilities are definitely not very good. Like parking spaces, the cars here are parked in a mess, but fortunately, probably because there were disputes here, there are quite a lot of cameras nearby. There is no need to worry about anyone scratching it. It's just not very easy to park. In fact, Sure is more suitable for a car that can park automatically. When she parked the car and got out, the child was so anxious that his head was covered in sweat. He was really scared. Okay, just drive slowly from now on. This car has full insurance. If something happens, don't panic. If you hit someone, call 120 first, then call the traffic police, and then call the insurance company. If you only hit 2 cars, call the traffic police first, then call the insurance company. If it hits something fixed, like a flower bed, just file a claim with the insurance company. Brother Kai, can't you just hope that I'll be a little better? After hearing what Okai said, Sure also pouted and said to Okai, Okay, just remember it. Let's go upstairs to see the skirt. Looking at Sure's expression, Okai also smiled, and then followed Sure upstairs. Soon the two entered a room on the 3rd floor. This room is a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, but it is obvious that Sure is sharing it with others. The living room looked very messy, obviously containing the belongings of 2 people. Both rooms had corresponding locks, but they were both locked tightly. Brother Kai, please sit down for a while. I'll go change my clothes. After letting Okai sit on the sofa, Sure whispered something to Okai and then went back to her room. Okai also responded and started playing with his mobile phone. Soon, he heard the sound of high heels. When he turned around and looked at Sure's door, Sure had also opened it. Then in front of Okai, Sure also came out wearing a beige dress. The style of this dress was a hip skirt, but not that revealing. The skirt was above the knees, and although her collarbone was exposed on her upper body, no scars were exposed. It was a stack style like the ancient Greek style, but it was obvious that Sure had scars. Her lower body was bare-legged, and she was wearing a pair of transparent high-heeled sandals. Her white and tender feet and calves looked like jade and were also very beautiful. The most important thing is that when she turned around, Okai discovered that the back of the dress was a hollow design, so it looked a little sexy, but the problem was that the back was hollow, which meant that if she wore tight clothes, it would look a bit abrupt. Looking at this scene, Okai was also a little confused. Sure, who didn't hear Okai's comment, couldn't help but ask, "Brother Kai, doesn't this suit look good?" Chapter 41. Auction. Well, it looks good. It does look good. But are you? Listening to Shure's words, Okai scratched his head and then mentioned it in a low voice. "Oh, there are breast pads inside. Sister Sunua said that it is impossible to wear clothes like this. Wear clothes that are close to the body, so this is used." Hearing Okai's words, Shure's face suddenly turned red, and then she spoke to Okai with a slight stutter. "Well, that's right. By the way, how much is this dress of yours? I'll send it to you." After hearing what Shure said, Okai also murmured something, and then asked Shure about the price of the clothes. "No need, this dress is only 170, and including this pair of shoes is only 200. I'm going to wear it anyway, so I don't need your money, Brother Kai." Hearing Okai say that the dress was good-looking, Shure ran to Okai's side with a smile, then sat down and said to Okai. And after hearing her words, Okai couldn't help but smile. "Girl, are you saving money for me? I don't need you to help me save money. You should buy something expensive." Okai gently touched Shure's head and said with a smile, "I didn't really want to save money, but I didn't know where to buy a dress. I asked Sister Sunua and she took me to a small shop. But I think the material is pretty good." Feeling Okai's movements, Shure also smiled and spoke. "Look at the person you're looking for. She's a person who wears formal clothes all day long. How would she know where to buy a dress? I guess if you asked her, she would be embarrassed to say that she didn't know, so she found the store online." After laughing, Okai also looked at her and smiled. What he thought was actually correct. Sunua was a girl who wore formal clothes all day long. Although she was very beautiful, she had never worn a dress. "But I don't know anyone else." Hearing Okai say this, Shure also cutely stuck out her tongue, and then said with a smile, "Yes, you will know more people in the future. This one is fine, very beautiful. Go change it and let's go eat." Looking at the time, it was almost noon. Okai also said to Shure, and when Shure heard Okai's words, she immediately stood up. "Don't go out to eat. I'll make it for you." Okai had tasted Shure's cooking on the first day of moving in. He liked the homely taste. Seeing Shure's expression as if she wanted to show off, Okai smiled and nodded and agreed. Then Shure changed her clothes and went to the kitchen to get busy. Soon the aroma of food wafted in. When Shure called Okai, he saw quite a few dishes in the restaurant, including a big bowl of boiled pork slices, a plate of shredded pork with fish flavor, and a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. They all looked delicious. Okai no longer hesitated and started to eat with Shure. As the first chopstick of food entered his mouth, Okai smiled and gave a thumbs up again. "As long as you like it, eat more." Seeing that Okai enjoyed the food she cooked, Shure also said with a smile, and then she started eating. After finishing their meal, the two of them cleaned up and went to sit on the sofa in the living room to watch TV together. It must be said that Okai and Shure actually had a lot of common topics. Especially on Thursday and Friday when he was directing Sunua and the others to operate the business, he became very familiar with Shure, so there was nothing wrong with the two of them sitting together watching TV. In this way, time passed in a blink of an eye and it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After they simply heated up the leftovers from lunch and had dinner, they got in Okai's car and headed to the auction that Feng Yu had told Okai about. However, this auction is not actually like in the movies where there is a special auction venue. Those are only available in special large-scale auctions. These small private auctions are usually held in temporary locations. For example, in some private estates or some private museums. For example, this auction is held in an art gallery. Okai and Shure arrived here, handed the car to the doorman, and then entered the auction venue. It must be said that the people who came to participate in the auction were basically all dressed in formal attire. Some elderly people wore Zhongshan suits and Tang suits, but young people basically wore suits. Only Okai was dressed casually. Although their female companions were only wearing evening gowns, they were all covered in jewels. Unlike Shure, who was pretty and young but didn't have a single decent piece of jewelry on her. However, these people were all well-mannered. Although they might have looked down on Okai and the others in their hearts, they didn't say anything. As for Okai and Shure, they also entered the auction venue together. To enter from here, you must have the invitation card. You also need to swipe the card to confirm it is real before you can enter. There was naturally no problem with the card given by Fengyu, but after entering, Okai also asked the receptionist how to change his name. He couldn't always use Fengyu's name. The receptionist was very polite and asked someone to lead Okai to the office of the person in charge here. "Hello, sir and madam. How can I help you?" Looking at Okai and Shur who walked in, the person in charge here also said with a smile, "This membership card belongs to my friend. She may not want to come here in the future, so she asked me to change the card to my name." After listening to the words of the person in charge, Okai also stated his purpose. "Actually, it's not that troublesome. Now you just need to verify your capital. If you have assets over 30 million, you can apply for a membership card here." After hearing Okai's words, the person in charge also spoke. Needless to say, this is definitely a change in the rules. After all, the current economic environment outside is not good, which has also affected the domestic situation. The 13th level may have been very high in the past, but now anyone with assets can come. This has saved Okai a lot of trouble. He then called the bank directly and pressed the speakerphone button, so that the other party could hear exactly that he currently had more than 200 million in cash deposits. The person in charge smiled even brighter. In just 5 minutes, a new membership card appeared in Okai's hand. "As for the photo of Fengyu, just return it to her when we meet tomorrow. As for whether she cuts off her hand or not, what does it have to do with Okai?" Then he brought Shur with him and walked into the main venue. After they found a place to sit down, a waiter came over and gave them a tablet. After a while, they could use the tablet to bid whatever price they liked. Just as Okai and Shur were looking through what would be auctioned today, with the sound of a bell, the auction officially began. Chapter 42. The auction begins. "Welcome everyone to our auction today. Your presence makes our place shine." As the bell rang, a middle-aged man in a tuxedo walked to the auction table in front of Okai and the others, smiling, and began his opening remarks. But after all, it wasn't a school opening ceremony or graduation ceremony, and the guests who came here to attend the auction were too lazy to listen to what he was saying. So he just briefly introduced their company and the art gallery that would be used for the auction today, and then he started today's auction directly. The first lot for today is a pair of earrings from Chopard, from the Red Carpet series, model 8497961002. The earrings are pear-shaped. The main material is 18K white gold. The total weight of the two main emeralds is 29.12 carats, and the white diamond carats are 22 carats. This pair of earrings is really suitable for ladies with fair skin. The selling price was 6.46 million, but it has been discontinued for a long time. It is a piece of jewelry with great collection value. The starting price for this auction is 4.8 million, and the bid increment is 200,000 per lot. Please bid. As the auctioneer was introducing the items, a tall etiquette lady came up to the booth with the pair of earrings and held them up to show around. When Okai saw the two earrings, the situation regarding the two earrings appeared in front of his eyes. Indeed, just as the auctioneer said, these earrings are quite collectible. Because according to the system's valuation, it is already worth 7.2 million, which is about 800,000 higher than the launch price. The price will increase by about 3% every year. It is not high, but it is not very low either. It does have some collection value. Although it is not too high, if the price is right, you can buy it. At this moment, there were quite a few people in this conference hall who had this vision. Although they didn't know the final price of this thing, they knew roughly what it was worth, so many people started bidding at this time. At the same time, some auction numbers appeared on a large screen behind the auctioneer. Okay, buyer number 3 bid 5 million, buyer number 12 bid 5.2 million, buyer number 17 bid 5.4 million, buyer number 21 bid 5.6 million, buyer number 16 bid 5.8 million, buyer number 3 bids again, 6 million, 6 million. Is there a higher price? Okay. Buyer number 8 bids 6.2 million. After a round of bidding, when the necklace slowly approached the asking price, the buyers began to hesitate. Ask a price. At this time, Okai also felt that he was about to make a bid. Ah? Brother Kai, if you bid any more, it will be 6.4 million. 6.4 million for a pair of earrings. After hearing what Okai said, Shur also lowered her voice and asked in a low voice. 6.4 million is enough for her to buy a house in Longting Juen. But Okai just wants to buy a pair of earrings now. Make an offer. It's worth it. After hearing what Shur said, Okai also started talking with a smile. Then Shur also pressed the bid at this time. At the same time, on the big screen behind the auctioneer, Okai's number, 26, also appeared, which was also the last number of the entire event. Of course, there are actually not 26 people here, because the organizers removed some numbers that seemed unlucky, such as 4, 14, 24, 18, 7, and 13. But Okai's 26 was indeed the last number of the game. As he bid 6.4 million, many people looked at him. His number was almost obvious because everyone else here knew who the other person was and what their number was. Okai was the only new face, and it seemed like he was here for the first time, so he must be the last number. Originally, these people were still thinking that this guy Okai was just here for fun. After all, he didn't look like someone who would participate in the auction. Now he really looks unrecognizable. Okay. Guess number 26, your bid is 6.4 million. Is there a higher price? 6.4 million the first time, 6.4 million the second time. Just as these people were observing Okai, the auctioneer also spoke at this time. Number 3, who was sitting in the front, looked at the number and she couldn't help but frowned. Number 3 is a woman and she came alone. She doesn't look very old, probably only a little older than Okai. As for her appearance, she is very beautiful, but not the kind of beautiful that people think of as beautiful. Instead, she has an ultimate temperament and beauty. She has an oval face, a wide forehead, a pair of eyes that are not very big, and fair skin. When she sits like this, people will feel that she is an artist. It can be seen that she also likes this pair of earrings. But 6.4 million is 60,000 lower than the offering price. If she raises the price further, she has to feel whether she will lose money. After thinking about it, she turned around and looked at Okai, then raised the price. Number 3, bid 6.6 million. Wow, I never thought the first item would be so competitive. 6.6 million? Is there anyone else bidding? The auctioneer originally felt that 6.4 million was already a good price, and was about to drop the hammer when number 3 made a new offer, which made him shout with excitement. The auctioneer's salary is directly linked to the profit of this auction. So the higher the sale, the happier he is. After hearing what the auctioneer said, Sure also looked at Okai, and Okai calculated in his mind that if he bid again, it would be 6.8 million. In this case, he would only make 400,000 from this item, which was a bit unnecessary. Thinking of this, he shook his head, made a please gesture. Seeing that Okai had given up, the auctioneer immediately dropped the hammer. The first lot was sold for 6.6 million. After the first lot was sold, the sales of the following lots became quiet. The second item to be auctioned is a Hermes bag. This bag is made of crocodile leather and cowhide, a Maison Blau platinum bag. The most important thing is this bag, 1.95 million. Although Okai couldn't understand it, this thing was indeed valuable because in his eyes, the bag was now worth more than 1.8 million. But he definitely won't buy it. In the end, the bag was bought by an old man. When the third item came up for auction, Okai suddenly understood why this was a private auction. Because the third item up for auction was actually an antique. The auctioneer was talking about a Yuan Dynasty Longquan Kiln double fish wash basin, but the introduction on the Okai system was Northern Song Dynasty Longquan Kiln double fish wash basin. Looking at this thing, Okai couldn't help but laugh playfully. Chapter 43, Painting. Brother Kai, what's wrong? Is this thing valuable? Seeing Okai's playful look at this time, Sure couldn't help but ask curiously. The money is okay, but these people are skirting the line here. This stuff is illegal. Listening to Sure's words, Okai also started talking with a smile. Borderline? Illegal? Sure was confused after hearing Okai's words. He looked at the etiquette ladies on the auction table. Although they were all wearing cheongsams, showing their figures perfectly, they didn't expose anything. This can't be considered as borderline, let alone illegal. Seeing her puzzled look, Okai also spoke in a low voice. Our country's laws stipulate that things made after the Yuan dynasty can be bought and sold, but things made before the Yuan dynasty, that is, during the Song dynasty, cannot be bought and sold. The Pisces wash basin on the auction table now is actually from the Northern Song dynasty, but the auctioneer and the people below pretend to be confused even though they know the truth. They are bidding it as if it is from the Yuan dynasty. If it is a Longquan double fish wash basin from Yuan dynasty, the price will not be higher than 1.5 million, but the starting price here is 1.2 million, and now it has reached 1.7 million. Only those from the Northern Song dynasty can be sold for around 2.6 million. After hearing what Okai said, Sure finally understood what Okai meant by skirting the line and breaking the law. For a moment, she couldn't help but blush a little. Then, Brother Kai, do you want it? Yes, they know the truth but pretend to be ignorant, so I will pretend to be ignorant too. Anything under 2.4 million is fine. After hearing what Sure said, Okai also smiled. With a Pisces wash like this, the returns will definitely get higher and higher in the future. Even the system says that the annual increase in investment is stable at around 5%. In other words, this thing will increase by at least 100,000 every year. Why not? As Okai finished speaking, Sure also started bidding. Soon, the price of this Pisces wash exceeded 2 million. When it reached 2.2 million, only Okai and number 9 were left competing, but it was obvious that he also felt that he had reached his limit. So in the end, he called out 2.3 million, but was blocked by Okai with 2.4 million. Then, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s in the distance made a gesture of invitation, indicating that he would not bid anymore. At this time, the auctioneer shouted 3 times and then dropped the hammer. From then on, Okai got the first piece of collection that he had auctioned today. Northern Song Dynasty Longquan Kiln Double Fish Wash Basin. As for what this thing is used for, he doesn't know either. As long as he can make money, it's fine. After this Pisces bath was finished, 3 drinks were served in a row. They are the grand celebration items released by Moutai, which were worth 158,888, but now they are only worth 100,000 per bottle, only worth. Okai is getting too excited now. Here this stuff is sold in boxes, 6 bottles per box, with a starting price of 500,000. Okai also joined in the fun and spent 620,000 to buy a box. Then the second wine is from abroad, Romani Conti from 2009, priced at 168,000 renminbi per bottle. It is sold individually with a total of 10 bottles. Okai also bought 2 bottles. The last wine is Wuliang's 2009 sealed jar wine, which was originally priced at 198,888, but is now only worth 140,000. Okai also bought 2 bottles. Although he doesn't drink it, can I put it at home for viewing? After the auction of these 3 kinds of wine, calligraphy and paintings began to be auctioned. The first thing photographed was a painting by Mr. Fan Zeng. Although Mr. Fan is still alive, he is very old now and basically rarely paints anymore. It is precisely because of this that the prices of his paintings have been rising over the years. For example, this painting of Laozi coming out of seclusion, although only 4 feet in size, has a starting price of 1.6 million at auction, which is more expensive than the double fish wash basin from the Northern Song Dynasty. But in Okai's system, the actual price of this painting is as high as 3.6 million. Moreover, according to the system's estimation, its price will increase by about 8% every year, and its collection value is very high. If we wait until one day, after Mr. Fan passes away, the price of this painting will rise even higher. So Okai didn't hesitate to take action. He came here to make money, so he wanted to take a picture of the poem. To be honest, if we calculate purely by total assets, Okai should be the last in this room, but in terms of cash, the total amount of cash of these people may not be as much as he has now. So when he offered 3.3 million for this painting, others were reluctant to bid, and in the end, he also bought the painting. After taking this picture, Okai took a lot of pictures of calligraphy and paintings. Basically, as long as he sees that it is a calligraphy or painting, and the investment price given by the system is higher than 6%, as long as it does not exceed its current price, Okai will buy it. Soon, he had bid for 6 paintings. However, after the paintings of these famous painters were sold, the auction entered a relatively peaceful state. Most of the paintings that were auctioned next were from young artists. To be honest, people who bid for these paintings basically have 2 ideas. Either they really like the painting style of the owner of the painting, or they want to take a gamble to see whether this person will become successful in the future and whether the early paintings will sell for a high price. So the prices of these paintings are not high. Basically, the starting price for cheap ones is 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, and the starting price for expensive ones is 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. It is difficult for the transaction price to exceed 700,000 yuan. Okai had no interest in the paintings of these young painters. He doesn't understand calligraphy and painting, he just bought it purely for investment. But in his systematic analysis, it is difficult for these people's paintings to exceed 600,000, and each one is worse than the other. So at this time, he basically focused his attention on chatting with Sure, but every time a lot came up for auction, he would just take a quick look. But just by this scan, he actually found a painting. The next piece to be auctioned is a painting recently created by young painter Tang Mofan, Starry Sky. As we all know, Tang Mofan is a very famous Chinese writer. His masterpiece, The Weeping Woman of Notre Dame, was once sold in France for a whopping 530,000 euros. Although this painting of the Starry Sky is not as good as the other one in terms of brushwork, it is not inferior in terms of artistic conception. The starting price of this painting is 450,000, and each bid cannot be less than 20,000. Listening to the auctioneer's words, Okai also looked at the painting with interest, because at this moment, in his eyes, there is an arrow pointing straight upwards above the painting. If he concentrates, he will see a line of small words. Starry Sky, currently worth $500,000, will be worth $3.3 million in a month, and its value will increase by 12% every year. Oh, did I really find a bargain? Looking at this painting, Okai's eyes lit up at this moment. He didn't expect that he actually made a profit here. Chapter 44, Good Vision. 450,000. Number 6 bid 470,000. Okay. 49, 51, 55. Number 3 bid 610,000. Is there a higher bid? As the auctioneer's voice sounded, many people below offered their own prices. However, when the price reached 610,000, the others couldn't help but put their hands down, because in their opinion, Tang Mofin's painting was only worth more than 500,000. If it exceeded 600,000, it would no longer be worth much. And number 3, the elegant beauty sitting in the front, looked at the people around her who seemed to have given up the competition. She couldn't help but smile, and then looked at the painting in front of her with an obsessed look. In her eyes at this moment, this painting is not just a painting, it also contains her own feelings. But just as her memory was about to emerge, the screen suddenly lit up. Number 26, bid 630,000. As soon as number 26, who had bid several times today, made his bid, many people looked over. The same was true for the beautiful lady number 3. However, even though they looked at the painting, she did not forget to make a bid, because to her, the painting was more than just a painting. So at this time, she also bid 650,000, but almost the moment she bid, Okai over there had already bid 670,000, showing that he was determined to get this painting at this time. After hesitating for a while, she bid again 690,000, but Okai immediately lowered the price to 710,000. Then 73, 75, 77, 79. After the number reached 810,000, the woman finally calmed down a little. Although this painting has different meanings to her, to be honest, if you put yourself in her shoes, this painting is actually only worth more than 500,000 yuan. Now it is 810,000 yuan, which is a premium of 300,000 yuan. As a businessman, she feels that she has suffered a great loss. But at this moment, Okai made another bid. 830,000. Bid number 26, 830,000. Is there a higher bid? Listening to the auctioneer's words, number 3 also looked at Okai at this time. After seeing his playful and serious eyes this time, the beauty number 3 couldn't help but take a deep breath. On the one hand, she was reluctant to part with the painting, but on the other hand, her mind told her that she couldn't add any more. After all, she had already bought a pair of very expensive earrings today. If she added more, she might be in danger. Oh, forget it. Mo Fan has drawn more than just this one. After taking a deep breath, the beauty number 3 nodded, indicating that she had given up. Seeing that beauty number 3 was not going to raise the price anymore, the auctioneer began to speed up the frequency of the hammer, and finally the Starry Sky was sold for 830,000. After taking this picture of the Starry Sky, Okai lost interest in the following paintings by young modern artists. He is just here to make money. He is not here to appreciate art. He really can't appreciate it. After these paintings, the auction started again for some jewelry, bags, and the like. It has to be said that the current economic environment is not very good, and these things are indeed very easy to sell. Naturally, Okai would not be polite, and he would buy all the items that had collection value and high appreciation value as soon as he saw them. A large necklace from Chopard's Animal World series, with an initial price of 497, can now be sold for 6.2 million. He bought it for 4.85 million. A diamond and platinum hairpin in Shamiba City, with an issue price of 4.452 million and now worth 5.02 million. He bought it for 4.35 million. But the most expensive thing he bought was actually a set of watches, Audemars Piguet's Royal Oak. These are 9 women's watches that look the same but are made of different materials. The most expensive watch with a complete set of emeralds was issued at a price of 24,768,000. The second most expensive one is a set of rubies, with an issue price of 12,384,000. A full set of sapphires, 9,364,000. The price of tsavorite and chrysoberyl is 5,893,000. 5.8 million 1,000 of spessartine. Tourmaline is priced at 5.46 million, while tanzanite and amethyst are priced at 5.203 million. In other words, The issue price of these 9 watches is 79,569,000. In the past, he always heard people say that poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches. He always thought that the watch might have the Chinese character for female on the side. But now he realized that he was too naive. With tens of millions, you can buy a large apartment, but for truly wealthy people, it is just a small decoration on their hand. But the most important thing is that this watch can actually appreciate in value. The total value of these 9 watches is currently 87 million. In other words, the price has increased by more than 7 million, and after collecting it, the price will increase by 5.5% every year. This makes Okai quite interested. Anyway, he bought a bunch of things today and hasn't spent 20 million yet, so he didn't hesitate and started shooting right away. These people also officially witnessed Okai's strong financial resources. By the time these watches were auctioned, Okai's spending for the day had reached 100 million, and he was satisfied and stopped the auction. However, when he saw Sher's empty hands beside him, he also looked at the next bag to be auctioned. This bag is also from Hermes. It's called the Gold Buckle Emerald Green Crocodile Leather Bag. The issue price was 1,215,991, but naturally the price has plummeted now. But according to Okai's system evaluation, it is still worth 1.09 million. Although I couldn't understand it, I was indeed shocked. And Okai bought the bag very calmly. After buying this bag, he didn't buy anything else. Until the end of the auction, staff from Okai's side came to Okai to settle the bill as soon as possible, for fear that Okai would run away. And Okai naturally would not run away. He swiped his card happily and told them that the things could be sent home to him tomorrow, because when he and Sher came just now, the contractor who installed the stairs had already called them. The stairs have been installed today. If you have any questions, you can always contact them, so it won't delay these people from delivering the goods tomorrow. After paying the money, he quietly asked these people to deliver the bag he had bought first. Sher didn't hear him when he said this, so even though she didn't know why Okai had paid the money and was still waiting here, she naturally didn't have any objection. While he and Sher were waiting for their bags, number 3, the beautiful artistic lady, came over. Do you like Tang Mofin's work, too? You should know that you made money on everything else you bought, but you lost money on that one. Looking at Okai, the beauty also said with a smile, "Oh, maybe, but art is something that is hard to distinguish 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okai couldn't say that he had foreseen the future. As far as the moment was concerned, he had indeed lost money on that painting. It seems that our artistic sense is quite similar. My name is Mei, and I own an art gallery. If you have time, you can come and have a look at my gallery." As she spoke, the woman handed over a business card. After taking the business card, Okai felt a little embarrassed because he didn't have it. Chapter 45. Come up and sit down? I'm really sorry. I haven't printed my business card yet. If you don't mind, can you save my phone number? Seeing that the other party was still waiting for his business card, Okai couldn't help but say a little embarrassedly, then took out his mobile phone and asked her. Mei obviously had not thought that Okai would actually say that. While she was a little surprised, she was obviously more interested in this big boy, Okai. His first impression was that he didn't seem to be a second-generation rich man, but his behavior at the auction seemed very mature. Apart from the Tang Mofin's painting that he had his eyes on, all the other items he bought were quite safe. Ok. Hearing that she agreed, Okai called the number on her business card. After the two saved each other's phone numbers, Mei nodded and turned to leave. Shortly after she left, the staff here brought over the bag he had bought that was worth more than 1 million yuan. After Okai checked it again and made sure there were no problems, he handed the bag directly to Sher behind him. Oh, do you want me to hold it for you? Sure. Looking at the bag that Okai handed over, Sher asked hesitantly at this time. To be honest, just now she saw Okai taking pictures of bags, watches, and jewelry, and it was impossible for her not to envy him and want some. But she was very clear about her position. She was an assistant, not Okai's girlfriend, and these things were not bought for her. So even though she was a little envious, she could still control herself. But this bag is really beautiful. What do you mean help me get it? What do I need it for? I bought this for you. Listening to Sher's words, Okai also started talking with a smile. As he spoke, he threw the bag directly to Sher, and then he walked outside. After hearing what Okai said, Sher felt a little numb, and couldn't help but stuttered and said to Okai again, "Ah, this is too expensive." "What's so expensive? As my assistant, you must be fully armed. Here, you keep it. When you don't want to do it anymore, Just return it and the car to me. Looking at Sher's expression, Okai said calmly, who would be willing to leave you? Looking at Okai's back, Sher began to mutter softly. Although she has not spent much time with Okai, to be honest, Sher now feels that even if she were to die for Okai, she would probably agree. Of course, Okai would never let her die. He was very satisfied with his little assistant. Let's go. Okay. After hearing what Okai said, Sher also ran with a smile, and then quickly followed Okai out of the art gallery used for the auction. The doorman who had just driven away had already cleaned the car and parked it in front of the door. This auction did a very good job in these aspects. After Okai and Sher got into the car, Okai also drove and came straight to the downstairs of Sher's house. As the car stopped, Okai also looked at Sher who was sitting in the passenger seat. Thank you for working overtime tonight. It's not hard, and what's more, there is such a valuable thank you gift. After hearing Okai's words, Sher smiled and shook her head, then showed her bag. Okay, go back to bed early. You have to go to the new company tomorrow. Tomorrow Okai has two things to do. The first is to formally sign the contract to acquire Feng Yu's Supercar Club, and the second is to continue to fight in the stock market with Sunua. He plans to play here for a few more days and then use his connections to exchange money with the bank to invest in the Hong Kong stock market. The domestic market is indeed a novice village. The price can neither rise nor fall much. For many novices, it is indeed very suitable, but for Okai, it is not so suitable. After all, he has a cheat, and if he still follows the routine, it would be a waste of his cheat. However, just as Okai finished speaking, Sher did not leave in a hurry. Instead, she looked at Okai, took a deep breath, and then spoke. Brother Kai, do you want to come to my house and sit down? Looking at Okai, Sher mustered up the courage to tell the truth. When she first met Okai, although the people in the sales office were joking with her, saying that she should take the initiative, she was actually unwilling to do so in her heart. This was also the reason why she slipped away immediately after cooking for Okai, and Okai did not keep her. But tonight, she felt that if she missed it, she might regret it, so at this time, she looked at Okai seriously and spoke. When Okai heard her words, he was stunned. It's already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and we're all adults. He knows very well what it means to sit upstairs at this time. Okai subconsciously wanted to refuse, because in his mind, he had a girlfriend, Zhou Qin. However, after thinking about what Zhou Qin said to him last night and this morning, he swallowed the words of refusal. Looking at Sher beside him, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and asked, Are you sure? And your roommate? Will it be inconvenient? Hee. Brother Kai, has your ex-girlfriend ever told you that you are a real downer sometimes? Hearing Okai's cautious look, Sher suddenly laughed. Hearing Sher say this, Okai couldn't help but smile awkwardly, as if she had indeed said that before. Okai himself knew that he was not that smart in this area, but before he could answer, Sher came over and held Okai's cheeks with both hands, and then pressed against him. After a long time, the two separated, and then Sher looked at Okai and said, I don't want to walk. Can you carry me upstairs? Okay. Now that it has come to this, what else can Okai say? So at this time he swallowed his saliva, got out of the car, and carried Sher back to her home. However, as soon as they entered the door, Sher had already kicked off her shoes, and then she and Okai fell on the sofa where they watched TV together in the afternoon. Looking at Okai's face, which was so close to her, Sher couldn't help but swallow. She has dreamed of this scene many times in the past few nights, but this time she was sure that it was not a dream, but reality. I haven't yet, so I'll trouble you tonight. Well, leave it to me. After listening to Sher's words, Okai also looked at her at this time, and then took the initiative to move over. The wind tonight was really noisy. Chapter 46. Everyone loves to act like a stupid person. Hello? Are you up? My lawyer is ready. Are you going to sign the contract at my company or somewhere else? Sister, it's just 7 o'clock. After checking the time on his phone, Okai also started talking to Feng Yu. This girl is really too impatient, and she must be of the zodiac sign of the rooster. In just a few days, Okai has been woken up by her twice. Yeah, it's only 7 o'clock. Hey, I was just afraid that you would oversleep. Anyway, you're up now, so answer my question. Hearing what Okai said, Feng Yu also looked at his phone, then started talking with a smile. Sign it at my company. I've also called our legal team over. Listening to Feng Yu's laughter on the other end of the phone, Okai was speechless. Hey, you started a company? When Feng Yu heard Okai say that he had started his own company, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Well, to make it easier to pay insurance and file taxes. After casually answering Feng Yu's puzzled questions, Okai chatted with her for a few more words. After agreeing to meet at the company at 9 o'clock in the morning, Okai hung up the phone and sent the address of his company to Feng Yu. When the call was connected, he looked at Shi, who was covering her face with a quilt, with only a pair of eyes showing, looking at him blankly. Just like what a certain writer named Zhang from the previous dynasty said, the shortest way to a woman's inner world is a good night's rest. At this moment, Shi looked at Okai with extreme infatuation. Okai really met all her requirements for the opposite sex. At this time, the sunlight through the gap in the curtains shone on Okai's body. That perfect face, the equally perfect and strong body, and the warm smile really made Shi almost drunk. Especially when she thought of what happened last night, her eyes were a little blurred. The only pity is that the seat next to Okai is too dazzling. She knows very well that she is not qualified to sit there. And through what she learned last night, she also knows that it is difficult for her to completely tie Okai down. So the best choice is to stay as she is and be a good assistant. Sorry for waking you up. Go back to sleep. I'll go make you some porridge. Have a good rest today. Seeing the look Shi was giving him, Okai sat down next to her at this time. He reached out his hand to touch her hair, then smiled and spoke to her. I'm fine. I don't want to delay your work. After hearing what Okai said, Shi also spoke. But just as she finished speaking, Okai gently scratched her nose. What can I do? Just rest assured. After saying that, Okai also left the bed with a smile, went to the kitchen first, cooked porridge for Shi, and then went to wash up. When he saw the toothbrush cup and towel that Shi had prepared for him, he couldn't help but smile. This little girl seems to have had ideas about herself for a long time, and she has prepared all the things. As for his current relationship with Shi, the two of them had a tacit understanding and neither of them mentioned it. Just when he finished washing up and came out, the sound of a key opening the door of Shi's house suddenly came. Then Okai saw a girl who might not be as pretty as Shi, but generally speaking quite pure, walking in from outside yawning. However, when she saw Okai, she couldn't help but be stunned. It was Okai who reacted first. Hello? I'm Shi's friend. You must be her roommate. Ah, yes. Hello, you guys. Oh, Shi hasn't gotten up yet? After hearing Okai's words, the girl also reacted and said in the same overwhelmed manner. Not yet. Last night. She was a little tired, so I cooked some porridge. You can have some later. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Looking at the girl's appearance, Okai also smiled and said. Originally, he was planning to accompany Shi to drink porridge by himself, but now her roommate was back, and he felt a little awkward here, so after hesitating for a while, he decided to leave first. The girl was obviously a little embarrassed in front of Okai, so she nodded and gave up her seat at the door. Then Okai put on his shoes and left Shi's house. As soon as he left, the girl quietly pushed open Shi's door. Shi was naturally not asleep yet at this time. She heard the conversation outside clearly, so when the girl pushed open the door, she looked at her with a blush. Okay, this is the boss you were talking about? He's so handsome. Looking at Shi, the girl also raised her eyebrows and said, Yeah. After hearing the girl's words, Shi blushed and nodded. But being handsome can't make a living. You're so easy to follow him. You haven't received your first month's salary yet. He said he has 50,000, but he hasn't paid it to you yet. Looking at Shi's appearance, the girl also sat on her bed and spoke in a low voice. Look at that bag. After hearing her roommate's words, Shi also pointed with her chin at the handbag hanging in the distance. Wow, it's so beautiful. Where did you buy it? Did he buy it for you? How much did it cost? As soon as Shi's roommate saw the bag, her eyes lit up. To Okai, it was just an ordinary pocket, but to her, it looked like the finest work of art. I bought it at an auction yesterday for over $1 million. After hearing what Shi said, her roommate, who originally wanted to take the bag and take a closer look, couldn't help but tremble her hand for a moment, and then she took it back. This bag? More than 1 million? 10,000? Did you see the Porsche downstairs? Looking at her roommate's shaken pupils, Shi also laughed. Gurgle, I saw it. I was just about to tell you that there are people driving such nice cars in our community. This car couldn't be yours too. After swallowing, Shi's roommate carefully asked her at this time. The only thing that answered her was the car keys that Shi picked up from the bedside table. Wow, this is possible. Looking at the car keys and the bag, Sher's roommate didn't know what to say at this moment. Sher couldn't help but laugh when she saw her roommate like this. No wonder so many people like to act smart. This feeling of shocking and making others envious is really great. She had never felt this kind of pleasure before. Apart from being pretty, she was not good at anything and her academic performance was not good either. Otherwise, she would not have started working right after graduating from high school. But now that she is with Okai, she feels the feeling of being a child of other people's families when she was a child. Of course, for her, the pleasure at this time is just an additional benefit. What she likes most is the feeling she had last night. Chapter 47, Character Panel. There is no problem with the contract. I transferred the money directly to you. After Okai left Sher's home, he went out to have breakfast before returning to his home to change his clothes. Then, at around 8:50, he arrived at his company, Antai Finance. When he got there, he found that everyone was already there. Feng Yu brought lawyers from his company, and Luo Guogang is now entertaining them. Qi has also arrived, but is now going through the onboarding process. However, he needs to wait for a while because the promises made to the 14 of them are more important at this time. The Human Resources Department is working hard to process their onboarding, which is also the company's top priority now. Of course, the company's legal advisor had also arrived at this time. At this time, Okai also completed the transaction with Feng Yu. After the contract was signed in quadruplicate, one for him and one for Feng Yu, with one for each law firm, and Okai transferred the 180 million yuan to Feng Yu, Feng Yu's supercar club officially became Okai's. At the same time, Li Weidong on the other side also officially joined the company and became the manager of this supercar club. At this moment, Okai's system suddenly popped up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making money successfully. The amount earned has reached 100 million. Rewards. Character panel is opened, and the predictive ability is opened. Huh? Character panel? Okai has never thought that this super rich system also has a character panel, but he still subconsciously opened it and took a look. Then a translucent panel that only he could see appeared in front of him.
Name, Ukai.
Gender male. Age, 25. Height, 188 centimeters. Will grow to 192 centimeters slowly. Weight, 85 kilograms. Physical strength, 100. The average value of all attributes for ordinary people is 10. Charisma, 100. Wisdom, 47. Business, 33. Innovation, 39. Social, 9. Management, 37. Special ability. Perfect body, physical fitness will reach the limit of human beings. Skills. Great compassion hands, vocal master, medical master, basic cooking, basic driving. Properties under name, 31st, 32nd and 33rd floors of Building 7. Longting Jiyuan, valued at 89 million. Antai Financial Company, valued at 68 million. Yun Supercar Club, valued at 210 million. Stocks under name, valued at 198.87 million. Sundries under name, valued at 113.37 million. The things just photographed yesterday. Current cash, 24,924,033.47. Total assets, 704.16 million. Looking at the detailed records on his character panel, Okai was surprised by three things. The first was that he was unexpectedly good at basic attributes, such as physique, charm, etc., which must have been given by the perfect body. It doesn't matter if you don't mention it, and business and the like don't matter. What he was most interested in was that his wisdom was 47, which was pretty good. If we calculate that the IQ of an average person is 100 points, and my IQ is 47, then I should be at least over 120 or 130. But why were my grades not very good when I was in school? There is also social 9. Well, indeed, I am a socially anxious person. Secondly, he was a little surprised at Feng Yu's supercar club. Wow, she really wasn't suitable to be a boss. A supercar club worth 210 million yuan was sold to herself for 180 million yuan. Although she needed the money, she was really getting a good deal at this price. But it was also because of this that the money he earned at this time exceeded 100 million. Originally, he thought it might take a few more days for him to activate the 100 million reward. But unexpectedly, it was activated at this moment. I have to say, Feng Yu is really lucky. Of course, she is a candle, burning herself to light up Okai. The third is the character panel. Not only can Okai see his own attributes, he can also see the attributes of others. For example, Feng Yu at this moment has this attribute. Name Feng Yu. Gender female. Age 26. Height 171 centimeters. Weight 45 kilograms. Physical strength 12. Charisma 97. Wisdom 55. Business 6. Innovation 5. Social 84. Management 42. Favorability towards the host 86. Below 50 means disgust. 60 means casual acquaintance. 75 means good friend. 85 means close friend. 95 means dearest friend. 100 means forever. Well, she is indeed beautiful and smarter than Okai, but she is really not suitable to be a boss. Growing up in a wealthy family, she is very suitable for socializing. In fact, she is more suitable for public relations. Her social skill is 84, which is definitely a very high attribute. However, what surprised Okai the most was that her favorability towards him was 86. 86, this is not low. If I want to pursue her now, I guess she will not refuse. Of course, Okai will not pursue her either because he has 2 women around him now. Except for Feng Yu, Okai glanced at the people around him and found that their attributes were all average. Like Luo Guogang. Name Luo Guogang. Gender male. Age 25. Height 181 centimeters. Weight 92 kilograms. Physical strength 9. Charisma 11. Wisdom 32. Business 42. Innovation 8. Social 45. Management 36. Favorability towards the host 93. To be honest, Luo Guogang is not really suitable to be a manager. His level of business and management is average, especially his management level is not as good as mine. But he is loyal enough to himself. When Okai hires people, he doesn't need to care about their abilities. He only needs to care about whether they are loyal to him and whether they listen to him. As for business and management, these are acquired talents that can be trained. This character panel is indeed very useful to him, but he is not quite sure what this predictive ability means. But now is not the time to study this thing because Feng Yu here saw that the contract was signed and was about to leave. But at this moment, Okai's cell phone suddenly rang. When he picked up the phone, he realized that the call was from the auction yesterday. They were going to send something to Okai, but Okai had to instruct them to buy stocks, so he couldn't leave for the time being. Thinking of this, he looked at Feng Yu. With 86 points of favorability, it shouldn't be a problem to ask her for a favor. So at this time, Okai also looked at her with a smile. Are you busy later? In a while? No, you want to date me? After hearing what Okai said, Feng Yu also looked at Okai and said with a smile. No. I bought a lot of things yesterday, and they are about to be delivered to my house. No one is home right now and I can't leave. If you have nothing to do, could you please pick up the goods for me? Looking at Feng Yu's expression, Okai said a little embarrassedly. After hearing what Okai said, Feng Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy knew it was not good to trouble him so much. But for some reason, after hearing what Okai said, Feng Yu was not angry, but felt quite happy in his heart. I must have solved most of the gap problems, so I feel good. Looking at Okai, Feng Yu muttered something in his heart, and then he agreed. Chapter 48. Precognitive Ability. Oh, madam? All the goods you ordered are here. After Feng Yu agreed to Okai, he drove his Panamera to Longting Jayuan and saw several heavily armed trucks at the door, and even escorts. After all, this was cargo worth 100 million yuan, and they had to be careful. When Feng Yu walked over and met the leader and confirmed her identity, the other party didn't know how to address her. But generally speaking, the people who can make people feel safe to accept goods worth 100 million must be the closest people. If they are not relatives, then it can only be husband and wife. Oh, come with me. Feng Yu was obviously stunned when she heard the other party calling her Mrs. O. She subconsciously wanted to argue, but stopped because she found that she was not really resistant to this title. Of course, what she was thinking about at this moment was her laziness in explaining. Then she took these people into the elevator and went straight to the 33rd floor. Okai did not change the password of the combination lock on the 33rd floor, so Feng Yu could still come in directly. When the workers put down their things and left, Feng Yu also counted the list. The more she looked, the more frightened she became. She originally thought that Okai went to the auction just to have fun and buy a few things. But who knew that he actually bought so many? My goodness. The stuff here alone must be worth nearly 100 million. This guy really trusts me. Isn't he afraid that I will run away with the stuff? If I sell these things, my company's debt will be paid off. Looking at the row of royal oak watches in her hand, She couldn't help but sigh and said, of course, she was just joking. After all, 100 million was a sum of money that most ordinary people had never seen in their lives. But for her, it was just money that she could easily get by just going home and being polite. But it's impossible not to be jealous. Taking a deep breath, she also took these small, valuable jewelry and the like into the bedroom, where there was a safe that she had bought. However, Okai had never used it and the password was still the previous one. After she opened the safe, she put all the jewelry in it. As for the calligraphy and paintings and the like, since they couldn't be put in, Okai would study them himself when he came back. After putting these things away, Feng Yu was ready to leave. But before she left, she saw the stairs leading downwards that had already been built. For some unknown reason, she stopped and suddenly became interested in Okai's house. Then she walked to the 32nd floor, where Okai lived. Okai's home is very simple and clean, so clean that there is basically nothing in it. When Feng Yu saw that there was not even a single piece of women's clothing in Okai's closet, she couldn't help but smile for some reason. It looks like our young billionaire is still alone. Although there may be some lovers, there is no main person in the family. Having lived in a wealthy circle since childhood, she doesn't believe in love. Because her parents are like this, they are incompatible in spirit. Maybe at the beginning there was love between them, but society is a big melting pot. Especially after she started her own company, she found that some things were indeed forced at the beginning. For example, when discussing business in her company, business banquets are necessary. After the banquet, the client asks to see the nightclubs or business nightclubs in this city. Can they refuse sternly? If you go to a place like this where clients are making advances with girls, are your managers and salesmen just going to sit there like saints? Who are you slapping in the face? The 4 irons of men, they went to school together, carried guns together, shared the spoils together, and you have to get along with them. Then it will be easier to negotiate business. It may be just a casual play at first, but as time goes by, it becomes real. So Feng Yu was very open-minded from the beginning, and her mother also taught her. If she longs for that kind of undivided love, then she should find a loser who loves her but whom she does not love. Although this will make her very tired and the other person will have no self-esteem, and they may even become enemies in the future, this is the only way for people like them to get love. If you want to find someone who is of equal status and whom you like, you have to learn to be open-minded. Because he couldn't tell how many lovers he might have. But there is only one mistress, and what she needs to learn is to be a mistress. Obviously Feng Yu did not choose these 2 paths. She chose to start her own business. But it seems that she is really not cut out for starting a business. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. And then she couldn't help but think of Okai in her mind. I wonder what would happen if I were with Okai. At this time, Okai naturally had no idea what Feng Yu was thinking. After he arranged what to buy in the stock market today, he came to the chairman's office prepared for him by Luo Guogang and studied his other ability, the ability to predict. In fact, this predictive ability does not mean that he can know what will happen 500 years in the past or 500 years in the future. The most important thing about this ability is that it supplements his original system. It's like before, he only knew that a stock or a piece of land would appreciate in value, but he didn't know why it would appreciate. But now that he has this ability, there will be a detailed introduction later. For example, why did the value of Longting Jiyuan, where his current house is located, appreciate by 62% after 3 years? This is because in 3 years, the education department of the city will replan the campus. The current Longting Jiyuan is a single campus city, and in 3 years it will become a double first-class campus. Not only will there be 2 T0 level elementary schools, there will also be a T1 level junior high school, and there will also be a provincial key high school nearby. So house prices will indeed soar. As for the location of the supercar club, the Imperial Court will plan an industrial park there in 2 years. This will be much more valuable than the school, so the land price will increase by 113%. Obviously, for Okai, this supplementary ability is quite powerful. Because after he knew the news, he could actually enclose land nearby, or even in some more remote places, and get land and houses at a relatively low price. This is a great way to make money. At the same time, he will also make such additions when looking at stocks. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Okai was sitting here studying his ability, suddenly there was a knock on the door of his room. When Okai called out, "Come in," he noticed Sunua walked into his room at this time. Chapter 49, Different Thoughts. "Oh, Sunua, what's the matter?" Looking at Sunua, Okai also spoke to her with a smile. Sunua should be the only reliable talent under Okai at present. At this moment in front of Okai, her attributes are as follows. Name Sunua. Gender, female. Age, 25. Height, 172. Weight, 47 kilograms. Physical strength, 9. Charisma, 96. Wisdom, 53. Business, 94. Innovation, 11. Social, 22. Management, 57. Favorability towards the host, 96. Her business ability is really strong, and her management level is not bad either. The most important thing is that she is really loyal to Okai and her favorability towards him is sky high. Okai didn't know why her favorability towards him had reached 96. You have to know that Luogua's was just 93. But no matter what, this is good news for Okai. Oh, boss, we have already bought the stocks you asked us to buy. Hearing the words of admiration, Sunua gently pushed his glasses and spoke. Okay, let's go and have some rest. I saw the lounge that Luo Guogang built. It's pretty good. Luo Guogang has not been idle these 2 days. Even though Okai seems to be running around, he has been supervising the transformation here. Today, Okai took a look at their office, lounge, entertainment room, and tea room. They were all quite good, even beyond his expectations. The lounge not only has massage chairs, but also a capsule hotel-like area where you can lie down and rest. The entertainment room is fully equipped with billiards, TV, game consoles, etc. In the tea room, there are fresh fruits, new coffee machines, water dispensers, various snacks, etc. Of course, Okai did not let him favor one over the other. While he was working on this area, he also upgraded the original office area. Although there is no lounge, the standards of the tea room are unified, and there are massage chairs available, which makes the original employees here very satisfied. I thought about what you said about entering the Hong Kong stock market soon, so I sorted out the information of banks that are suitable for cooperation in the Hong Kong stock market. There is also a dynamic report on Hong Kong stocks in the past month. If you have time, I can tell you about it. After hearing what Okai said, Sunua took out a USB flash drive from behind him and started talking to Okai. Well, okay, tell me. To be honest, Okai investment, he doesn't actually need these things. After all, he didn't know how to trade stocks before. He learned these 2 skills from the system. However, he couldn't always remain ignorant in front of his subordinates, so recently he had been learning how to trade stocks. There are also some financial industry rules and so on. The information compiled by Sunua now is indeed of great reference value to him. Hearing that Okai agreed, Sunua immediately walked to Okai's side and directly inserted the USB flash drive into the computer in front of Okai, which had the stock market chart on it. Then I opened some PPTs familiarly. The first thing we see is the problem of cooperative banks. At the same time, Sunua also spoke. Boss, judging from the index holdings, the top 10 weighted banks in the CSI Hong Kong Bank Investment Index are Jianxi Xing Bank, which accounts for 15.29%, and Huifeng Holdings, which accounts for 14.73%. However, this bank has a very poor reputation, although it is more proficient in local business in Hong Kong. But he will betray his own people. ICBC's weighting is 14.29%, which is actually no worse than his, but ICBC, as those who understand know, is rather rogue, and we are afraid that they will find reasons to withhold the money earned from Hong Kong stocks. The next one, Bank of China, accounts for 10.5%, but it is a very good bank and seldom conducts transactions with private depositors. The following one, Agricultural Bank of China, accounts for 6.14%, Bank of Communications accounts for 5.83%, CITIC Bank accounts for 5.49%, China Merchants Bank accounts for 5.46%, Bank of China Hong Kong accounts for 5.43%, and Hang Seng Bank accounts for 4.89%. My suggestion is not to cooperate directly with Hong Kong Bank. CITIC, Communications, and China Merchants Bank are all fine. I have people I know in China Merchants Bank and CITIC Bank, and I can arrange a meeting with them at any time. The following are the major trends in Hong Kong stocks over the past month. After bringing up the PPT, Sunua took the initiative to lean towards Okai, who was sitting in the boss chair. To be honest, Okai could hear what she said at the beginning, but as she introduced more and more, she leaned towards him. Slowly, when a mountain blocked about 30% of Okai's vision, he realized that Sunua had unknowingly leaned towards him. And when Okai looked at her, she clearly saw Okai out of the corner of her eye, but this only made her face turn red, and her body showed no intention of moving away. Looking at this scene, Okai was a little confused. Favorability level 96. Could it be that she also likes him? I have only seen her for 2 days, and today is the 3rd day. On the 3rd day, isn't this too fast? But actually, this is not fast anymore. In fact, Sunua had a good impression of Okai when he first saw him. After all, he was handsome, humble, and most importantly, rich. The most important thing is that he is willing to give himself a chance. The most important thing is that he is willing to give himself a chance, and he is also ridiculously strong himself. Many people, whether men or women, actually admire the strong. Maybe men also need to consider their own pitiful self-esteem and say some tough words in order to show their respect. Women's admiration for the strong is much more direct. Okai, a man who destroyed Sunua's self-esteem and professionalism in all aspects. Her original status at Tianyi Securities was that her talent was not appreciated. She doesn't think she is any worse than those traders or stockbrokers. The only difference may be her qualifications and background. But with Okai taught her what real viciousness and real ability meant. She couldn't understand what Okai bought in stocks on the first day. But all these stocks have reached their daily limit. The same thing happened the next day. After today's opening, it is obvious that Okai's stock is still rising strongly, and it is estimated that it is only a matter of time before it reaches the daily limit. In addition, Okai is handsome, has a good temperament, and his personality is pleasing to her. Under such circumstances, Sunua actually didn't mind what happened between him and Okai. However, this was the first time she had done something like this, and she didn't know how to behave. From what she saw so far, Okai didn't seem to mind having contact with her. Just as she was thinking this, her hand suddenly slipped and she fell into Okai's arms. Oops! When Sunua cried out, "Ah!" and Man Xiang fell into his arms, Okai became even more confused. When she saw herself falling into Okai's arms, but he didn't push her away, Sunua bit her lips lightly, and she was no longer anxious. But at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Chapter 50. No misunderstanding. "Hey, who is it?" "Mr. O, it's me." Hearing the knock on the door, Okai and Sunua finally reacted. Sunua immediately stood up, straightened his clothes, and stood aside. Then Okai asked, and then Shirshir's voice came from outside. "Shirshir, come in." Hearing this voice, Okai also said with some confusion at this time. After hearing Okai's words, the door was opened, and Shirshir also poked her little head in. After seeing Okai and Sunua, there was clearly some inexplicable look in her eyes. "Then boss, please watch first, I'm going out." "Oh, okay." Feeling Shirshir's gaze, Sunua couldn't help but feel her ears turning red. In order to avoid embarrassment, she spoke first. Hearing her words, Okai nodded to show his agreement. Then Sunua quickly crossed his eyes with Shirshir and left Okai's office. After she left, Okai also waved to Shirshir, and then Shirshir walked to Okai's side with a smile. It can be seen that her gait was still strange today. In this regard, she did not recover as quickly as Zhou Qin. When she walked to Okai, Okai suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled gently, and Shirshir exclaimed softly and sat in his arms. "Why are you here? Didn't we agree that you can rest at home today?" Looking at Shirshir, Okai and her eyes met, and then they couldn't help but get closer. After a long time, the two separated, and Okai asked her a question. "I can't sleep at home, and today is my first day at work. I can't just skip work." Hearing Okai's words, Shirshir also panted and said in a low voice, "Have you finished your work?" Seeing her like this, Okai also asked with a smile. "Well, I'm done. Hehe. You and I are now in an office romance, right?" "Yes, but should we make it public?" Okai asked Shirshir after listening to her words. But after hearing what Okai said, she immediately shook her head. "No, I know I'm not cut out to be a boss's wife. I still like being your little assistant." Looking at Okai, she also said with a smile. At this time, Okai also took a look at her attributes. Name Shirshir. Gender female. Age 21. Height 169. Weight 46 kilograms. Physical strength 11. Charisma 98. Wisdom 33. Business 31. Innovation 6. Social 62. Management 20. Favorability towards the host 100. Well, a perfect vase with a charm value of 98, which is slightly higher than Fengyu. I don't know if it's because of her connections. As for her own favorability, she locked it directly at 100. It is understandable if you think about it. Sunua already has a favorability of 96 just because of Muchong, while Shirshir has experienced Okai's strongest existence, so it is understandable that it is locked at 100. But her other attributes are really quite average. Only social skills are acceptable. I have no problem communicating with people as my own assistant. But as I said, Okai's subordinates don't need to be too strong, they just need to be loyal enough. Obviously, she is already the most loyal one. Thinking of this, Okai also asked her, "By the way, do you want to move to my house? Your roommate comes back so early in the morning. Will there be any, inconvenience at home?" "No, I live well here. As for how Mei you mentioned, she is not a messy person. She and I are sisters who met in the factory. She also dropped out of school after graduating from high school and came here to work. The reason why she came back this morning is because she works as a night shift cashier in a 24-hour supermarket." After hearing what Okai said, Sure explained to her little sister that as for moving to Okai's house, she didn't want to do it yet. "Oh, so that's the case. That's fine too. Just be careful." Hearing that Sure didn't want to be separated from her little sisters for the time being, Okai nodded. After being affectionate with her for a while, he saw a hint of sleepiness in Sure's eyes, so he asked Sure to go to the lounge to sleep for a while. Sure also saw the PPT on Okai's computer. She would naturally not disturb Okai from making money, so she smiled and left Okai's office. However, she did not go to the lounge, but went directly to the traders area. Now the three divisions under Okai, Anti-Finance, Yun Supercar Club, and the traders' work areas all know that Sure is Okai's assistant. You are not allowed to wander around in other parts. Even Luo Guogang cannot go to the difference between the traders, but only she can. After she entered, she naturally did not go to the room where the traders were operating, but went to the tea room where she found Su Nua. When Su Nua saw Sure, a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. Seeing that there was no one around, she also pulled Sure over. "Sure, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. I went to Mr. O's room to show him the PPT report I made. Hey, Sister Su Nua, it's meaningless for you to do this. Do you dare to say that you have no feelings for Brother Kai?" Seeing Su Nua eager to prove to herself that nothing had happened just now, Sure interrupted her and spoke at the same time. After hearing Sure's words, Su Nua was speechless for a moment. "Don't be nervous. I won't be jealous. On the contrary, I will help you." After taking a cup of coffee from the coffee machine next to her, Sure also said with a smile, "How can you help? You and the boss yesterday." Looking at Sure's smile, Su Nua once again thought about the strange way Sure walked just now and the fact that she asked him to accompany her to buy an evening dress. She seemed to know what must have happened between Sure and Okai. "Well, last night." Facing Su Nua's question, Sure did not hide anything. As a result, Su Nua's eyes lit up even more when she said this, and he immediately asked, "How do you feel?" "Well, how should I put it? I can only say that it was very, well, you understand, but I do remember clearly that I fainted 4 or 5 times. Brother Kai's ability cannot be dealt with by one, no, not 4 or 5 girls. There will definitely be a lot of women around him in the future. And I am very satisfied with my current situation, so I am here to find an ally. Will you be my ally?" Looking at Su Nua, Sure also extended an olive branch at this time. After hearing what Sure said, Su Nua was a little hesitant. Although she said that she didn't mind being Okai's mistress, she always felt a little weird when Sure brought up the matter. Chapter 51. Talking. "Okay. Everyone has worked hard, you can go back and rest. Let's make adjustments quickly in the next few days, because we may go to the Hong Kong stock market at any time." As time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Okai looked at the funds in his stock market. It had increased from nearly 200 million in the morning to 221.88 million. He clapped his hands with satisfaction and then spoke to the 14 traders. For them, these are minor problems as long as the money is in place. You should know that Okai has invested a total of about 170 million yuan in his shares. In other words, in 3 days, excluding Saturday and Sunday, they have earned more than 50 million. According to what was written in the Okai contract, they received 5% of the profits as a reward. In other words, these people have already earned more than 2 million. On average, each person would earn nearly 200,000. 200,000. Not to mention that they will be busy with Hong Kong stocks in a while. It doesn't matter if they work overtime until 10 o'clock every day now. Judging from the current situation, money is the least problem. So they were all very happy now, but just when everyone else was packing up to go back, Su Nua found Okai. "Boss, have you read the PPT I gave you?" "Well, I've already looked at it. The suggestion is good, but I'll have to see how it works based on the situation at that time." After hearing Su Nua's words, Okai also smiled and said, he didn't lie, he did read it, but he didn't understand it either. especially the stock analysis and policies at the end, which gave him a headache and he really couldn't understand them. He bought stocks through the system. He really couldn't understand this kind of professional game. But on the surface, he still had to affirm everything the other party did. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the only talented person under his command harbored a grudge. Otherwise, there is still time, I will tell you more. The A-share market was only suspended at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so for other people it was still early. So after listening to Okai's words, Sunua also started talking. Tomorrow morning, when you have nothing else to do, come to my office and explain it to me. But Okai has an appointment in the afternoon. I didn't go to Zhou Qin's place yesterday, so I must go to her tonight. Now I can have a date with Shishir, have a meal, and watch a movie. So forget about the promised explanation. But at this moment, Shishir ran over from the side, smiling. Why don't we go together? We can't let personal matters interfere with official business. Looking at Okai, Shishir also suggested in a low voice. Ah? Together. Okai was confused when he heard Shishir say this. What can they do together? Aren't they going on a date? Can they go on a date together? But looking at Shishir's expression and Sunua's serious look despite his slightly red face, Okai felt that the two of them seemed to have an agreement. Then there is really no room for refusal. So he could only nod, which was considered as his agreement. Seeing that Okai agreed, Shishir and Sunua breathed a sigh of relief. At least now it was confirmed that Okai had no aversion to Sunua. Then the three of them left the company together. As for Luo Guogang and Chi-yi, the two of them just had lunch with Okai at noon and then went back to work. Okai was off work now and they couldn't do that. After Okai, Shishir and Sunua went downstairs. Shishir pushed Sunua into Okai's car, saying that her driving skills were too poor and she felt it was dangerous to carry another person. And this reason, Okai really had no way to refuse. So he also got into a car with Sunua. Counting it all, this was the second time the two of them had been alone in a space, apart from this morning. However, when the car's engine started, they found that the atmosphere was a little awkward, because Okai didn't quite know what to say at this moment, and Sunua didn't seem to be very clear either. However, she had heard from Shishir that Okai had a good personality, but he was indeed a little introverted, so if she wanted to have any relationship with him, it would be best to take the initiative. So after thinking for a while, Sunua spoke first. Boss, do you have any hobbies? Hey, don't call me boss after work. Just call me Okai, or call me Brother Kai like Shishir did. As for hobbies, I don't seem to have any hobbies. After listening to Sunua's words, Okai also spoke hesitantly. He had many hobbies when he was in school, such as playing basketball, fishing, and playing games, but it seems that since I started working, these hobbies have gradually drifted away from me. When I am busy, I work 996 every day. I rarely have a day off on Sunday, but I also have to go out and date with Lu Shi, so I feel very busy every day. These hobbies that require time and people to pursue will gradually disappear. Although he has time again now and has money, it is a bit troublesome to pick up his hobby again. I heard from Shishir that you took a lot of pictures of calligraphy and paintings yesterday. You must like calligraphy and painting very much. After hearing what Okai said, Sunua couldn't help but speak. Hey, I buy those things mainly to make money. To be honest, I don't understand those things. His family is obviously not the kind of family that would let children learn calligraphy and painting when they are young. What a pity. I thought if you knew how to do it, I could play the guzheng for you to entertain you while you were painting. After hearing what Okai said, Sunua also said with some regret, Can you play the guzheng? However, after hearing her words, Okai became interested. Well, I studied it for more than 10 years when I was young. Seeing Okai's interest in this ancient thing, Sunua immediately started talking with a smile. Oh, that's great. I can play it too. We can try it out later. The vocal master made Okai know how to play all the musical instruments in the world. As long as it was mentioned, he could play it. Although Sunua was stunned by what Okai said, it was still a way to start a conversation. Then the two of them talked about the fingering of playing the guzheng and some famous guzheng songs. The more Sunua listened, the more surprised she was, because she found that Okai was not just talking. He actually could do it, which made her more and more curious about Okai. As the two cars drove into the underground parking lot of a shopping mall one after another, Shishir found that the relationship between Okai and Sunua seemed to be much closer than when they left the company. So she walked over with a smile and took Okai's arm. At her eye signal, Sunua hesitated for a moment. He also took the initiative to hold Okai's other arm. Although Okai's promise was a little unexpected, he still did not refuse. Then the three of them took the elevator and went directly to the cinema on the top floor. Originally, Okai wanted to buy 3 ordinary movie tickets, but Sure bought 3 bed tickets. Chapter 52. A variety of tricks. Today's movie theaters are really varied. Okai has been to the small hall, the big hall, the 3D hall, the max hall, the giant screen hall. He really hasn't been to the bedroom. In this cinema, the original seats have now become beds. Of course, they are all single-person seats where people can lie down and watch movies, which is very comfortable. But obviously, Sure and Sunua were not prepared for the 3 of them to lie down separately. So, after cutting their tickets and entering the cinema, Sure and Sunua naturally moved to the bed in the middle. This was originally Okai's position, and Okai was already lying here, so the 2 of them basically lay directly on the bed with Okai, one on the left and one on the right. Before the movie started, the place was still brightly lit. So when the people who came in saw Okai holding 2 people, the women all showed a shameless look, and the men all showed a sure look. However, when they saw the appearance of Okai, Sure and Sunua, these people's mentality changed at this moment. Women become, "That's okay," while men become, "You bastard." There is no way Sure and Sunua are so beautiful. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a good figure. They didn't see her clearly just now, so they just watched for fun. But now that they can see her clearly, the flames of jealousy began to burn in their hearts. And many girls think that it is not impossible to have such a handsome boy. Facing the gazes of these strangers, Okai felt very embarrassed. But since Sure and Sunua were not leaving, he naturally couldn't say anything. Fortunately, the movie started soon. When the lights in the theater went out, the eyes around them went out as well. Although they were most likely still whispering to themselves, the fact that they couldn't be heard or seen at all made Okai, who was socially anxious, feel a little calmer. But as his perception of his surroundings decreased, he felt the presence of Sure and Sunua beside him more and more clearly. At this time, the 3 of them also leaned together, especially the legs. Okai was wearing ordinary shorts today, very casual. Sure and Sunua were both wearing silk stockings. Sure's was flesh-colored, and Sunua's was black. They were now draped over his legs. For a moment, Okai felt that he could no longer control his attention. He could only divert his attention, but he was attracted to the upper body again. At this moment, his hands were being held in the arms of the 2 of them, one on each side. Plus, the 3 of them were squeezed together on this small bed that was probably only about 1.3 or 1.4 meters in size, so he felt like he was deeply trapped in it. Feeling the breathing of the 2 people beside him, Okai subconsciously raised his hand, and when he raised it, Sure naturally leaned against his chest. Heaven and earth can bear witness that he originally just wanted to raise his hands. He didn't have that intention. But when Sure lay down, Sunua next to her hesitated for a moment and then lay down on the other side. When their ears were close to Okai's chest, they could hear Okai's crazy heartbeat like a drum. Of course, Sunua might be in the same situation at this time. After all, it was the first time for her to be so close to a man. And at this moment, Sunua suddenly heard some noises, and there was no way to describe the story that followed. I can only say that today's movie is very good. It is a comedy with a total length of 150 minutes. Everyone's laughter and the playful sounds that came from time to time in the movie did suppress a lot of sounds that might have been heard by other audiences. As for Okai, Sure and Sunua, to be honest, they actually had no idea what the movie was about. Their attention was no longer on the screen shortly after the show started. However, through this movie, Sunua also had a very clear understanding of Okai. I also understood why Sure specifically asked me for help in becoming Okai's lover. At the same time, I also understood why Okai said Jochin didn't mind. Based on her current understanding of Okai, it is true that Sure and Okai's girlfriend would not mind. They didn't feel anything. The movie ended and the 3 of them left the theater together. Then the 3 of them went into the bathroom and stayed there for a long time before coming out. When they met again, Okai was in good condition, Sure was also fine, but Sunua's face was red. Fortunately, Okai took the initiative to open the conversation and asked what the 2 wanted to eat. After thinking about it, the 2 decided to go eat hot pot. Afterwards, the 3 of them ate hot pot together as if nothing had happened. After eating the hot pot, Okai was about to look for Jochin. Just when he was thinking about how to tell Sure and Sunua, Sure took the initiative to speak first. "It's getting late. Sister Sunua and I will go back first. I'll take her off and we'll continue tomorrow." Looking at Okai, Sure also said with a smile. Sunua also stood beside Sure with a blushing face. Oh, okay." After hearing Sure's words, Okai said a little stiffly, Then you will be the one to send Sister Sunu off tomorrow. Seeing that Okai agreed, Sure also spoke at this time. Of course, there was other meaning in her words. Sending Sunua home was not just about sending her home. What happened after she returned home was the most important thing. After hearing what Sure said, Okai also nodded. Things have already come to this today. It seems like there is no way I shouldn't send him home. Seeing that Okai agreed, Sure also took Sunua away from here. After getting into her Porsche, she also drove away carefully. Looking at Okai, who was still a little dazed in the rearview mirror, Sure couldn't help but chuckle, then looked at Sunua, who was also a little dazed. Sister Sunua, happy cooperation. Looking at Sunua, Sure also stretched out her hand to high-five the other party. When seeing Sure's hand, Sunua couldn't help but think of what happened in the cinema just now. It seemed that she used. Then he took out his own hand, and the two of them patted it gently. I didn't lie to you, Brother Kai is really amazing. A movie that's 150 minutes long, 2 hours, TSK. Maybe neither of us can handle it. But fortunately, Brother Kai has another lover. As the high five was completed, Sure then started talking with a smile. Listening to Sure's words, Sunua nodded. One-on-one love was indeed a luxury for Okai. After all, it would kill someone. Chapter 53, Class. What are you thinking about? Sure here sent Sunua home, and Okai also drove to Zhou Qin's bar at this time. After parking the car, he also came to the bar. It's already past 8 o'clock in the evening, and the bar has started to fill up with customers. When Okai arrived, he saw Zhou Qin busy. After exchanging glances with Zhou Qin, he also found a seat and sat down. At this moment, he was still very confused, and he didn't know what was going on in the afternoon. Just when he felt his brain was very confused, Zhou Qin walked over to Okai and asked with a smile, "Oh, nothing. I'm thinking about investing in Hong Kong stocks." After hearing what Zhou Qin said, Okai also said something with a smile. "Oh, you're still trading stocks?" Seeing Okai saying that he wanted to invest in Hong Kong stocks, Zhou Qin asked with some confusion. "My main source of income now depends on this." He smiled. Although Okai now has many industries, these industries are not making much money yet. If he wants to get rewards from the system, he currently mainly relies on stock trading. While chatting with Zhou Qin, Okai also took a look at her attributes. Name Zhou Qin. Gender female. Age 31. Height 178. Weight 48 kilograms. Physical strength 19. Charisma 99. Wisdom 78. Business 72. Innovation 11. Social 97. Management 85. Favorability towards the host 100. After seeing Zhou Qin's attributes, Okai was really shocked. Her charm is only 1 point away from the maximum value. No wonder it is so difficult for Okai to resist. However, what shocks Okai even more is that her other attributes are also so high. 78 for intelligence, 72 for business, 97 for social skills, and 85 for management. To be honest, if she wasn't trapped in this small bar because of family reasons, she would be a celebrity wherever she went. Not to mention her favorability towards me. For a woman who has experienced Okai, it would be unacceptable if her favorability towards him is not 100%. Stock trading is risky, but I think you can handle it. Sniff, you have the scent of 2 perfumes on you, and they are so deep. Although I really hope you can find a few lovers. Please don't go out and mess around and get sick. Otherwise, I'll introduce a few to you. At this time, Zhou Qin didn't know that Okai was checking her attributes. She just smiled after hearing what Okai said. However, as she sat down next to Okai, she also moved closer to Okai and smelled him, then asked with some confusion. I'm not messing around. This is the smell of my assistant and my trading manager." Hearing Zhou Qin's words, Okai's face turned red, and then he spoke in a low voice. He is indeed not good at lying, especially when facing Zhou Qin. There is a huge gap between the two of them in terms of rank. Assistant, trader manager, well, you can tell they are serious people just by listening to them. But there are only 2 of them. This is not enough. Zhou Qin also started counting on his fingers while listening to Okai's words. Hearing her say this, Okai looked at her speechlessly. I just didn't go back to her yesterday, and then I found 2 lovers, and she still said that's not enough? How many more should I find to be enough? You didn't bring them here? Seeing Okai's speechless look, Zhou Qin also spoke with a smile. After hearing her words, Okai became even more speechless. Bring it? What for? Do you want to feel the Shura field? Don't worry. I think we are all very smart. We all just want to be your lover, not your wife, so we should be in the same camp. We will see them every day in the future, and maybe they will be with you, so there is no problem to get familiar with them in advance. Remember, bring them to my place to play tomorrow. By the way, what do you think of Shanshan? Let me introduce her to you. Otherwise, the two of them are in the same group and exclude me. What should I do? I have to form a gang or a faction. Seeing Okai's gaze, Zhou Qin smiled and gently touched Okai's face with her hand, then began to speak. After she finished speaking, she did not forget to point to Sun Shanshan, who was serving wine to the guests in the distance, and continued to speak with a smile. When Okai looked at Sun Shanshan, he found that she was also looking at him. Then when she saw him looking at her, she immediately retracted her gaze. Seeing the girl's clear expression, Okai also said something with a smile. Don't be ridiculous. I'm having a hard time dealing with all of you. Please don't delay the girl. What do you mean by delay? You mean Shanshan? She's only a sophomore this year. I've asked around and found out that her family is from the countryside and doesn't have much money. Otherwise, you wouldn't have continued working here. Even if you graduate from college and find a job, you will only make 4 or 5,000 yuan a month. Find someone who also makes 4 or 5,000 yuan a month. Although life goes on. But the bad thing is that Shanshan is too pretty, so it's hard for her not to be noticed by others. By then, it would be either the second generation of rich people who want to hang out with her for fun, or the first generation of rich people who want to support her. As long as she has the slightest thought of leaping into a higher class, she will be on a path of no return. Listening to Zhou Qin's words, Okai couldn't help but be speechless at this time, because it seemed to be like this for him and Lu Shi. A rich man is the same as a beautiful woman. It's okay if they don't experience society, but once they experience society, all kinds of temptations will come one after another. This is the case with Lu Shi. In fact, Okai knows very well that Zhao Yu is just playing with her. When she is playing with her feelings are also playing with her. In the end, there were only two possible outcomes. Zhao Yu got tired of her and kicked her away. She began to degenerate and became a plaything for those rich second generations for money. A better ending would be that she found out some of Zhao Yu's secrets, married him, and then Zhao Yu continued to play around outside, while she became a resentful woman in the boudoir. Maybe she can indeed rise in terms of money and social class, but for a woman, this is actually a road of no return, especially for a woman who once had dreams of love. But it would be different if she followed you. Let me ask you, if she followed you, would you abandon her? Just when Okai was still thinking about him and Lu Shi, Zhou Qin also propped up his chin, looked at Okai and said with a smile, no. After thinking about it, Okai is indeed not the kind of person who would abandon others. That is, by following you, her social class has been elevated. Your body will not give her the opportunity to be a resentful woman. Most importantly, she likes you. She has love, money, social class, and people. Why would she reject you? Gently touching Okai's chest, Zhou Qin smiled and started talking. Chapter 54. Gift. That's nonsense. Maybe they just want to thank me. Let's not talk about her anymore. Let's talk about the two of us first. Come home with me today. After grabbing Zhou Qin's hand and kissing her gently, Okai began to speak. Go home with you? That's fine, I haven't been to your house yet. But are my toothbrush, towel, and other things ready? After hearing what Okai said, Zhou Qin did not refuse, but said with a smile, well, but I have prepared a gift. After hearing Zhou Qin's words, Okai couldn't help but pause for a moment, and then said with a little embarrassment, the gifts he was talking about were the jewelry and other things he took pictures of yesterday. Then Zhou Qin can choose whatever he wants. Hearing Okai's words, Zhou Qin laughed even louder. You are so careless. But speaking of gifts, I have prepared one for you. After laughing, Zhou Qin took out a small box from the small bag beside her. You can tell at a glance that this small box should be a watch box. Because yesterday when Oka was taking pictures of those Royal Oak watches, the boxes outside those watches were similar to this one. Looking at the watch box, Okai took it with some doubts and opened it. Then there is a silver-white watch with a pink dial in the middle. To be honest, this watch doesn't look very good. At least that's the aesthetic point of view of Oka. But when the system popped up, Okai's pupils couldn't help but shrink. As expected, he didn't understand watches because at this time, according to the system's prompt, this watch is worth 218 million. Patek Philippe Super Complex Timepiece Series, 6300 A010 watch, limited to one piece worldwide, with an issue price of 218 million and a current value of 232 million. It is worth investing. Hiss, 218 million? Looking at the watch, Okai couldn't help but muttered softly, and Zhou Qin was a little surprised when he heard what Okai said. Okay, you really know what's good. I originally thought you would think this watch is only worth a few million. Looking at Okai, Zhou Qin also said with a smile. This is too expensive, Hearing Zhou Qin's words, Okai also stuttered, but Zhou Qin interrupted him again. It would be meaningless if we were to talk about money. This watch was left by my father. After he went in and got arrested, he felt something was wrong, so he asked someone to buy the watch and quietly handed it to me, hoping to give the watch to the person above him in exchange for his life. But unfortunately, the person above him was also arrested shortly after him. So the watch was not given away. Now I can't sell this watch because too many people are staring at me. My father's old subordinates, official people. If I suddenly sell this watch, do you think they will come to my door? After hearing what Okai said, Zhou Qin also spoke in a low voice. I can protect you. Okai immediately spoke up after hearing Zhou Qin say that. If I need it, I'll naturally need your protection. But now that I've paid my taxes properly, the police should protect me. Looking at Okai, Zhou Qin also smiled, then took out the watch, put it on Okai, and then nodded with a smile. Yeah, just right. Listening to Zhou Qin's words, Okai couldn't help but open his mouth. To be honest, he didn't like wearing watches, but now that this watch was given to him by Zhou Qin, he really couldn't help wearing it. Looking at the watch on his hand, Okai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm being kept? I was poor before, and no one was interested in me when I wanted to be supported. As a result, now that I am no longer poor, I am still being kept by someone. Of course, Okai would not take this watch from Zhou Qin for nothing. He planned to allocate 200 million yuan to Zhou Qin when he went to Hong Kong to make money. However, he could not tell her for now. He could give it to her directly when he had the chance in the future. Miss, are you okay? Does it have anything to do with you? Get out of here. Call the police. I don't know them. Just as Okai and Zhou Qin were talking here, suddenly a quarrel was heard in the distance. Looking in the direction of the sound, Okai and the others saw Sun Shanshan, who was sitting in front of a table. On the other side of the table, there was a woman who seemed to be drunk and could not stand steadily. As for her, two men were supporting her. Of these two men, one looks to be in his 30s, tall and thin, and the other looks to be in his 40s, short and fat, wearing a big gold chain and looking fierce. Of the two, the short and fat man should be the more prominent one. When Sun Shanshan felt that something was wrong, she tried to stop them immediately, but it was the short and fat guy who started threatening first. But they didn't expect that the woman was not completely unconscious and was still struggling to speak. When they heard the woman say she was going to call the police, their faces changed drastically. Sun Shanshan, who was on the opposite side, also took out her cell phone and prepared to call the police immediately. When he saw Sun Shanshan was about to call the police, the fat man winked at the tall and thin man next to him. The tall and thin man came over and tried to snatch Sun Shanshan's cell phone, while the fat man took this opportunity to pull the woman away. You don't understand me, right? Give me your phone. Just as the tall and thin guy came in front of Sun Shanshan and was about to snatch the phone, Sun Shanshan suddenly felt her body suddenly rushed backwards. When she looked clearly again, she found that Okai had appeared in front of her and directly blocked the two guys. Seeing that Okai was the first to stand out, the two guys couldn't help but change their faces. Because whether in terms of height or build, Okai is obviously not comparable to a beautiful waitress. When they saw Okai standing up, the two of them were stunned, and then a hint of fear flashed in their eyes. It was obvious that Okai looked difficult to deal with, but they were reluctant to give up the beauty that was about to be in their hands. Just when they were a little confused, Zhou Qin came over and put her hand on Okai's shoulder. Leave it to me. After hearing Zhou Qin's words, Okai also stepped aside. He knew that Zhou Qin dared to open a bar here and was dressed so sexy before she met him. She must have some means. Especially after seeing the way Sun Shanshan handled these two incidents, it was clear that there would rarely be people causing trouble here under normal circumstances. Now Okai beat the two guys like beating his grandsons, but he knew that if he continued to beat them, it would inevitably make a mess here and leave a bad impression on the guests. Most importantly, it would be troublesome if the police came. So at this time, he chose to let Zhou Qin solve this problem. Chapter 55. You know each other? You two have just been out for a while. You are quite brave to cause trouble here. Seeing Okai taking a half step back but still standing by her side, Zhou Qin couldn't help but laugh. It was really good to feel protected. However, when she looked at the tall and fat man opposite her, Her eyes became much gloomier. Sister Zhou, we didn't cause any trouble. We just saw that she was drunk. We didn't do anything. We just wanted to help her. After hearing Zhou Qin's words, the two men who were originally a little drunk suddenly sobered up. One man in his 30s and the other in his 40s called Zhou Qin's sister Zhou at this time, and they really didn't feel drunk at all. While the fat man was talking, he also put the woman who was so drunk that she could hardly stand back on the chair next to her. Well, do I need your help in my bar? Looking at the expressions of these two people, Zhou Qin sneered at this time, and then looked at them even colder. The two of them looked at each other at this time, then gritted their teeth, and then picked up the wine bottles on the table next to them. Seeing the actions of these two people, Okai subconsciously flashed over and stood in front of Zhou Qin. But what he didn't expect was that these two people were not going to fight with Zhou Qin. But at this moment, they directly smashed the wine bottles on his head with two bangs. The bottle exploded instantly, and beer and blood flowed out of the two men's heads at the same time. However, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Instead, they looked at Zhou Qin with a smile. Sister Zhou, you are so generous. Please let us go. Roll. After hearing what the two said, Zhou Qin raised his eyelids at this time and said something with disdain and contempt, and then the two of them immediately ran away. After they left, Zhou Qin looked at Sun Shanshan beside him. Send someone to clean up. As for this girl, let her sleep here and take good care of her things. Okay, Sister Zhou. After hearing Zhou Qin's words, Sun Shanshan immediately responded and went to find the cleaner to pack up. At this time, Zhou Qin walked to Okai and said to him with a smile, these two guys are just a bunch of tough guys. They've been in jail several times for rape and theft, and were just released a few days ago. I guess they can't even survive now. They'd love for you to beat them up, so they can extort some money from you. After patting the two men who had just been drinking alcohol on Okai's body when they were fighting with each other, Zhou Qin also started talking with a smile. Shouldn't this be considered as a courageous act, self-defense? And didn't these two guys drug me? Hearing Zhou Qin's words, Okai couldn't help but ask with some confusion. No, I took a look and it seemed like this girl was having a cocktail for the first time and she drank too much. As for the self-defense you mentioned, it certainly doesn't count. It is very difficult to determine self-defense. For example, if someone wants to kill you with a knife, you have to run first and then he chases you. You run to a corner and beg him, but he still persecutes you. In this case, you only have one chance for self-defense. If one strike fails to subdue him, then attacking again would be excessive self-defense. If you snatch his knife and start chasing him, that would be a fight. If you chase him and stab him a few times, that would be intentional injury. It is obvious that Zhou Qin is much more familiar with this aspect of criminal law than Okai. After hearing what Zhou Qin said, Okai couldn't help but curl his lips. Ever since he obtained the hand of great compassion, he has yet to test the strength of this skill, and he doesn't seem to know the limit of his physical strength. He can find an opportunity to go to the gym to try it out. He remembered that there was a gym in their community, so he decided to go there when he had nothing to do. While he was talking to Zhou Qin, Sun Shanshan had already called the cleaning lady. While the cleaning lady was cleaning up the things here, Sun Shanshan also cleaned up the things of the drunk girl. When Sun Shanshan pulled the girl's hair apart, Okai was suddenly stunned, because he actually knew this girl. He didn't know the girl's name, but he had seen this person yesterday. She was his neighbor downstairs. I have to say, this world is really small. But now he didn't know what the woman's name was, and subconsciously he took a look at her and Sun Shanshan next to her. Name, Sun Shanshan. Gender, female. Age, 19. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 44 kilograms. Physical fitness, 21. Charisma, 95. Wisdom, 36. Business, 18. Innovation, 6. Social, 11. Management, 5. Favorability towards the host, 98. Name, Suya. Gender, female. Age, 29. Height, 167. Weight, 46 kilograms. Physical fitness, 8. Sub-healthy. Charisma, 97. Wisdom, 68. Business, 99. Innovation, 77. Social, 34. Management, 83. Favorability towards the host, 71. Looking at the attributes of these two people, Okai was a little surprised. What was a little surprising to Sun Shanshan was that her favorability rating for her was 98, which was much higher than Su Nuo, who was determined to be taken advantage of by her. After watching a movie and having dinner this afternoon, Su Nua's favorability rating for her was just 98. She has this value now. Although the plot of the hero saving the beauty seems old-fashioned, it does work. Originally, Okai was still wondering whether Sun Shanshan was only grateful to him. Now it seems that it is not. It was understandable that Suya didn't like him very much. After all, they didn't know each other before yesterday. But what surprised Okai was that her ability was so high. 99's business ability is the best he has ever seen, without a doubt, even better than Su Nua. He just doesn't know what she does and why she has such strong business ability. What? Do you know her? Seeing Okai staring at the girl in a daze, Zhou Qin couldn't help but ask puzzledly. She knew Okai. He was not the kind of person who couldn't walk when seeing a beautiful woman. Moreover, Zhou Qin was quite confident in his appearance. So the reason why Okai was stunned at this moment was probably because he knew each other. Sure enough, after hearing her words, Okai also nodded. Well, my downstairs neighbor called me yesterday morning and said that the renovation at home was too noisy. It was her. Looking at Zhou Qin, Okai told the truth. Oh, it looks like we have to leave early again today. Zhou Qin couldn't help but laugh when he heard Okai say that. Since we know each other, we can't let her sober up here. We must send her home now. Chapter 56. Sisters. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Sorry, we were wrong. We won't do it again. Inside the city, on a small path in a certain urban village, the two men, one tall and one fat, who had been so arrogant just now, fell to the ground in a very embarrassed manner, looking behind them with horror on their faces. At this moment, under the dim street lamp behind him, a woman walked out from under the street lamp, swinging two dagger-like spikes. If Okai was here at this moment, he would definitely recognize her. He had also seen this woman before because she was also one of the waitresses in Zhou Qin's bar. Once, Okai went to see Zhou Qin, and that was what she said to him. However, compared to her sweet smile in the bar, her eyes are now full of bloodthirsty look. Just as she walked up to the two men and was about to raise her hand, suddenly a stone bounced from a distance and hit her in front of her. Okay, just teach them a lesson. Are you really going to kill them? Wouldn't that cause trouble for the young lady? And these two guys are only on parole now. They have to report back to the police station every month. If they don't go back, who do you think will be in trouble? As the stone interrupted the man's movements, another woman came out from the darkness. Okai also knew this woman. She was another waitress in the bar. However, compared to the first woman, she was more often responsible for loading goods in the warehouse. So Okai only had a slight impression of her. Get out! After hearing what this woman said, the woman at the beginning also snorted coldly, and then the two of them immediately shut up and ran away crawling. Looking at their pupils that were about to dilate with fear, it was obvious that they were really about to be scared to death. Because just now they almost became two corpses. They had no doubt that this woman would have any hesitation in killing them. Watching them run away, the woman took back the two dagger-like spikes, and then pinned them on her head, one on the left and one on the right, turning them into two hairpins. Then he looked at the woman. Why are you here, miss? And what about the bar? Jenny is watching, nothing will happen. As for the young lady and the son-in-law, they are gone. Hearing her words, the woman gently played with the two long hairs hanging in front of her, then spoke with a smile. What son-in-law? I have never recognized him as my son-in-law. After hearing what this man said, the woman at the beginning said in a low voice as she walked out. Haha, it doesn't matter whether you recognize it or not, as long as the lady recognizes it. But to be honest, my son-in-law is handsome, has a good figure, and is very rich. Why don't you recognize him? Looking at this person's appearance, the second person also jumped to her side and asked her with a smile. Because this guy is also a piece of trash. He is not wholeheartedly devoted to the lady. Looking at the second person, the first woman also spoke. You are being a little unreasonable. Wasn't it the young lady who asked you to do that? And you know that the son-in-law is really good in that aspect. It's understandable that he has more lovers. Maybe in the end, all three of us will have to have sex. After rolling his eyes at the man, the second man also spoke up. After hearing what the man said, the first man couldn't help but stop and glared at the woman fiercely. Go ahead if you want away. After saying that, the woman quickened her pace and left quickly. Looking at her back, the second person who appeared at this time couldn't help but chuckle, with a complicated look in his eyes. But then he didn't say anything and just followed her away. Okai naturally had no idea what was happening here. At this time, he and Zhou Qin had already returned to the community, supporting the woman named Suya. After reaching the 31st floor, he carried her to the 30th floor, and then followed the approximate direction to 3001, and then knocked on the door. Now the doors are all locked with passwords and fingerprints, and there are no keys, so if no one is at home, it will be troublesome. Fortunately, there is someone in her family. Come on. Who is it? As the person inside heard the knock on the door, a girl who looked 70% similar to Suya also opened the door from the inside and saw Suya at a glance. Sister! After the girl screamed, she looked at Okai and the others vigilantly. My sister was so drunk, and yet she was carried back by a strange man. It felt very strange and abnormal no matter how you looked at it. Oh, she's your sister. I live upstairs from your house. I saw her yesterday morning. She happened to be drunk in the bar run by my girlfriend, so I sent her back. Looking at the girl's gaze, Okai immediately began to explain. After hearing what Okai said, and most importantly, after she saw Jochin behind Okai, she tentatively took Suya over. Then she took a look at Suya's clothes. Although there were some wrinkles, they were not messy and there was no sign of having been taken off. The contents of the bag were all behind her. Then she politely spoke to Okai. Thank you so much for your trouble. You're welcome. It's nothing. You take care of him. I'll go upstairs and rest. Waving his hand, Okai also spoke to the girl. Afterwards, after the girl closed the door, Okai took Jochin back into the elevator and went to the 33rd floor. As for the girl, she also helped Suya back to her room at this time. Seeing Suya was already drunk and unconscious, the girl reluctantly helped her clean up a little bit and then went back to rest. That was all she could do. At this time, Jochin arrived at the 33rd floor and entered the house. Looking at the layout of Okai's house, she couldn't help but look at Okai strangely. This guy didn't expect that there are still some girlish hearts? Well, I didn't decorate this room. I bought the 2 floors below. The upper floors had already been sold. They were decorated by the previous owner, but she didn't even have time to live in it for a day before the company went bankrupt. So she sold the house, and I just happened to buy it. Looking at Jochin's gaze, Okai also smiled awkwardly. Oh, you seem to be very familiar with it. Why don't we just rest here tonight? Jochin said with a smile as he looked at Okai's explanation. How can I not be familiar with her? I worked in her company for 3 years. She was my former boss. As for where I rest, it doesn't matter. The main reason I brought you here is because the gift I want to give you is here. After saying that, Okai also pulled Jochin into the room and opened Feng Yu's safe. Chapter 57. Negotiation. These are for you. Looking at the things in the safe, Okai also spoke to Jochin seriously. Ah? Give them all to me? Why do I need so many jewels? Especially this watch, 1, 2, 3, $9. I wear one every day. Hearing what Okai said, Jochin also said with a smile. You can if you want. Looking at Jochin, Okai also spoke seriously. However, Jochin thought about it, shook his head, and took out a ruby watch from the 9 watches, which was the second most expensive one among the 9 watches, with a selling price of 12.384 million, and then put it on his hand. Then I'll take this one, the most expensive one, the emerald one, and leave it to your future wife. As for me, I'll be the only one besides her, big sister. Looking at Okai, Jochin also started talking with a smile. Where is the wife? Listening to Jochin's words, Okai said with a bit of a smile. It will be available in the future. Come on. Take me to see your home. Jochin smiled and said after hearing what Okai said. Then she pulled Okai to leave this floor and went downstairs. However, after a simple look around, the two returned to the 32nd floor, which was the floor where Okai lived. Then the temperature between the two quickly rose. But soon, just when Okai and Jochin entered the room, Jochin suddenly pushed Okai away. Wait a minute. I almost forgot. After stopping Okai, Jochin immediately ran back to the living room, found her bag, took out a box of medicine, and took out a pill from it. What are you doing? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing Jochin's actions, Okai couldn't help but stop her and felt her pulse. There was nothing wrong with her, but what medicine should she take? Needless to say, of course we need to defend ourselves. We don't like umbrellas, and no umbrella can protect you from the rain, so I have to do some protection. After hearing what Okai said, Jochin rolled his eyes at him and said. Hearing her words, Okai couldn't help but feel a little amused and a little hurt at the same time. Don't you want to have a baby with me? I do want to, but not now. I have to wait until you get married and have an eldest son. The illegitimate child is older than the eldest son, so it's inevitable that he will cause some trouble. After all, since ancient times, the eldest son has always been the heir apparent, and the legitimate heir has always been the heir apparent. There's no need to make things difficult for you. Hearing Okai say this, Zhou Qin also touched his head and comforted him. There is no such thing as elder and younger than the legitimate and illegitimate children. This is not a story about female protagonists abusing the main character. Looking at her appearance, Okai said speechlessly, "Be good and listen to me. Hey, if you really don't want to get pregnant now, I have a solution. Don't eat this. It's not good for your health." Seeing that Zhou Qin was still determined at this time, Okai also sighed and then spoke. "Real? Of course you don't believe me. I believe it, but okay. Then I won't eat it." Seeing Okai's serious expression, Zhou Qin also laughed, then hugged Okai and returned to the room. Okai was not lying to Zhou Qin. He really had a way. However, he had never expected that the first thing he would do after obtaining the master level of medical skills would be this. However, Zhou Qin doesn't want to get pregnant so early, so Okai will still follow her wishes. Time passed quickly that night. The next morning, no one called him, which was rare. In the morning, after he and Zhou Qin finished washing up, they went downstairs to have breakfast together. Then he sent Zhou Qin back to her home, and then he drove to the company. When he arrived at the company, Su Nua and Shir had been waiting there for a long time. As Okai injected the 100 million he earned today into the stock market and asked the traders to buy new stocks according to his requirements, today's affairs were temporarily over. Then he, Su Nua, and Shir returned to his office together. As soon as she came in, Shir pulled Su Nua and sat on Okai's lap. Su Nua naturally opened the computer in front of him and displayed yesterday's PPT. Seeing that Okai had indeed finished reading it, she smiled with relief. Then he asked Okai, "Boss, since we must invest in Hong Kong stocks, have you decided which bank to talk to? Do you have any recommendations?" After listening to Su Nua's words, Okai also asked, "Although the equity weights of China Merchants Bank, China Communications Bank, and China CITIC Bank are determined in this way, my top recommendation is China Merchants Bank, followed by China CITIC Bank, and then China Communications Bank, because investment promotion is the most professional in this area, and transportation is not the main business in this area." Hearing Okai asking about himself, Su Nua also spoke. "Okay, sure. Contact the leader in investment promotion. Let's talk about investment promotion first. If it doesn't work, we will go to CITIC. As the old saying goes, trust people when you employ them, and don't employ people if you don't trust them. What's more, Su Nua's professionalism is extremely high. This is just a simple matter of exchanging money and guarantee, so Okai did as Su Nua said at this time. After hearing what Okai said, Shir immediately left here with Su Nua and went to find the trader who owned the investment promotion line. This trader used his internal connections to tell Okai that he was going to speculate in Hong Kong stocks and wanted to get 500 million yuan directly. The other party instantly attached great importance to him. "Are you kidding? 500 million? That's 500 million. The other party immediately said that there was absolutely no problem and the leader had time now. After confirming the appointment, Okai took Su Nua and Shir to the headquarters of their city, which was very good at attracting investment, where they met the highest leader there. The talks between the two parties went very smoothly. The other party could guarantee Okai, allowing him to exchange money and enter the Hong Kong stock market, and at the same time provide him with 10 times leverage. However, there is no free lunch in this world. Okai also promised that if there will be any banking business dealings in the future, it will first consider attracting investment. 500 million is indeed an outrageous amount of money for ordinary people. But for such a big bank, it is nothing. The discussion was completed and the contract was signed at around 10:30 in the morning. And then Okai was told that he could apply for an account and deposit money at any time. However, today, there are only about 330 million in the A-share market of Okai. After the end of today, there will be about 360 million. Tomorrow, there will be 100 million new funds, which is 460 million. In addition to yesterday's operations, there will be at least 500 million cash in shares. Once they sell them, 500 million will be available to invest in Hong Kong stocks. The closing time of Hong Kong stocks is more than half an hour later than that of shares, which means they can go there on Wednesday afternoon. Then on Thursday, he had another 100 million to operate with. Come to think of it, I'm a little excited. Chapter 58. Incomprehensible. Mr. O, happy cooperation. President Lee, it's a pleasure to work with you. As Okai reached a consensus and signed the contract, he also left with Shir and Su Nua. Next, Okai needs to go to the company and study the Hong Kong stock market. Su Nua has already started to register an account in the Hong Kong stock market. Sure did not go back with them. Okai asked her to help him take the contract signed between her and President Lee back home and lock it up. By the way, let her pick out a watch, because Zhou Qin had already picked one yesterday, and we can't stop Sure from picking one. This was naturally not a problem for Sure, so he drove back to Longting Jiyuan with the contract. However, because her car had not had its license plate recorded in the community, she was too lazy to register in the underground parking lot. Instead, she parked the car directly next to the square in front of the community. Then she got out of the car with the contract and walked towards Okai's home. Just as she was walking into the community, someone at the sales center near the main entrance of the square happened to see her. These people were naturally familiar with Sure, and a few of them began to whisper to each other. TSK, look, it's true that people have different destinies. Sure is beautiful and has a good life. It's only been a few days, and she's already carrying a small bag and driving a jogging car. Oh, when will I ever have such a day? A woman spoke up as she watched Sure walking past the sales center. Hey, that bag. Looks like it's from Hermes, so beautiful. Let me check how much it costs. After hearing what this woman said, a woman next to her also spoke up. I estimate it to be tens of thousands. After all, it's so beautiful. Where did she get the money? Did the manager give her the commission? Hey, why do I need a commission? It must be a gift from Mr. O. It's only been a few days and he's already carrying this bag? Do you think Sure has been promoted? Well, maybe it's fake. As soon as the bag was mentioned, many women came over and discussed in low voices. At this time, next to these people, Lu Shi was sorting out a set of information. The reason why Lu Shi could come here directly to be the manager was not just because of her father. At the same time, she is indeed very good at sales. Except for the first 2 days after she arrived, when she was a little mentally broken by Okai, she sold a house just 2 days into this week. Although this house is the smallest one here, with an area of only 80 square meters, it is still 4.8 million yuan. If calculated at 0.03%, it is nearly 15,000 yuan, which is a good income for her. But when she was in a good mood, she heard what these people said, and when she looked up, she saw Sure in the distance. Looking at her, Lu Shi's eyes became gloomy again. But she didn't have to wait long for the gloomy mood to come, as suddenly a woman shouted, Wow, more than that. That bag is worth more than tens of thousands. This bag. More than 1 million. Hearing the woman's screams, the others looked at her with horror. Over 1 million, 10,000? Are you sure you didn't mean 100,000? That's for sure. It must be fake. More than 1 million is enough to buy a house in a not-so-bad place. If this is true, wow, it's unimaginable. Too exaggerated. Do you think this could be true?
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Sure is Mr. O's assistant now. It's not unlikely that she would go to a meeting with him with a fake bag. Well, it's impossible anyway. Okay, you women, it's impossible for you to stay here. Do you know what car Sure drove here? Just when these women were extremely puzzled, a security guard who had just returned from a shift outside spoke up. What car? What we can see here looks like a sports car. Mercedes? BMW? Audi? After hearing what the security guard said, the sales ladies also looked at him. Porsche, although I don't know which model it is, it must be worth 1 million or 800,000. For these rich people, giving 1 million or 800,000 sports car and 1 million or 800,000 bag as a gift is nothing special. After hearing what the security guard said, the sales ladies couldn't help but remain silent, because in their minds that bag is already real. At this time, Lu Shi, who was sorting out documents, couldn't help but exert force with her right hand. Her fingernails dug deeply into her palm, but she didn't feel any pain. At this moment, her heart was beginning to collapse again. She really wanted to ask Okai now, why? I have been with him for 5 years. What has he given me? We just broke up, and a little assistant bought me a bag worth more than 1 million yuan and a sports car worth more than 1 million yuan. Why? What are you doing? Why are you all gathered here? Just when Lu Shi was feeling extremely unbalanced, the manager of the sales office came over and couldn't help but speak. After hearing his words, the sales ladies left reluctantly, and the security guard was on his normal shift, so he spoke to the manager with a smile. What else can I do? Just be envious and jealous. Sure, you still remember that he came here just now, carrying a bag worth more than 1 million yuan and driving a Porsche. After hearing what the security guard said, the manager couldn't help but shook his head with emotion. It turned out that choice is more important than fate. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered Lu Shi and immediately turned around to look at her. but he only saw Lu Shi's back as she turned and left. He was really getting more and more confused about why Lu Shi broke up with Mr. O. Was it really like he said? Just because Kai cheated on her? But other people's affairs have nothing to do with him. He is now very curious and wants to go out to take a look at the Porsche that Sure drove back. It is really cool. At the same time, there was another person who was thinking about Kai. This person was none other than Suya. She drank too much last night and was sent home by Kai. When she woke up again, she found that it was already this morning. When she was sober, she was very scared, fearing that she would appear in a hotel or some unfamiliar environment, because she clearly remembered that she drank too much last night, and then two people wanted to take her away, but were eventually stopped by a hazy man. She didn't know what happened next. Fortunately, when she opened her eyes, she found herself at home. It was only through the description of her cousin Su Lele that she realized that the person who sent her home yesterday was actually the rich neighbor upstairs, Kai. But she was about to be late at the time and didn't have the energy to care about these things. After washing up, he immediately changed his clothes and went to the company. Now that she has finished her work, she finally remembered Kai. Chapter 59, Treat. Kai, I didn't expect him to be so kind. Muttering softly, Suya also tapped the pen in her hand gently on her desk. Suya, even though Kai doesn't know who she is, but in the fashion circle, her name is known to everyone. She has been a genius since childhood. At the age of 20, she graduated from the Yanhuang Academy of Fine Arts and was subsequently admitted to the Royal College of Art in England for postgraduate studies with a full scholarship. After graduating from graduate school at the age of 22, she first joined Chanel and was called the girl kissed by the muse by Karl Lagerfeld, the boss of their circle. At the age of 24, she switched to Louis Vuitton and became the chief designer in the second year. At the age of 25, I chose to return to China, and now I am employed as the editor-in-chief of the country's largest fashion magazine, Quaner, and I am the kind of editor-in-chief who wants equity dividends. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her, who is only 29 years old this year, to drive a Mercedes-Benz and live in a house worth several million. However, although her life seems perfect to many people, she also has her own troubles. That is, her emotional life is very bumpy. Because her standard for choosing a partner is very similar to that of Hu Yifei in Love Apartment. The man she likes must be either smarter than her or stronger than her. But the problem is, although there are such men, why would they look for her? Yes, she is very beautiful and outstanding, but the problem is that she doesn't like the men who can surpass her, or they are older entrepreneurs. Otherwise, the young men trained by the family are all political marriages, so how could she have a place? That's why I drank so much yesterday. Yesterday, in her high school group, a classmate who had always been at odds with her got married. They had already obtained the marriage certificate, set the wedding date, and notified their classmates in the group. Then, as they were talking, someone brought up that her boyfriend had pursued Suya when they were in school. The woman was jealous, so she didn't care about that. So she started to say bad things about Suya, but the problem was that they thought Suya was not in this group, but in fact Suya was always there, she just didn't say anything. Seeing that this guy dared to say bad things about her, Suya rushed out to argue with her. As a result, this guy couldn't win the argument against Suya and started to attack her personally. They scolded her for being the old center and for never finding a man in her life. After all, Suya was too civilized. She couldn't resist such personal attacks, so she left the group. She was already very angry in the mobile phone group, and when she came out, she found that her subordinates were also criticizing her, saying that she was too strong and would never be able to find a boyfriend, and that she was so strong that she had gone into menopause, etc., which made her very angry. After scolding her men, she went out to drink alone. She hadn't imagined that the cocktails in that bar were so strong. When she realized she had drunk a little too much, she started to feel dizzy. At this moment, she found that someone was going to take her away, so she began to struggle. It seemed that someone helped her out, and it must be Kai. But she had no memory of what happened next. Although she was still in a bad mood today, she was a person who would repay a favor. So she decided that when she went to pick up the car in the evening, she would look for Kai and his girlfriend, thank them and treat them to dinner. After writing this down, Suya continued to devote herself to her work. In the blink of an eye, it was time to get off work in the evening. She usually takes a while to finish her work, but today she got off work on time. This surprised her subordinates, but once she left, others were able to leave on time. After she left the company, she took a taxi straight to the bar. She found her car first and made sure there was no problem. Then she entered the bar. But it's still too early now, and the people in the bar are still cleaning up. As she walked in, Sun Shanshan, who was busy at the time, saw her at a glance. "Miss, we're not open yet, Hey, miss, it's you. You know me? After hearing Sun Shanshan's words, Suya asked curiously. At the same time, she was a little surprised because with Sun Shanshan's beauty, looks, and figure, she was just a waitress here. You know, she was prettier than many big models she had seen, so it was a waste for her to be a waitress here. Oh, you drank here yesterday and drank too much. You were almost taken advantage of by someone. Miss, you must be careful next time you drink. Looking at Suya, Sun Shanshan also spoke with a smile. Well, I didn't pay attention yesterday. I'm really sorry. I came here today specifically to thank your boss. Is she here? After hearing Sun Shanshan's instructions, Suya smiled a little embarrassedly and asked. Yes, she came early today, which is rare. She is over there at the counter. I'll take you there. Looking at Suya's expression, Sun Shanshan also smiled and took her to the counter. When Sun Shanshan called, Boss, Zhou Qin, who was wiping the wine cabinet at this time, also turned her head. If Suya was just a little surprised to see Sun Shanshan, when she saw Zhou Qin, even she was shocked by Zhou Qin's stunning appearance and charm. Today, Zhou Qin wore a green dress inside and a white blouse outside. Her hair was combed into a big braid, hanging casually behind her. With such looks, such dress, and such a figure, not to mention men, even women can't resist. When Zhou Qin saw Suya, he was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, It's you. Don't drink so much alone next time. Yes. I didn't know yesterday that your cocktails are so strong. I came here mainly to say thank you. I don't know if you and your boyfriend have time. I would like to treat you to a meal. Hearing Zhou Qin's words, Suya smiled awkwardly and stated her purpose. You came at an unfortunate time. He won't be coming today. Don't you have his contact information? Just ask him directly. I'm available anytime. Looking at Suya, Zhou Qin also smiled. She remembered that Suya had Okai's number. Well, how about that? I'll add you, and then you talk to him. After hearing what Zhou Qin said, Suya also said something. What she thought was that it was indeed not good for her to add a married man on WeChat. But Zhou Qin obviously didn't care. After Zhou Qin repeatedly stated that she would discuss the matter directly with Okai, Suya thanked him again, then left and returned to her car. He mustered up his courage, then dialed Okai's cell phone number, found Okai's message, and added him. At this time, Okai was having dinner with Shirshir and Sunua. Chapter 60. Status Symbol. Ding dong. I'm Suya, your neighbor downstairs. As the phone rang, Okai, who was eating barbecue at the moment, also looked down at his phone. Then took up his hands that were playing with Shirshir and Sunua's calves with some confusion. The three of them didn't go to the movies today. After all, there weren't any good movies to watch every day. The three of them just went shopping in a mall. Of course, it was mainly because Okai bought things for Sunua and Shirshir, even though Okai doesn't care what he wears all day long. But he really likes buying things for his women. That was what happened today. After arriving at this high-end shopping mall, he took them to visit Dior, Hermes, LVMH, and other stores. Each person spent about 100,000 yuan and bought a lot of clothes. Then they went to a large 13-grid barbecue restaurant in the mall to have dinner. Originally, Okai wanted to sit in the lobby. But when I got here, I found that there was no lobby, only small cubicles. After the store prepared the food and charcoal fire, Shirshir and Sunua sat next to Okai, one on each side. They naturally put their legs on Okai's legs and started to roast the meat with their hands. As for Okai, he only needed to play with the legs of these two people. When it came to eating, they would feed Okai with their mouths. I have to say that such a scene is indeed a bit too decadent. But Okai is very happy. Touching the white socks that Shirshir is wearing today, plus the black socks that Sunua likes very much, this feeling is very powerful. The message Suya sent at this time made Okai stunned for a moment. What's wrong? Looking at Okai's frowning brows, Shirshir couldn't help but ask. You still remember the woman living downstairs from me? She added me as a friend. After hearing what Shirshir said, Okai also responded. Hasn't the staircase in the house been installed? Why is she still looking for you? Didn't I tell her? If there is anything, just contact me. Hearing that Suya had found Okai again, Shirshir said with some dissatisfaction. It's not about the house. I ran into her yesterday at the bar when she was drunk, and then I sent her home. I guess it's because of this. While explaining to Shirshir, Okai chose to accept the friend request. Upon hearing Okai's words, Shirshir and Sunua looked at him in confusion. Last night, you and that person went to the bar? No, she runs a bar. She wants to meet you guys. Do you want to meet her? If not, forget it. Hearing Sunua ask this, Okai also started talking with a smile. After hearing Okai's words, Shur and Sunua couldn't help but look at each other, and they saw a hint of fear in each other's eyes. They were afraid to see Zhou Qin because Zhou Qin wanted to assert her sovereignty, which would cause trouble. But since the real owner had said he wanted to see them, if they didn't go, wouldn't it make them look a little weaker? Well, although they were a little weak to begin with, but they don't want to be afraid before the battle. We can meet. It won't be difficult for you to be in the middle. After thinking for a while, Shur said in a low voice. Hearing her words, Okai also shook his head. No, her personality, should be compatible with you too. And to be honest, it was her who encouraged me to be with you. You will know when the time comes. Oh, by the way, her name is Zhou Qin. She's older than me. You can just call her Sister Zhou. Just when Okai was talking to Shur and Sunua, Suya sent another message. In fact, the message was mainly to express gratitude to them, and then ask them when they were free and whether they could treat them to a meal or something like that. Naturally, Okai also typed a reply at this time, being polite and saying that it was just a small favor and that they were all neighbors and there was no need to be so polite. However, the other party was determined to treat Okai to a meal and it was really hard to refuse. So after thinking about it, Okai also booked it for tomorrow night. Tomorrow his funds in the stock market will reach 500 million. He will start withdrawing them from A shares in the afternoon and then inject them into Hong Kong stocks. He will start to be busy the day after tomorrow. The only free time is tomorrow night. So Okai also replied to Suya, and Suya naturally had no problem and agreed readily. After agreeing on a time, Okai put down his phone and continued to eat dinner. After dinner, Okai and his group of 3 left together. Shur drove directly home, while Sunua took Okai's car back to his home. Because Sunua still lives with his parents, which is obviously not a good place for a date. When they arrived at Okai's house, it was not the first time that Sunua came. After all, they had held business here on Thursday and Friday last week. So she is not unfamiliar with this place. But she had never visited it carefully. Today, she followed Okai directly to the 2nd floor, and Okai took her on a tour. When the two of them visited the bathroom, the temperature between them slowly rose. Looking at the look Okai was giving him, although he had been prepared for it, Sunua still swallowed subconsciously and looked at Okai timidly. Silence is better than words at this moment. Looking at her eyes, there is no need to say what happens next. In short, the night passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Around 7 o'clock, when the two woke up, Shur happened to arrive. It was Okai who specially called her, and she also brought breakfast for Okai and Sunua. Looking at Shur, Sunua felt a little embarrassed now. But when he thought that the 3 of them might be together often in the future, and there was no way to avoid such a scene, he didn't care. After taking Sunua to the bathroom to wash up, Okai and the other 2 had breakfast together. Then Okai took them to the 3rd floor and opened the safe. Each of you can pick one of these watches. Ah, this watch is too expensive. This? After hearing what Okai said, Shur and Sunua couldn't help but look at each other, and then said with some concern, especially Shur, she accompanied Okai to take pictures of these watches. She knew that the cheapest of these watches cost more than 5 million. More than 500, 10,000. I'll give it to you, just take it. This is what Sister Zhou meant. She said that each of my women should pick one piece as a symbol of status. She picked the ruby one and said she would leave the emerald one for my future wife, but I don't have a wife, so if you like it, any of you can take it. Seeing the 2 people's puzzled expressions, Okai also started talking with a smile. After hearing what Okai said, Shur and Sunua looked at each other and picked 2 pieces of the same price. One Savorite and one chrysoberyl, both of which were priced at 5,893,000. Then they smiled and put them on their hands. Chapter 61. The shark is coming. Originally, Okai was planning to let Sunua rest today. However, because they both came back early last night, they also had time to rest early. Her physical condition was still good, so she still had to come to the company with Okai today. Okai didn't refuse. As the 3 of them came to the company, everything was as usual. First they bought the stocks, and then Okai left with Sunua and Shur. The 3 of them went to the Yun Supercar Club where Li Weidong was. I'm here to pick a car for Sunua. Li Weidong has officially taken office here for 2 days and has basically straightened out the situation at the club. This is mainly because the operation of this club is actually very mature. Many partners can just be directly transferred over. At the same time, Li Weidong, unlike Wu Zhong, does not have the problem of taking kickbacks from both sides. At the same time, He himself comes from a machinery factory and is more proficient in the maintenance and repair of automobiles. Therefore, whether it is the items sold or the quality of services, it seems that there has been an improvement. Okai also took a look at Li Weidong's attributes. What surprised him was that among Li Weidong, Luo Guogang, and Qi Yi, Li Weidong's attributes were the highest. Name: Li Weidong. Gender: male. Age: 25. Height: 178. Weight: 83 kilograms. Physical strength: 16. Charisma: 10. Wisdom: 46. Business: 79. Referring to machinery only. Innovation: 6. Social: 43. Management: 38. Favorability towards the host: 94. The current attributes of Qi Yi in the company are as follows. Name: Qi Yi. Gender: male. Age: 25. Height: 180. Weight: 95 kilograms. Physical strength: 9. Charisma: 9. Wisdom: 41. Business: 39. Innovation: 16. Social: 33. Management: 29. Favorability towards the host: 92. Okai felt relieved to hand over the supercar club to him. Su Nua looked around here and finally she picked a coupe, a Mercedes-Benz Clean. This car is a new car this year. The original price is 718,800, but now the price has dropped by more than 20,000. Of course, this refers to new cars. If it is a second-hand car, the price will be even worse. But as long as Su Nua likes it, that's fine. But she couldn't drive today because her legs were still weak. This was because Okai wanted to take Shurshur with him, so Shurshur needed Su Nua to drive the car back to the company first. Then at night, Su Nua drove home again. After chatting with Li Weidong for a while, Okai, Shurshur, and Su Nua returned to the company together. They had a simple lunch at noon. As soon as the market opened in the afternoon, Okai came to the trading room and began to instruct the traders to sell stocks and close the deal. The selling started at 1 p.m. and continued until about 2:30 p.m., when all of Okai's A-share stocks were sold out. At this time, there was a total of 511.47 million in his stock market account. He then made a phone call to China Merchants Bank, and soon his traders converted the more than 500 million yuan in cash into Hong Kong dollars through China Merchants Bank. According to the exchange rate, this amount of money can be exchanged for more than 560 million Hong Kong dollars. After exchanging these Hong Kong dollars, the traders under Okai also injected the money into the 28 accounts they registered yesterday and today. They are operating 2 accounts by 1 person. If they were to follow normal stock trading situations, they might be a little flustered. But with Okai's current command, there is no problem for 1 person to operate 2 accounts. While these people under Su Nua's command were injecting funds into these accounts, Okai was also looking at the situation of Hong Kong stocks. He quickly locked onto 3 stocks. One of them is Oriental Selection. Okai knows this company. It is a transformed company of N Oriental. Now it mainly engages in live streaming to sell goods. There is a big problem with live streaming to sell goods. That is, such a company rarely has a flagship product to push up its stock price. This is indeed true. The stock even rose to more than 12 yuan at the beginning, but now it is only worth about 10 yuan, which is a big loss. But in Okai's eyes, it was written that this stock would start to rise in half an hour. It would rise by 3.4% today. At around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, it would rise by another 7.8%, a total increase of 11.2%, reaching 12.12 yuan, making it the most worthwhile stock to buy at present. Of course, after reaching its highest point at 10 o'clock, it will drop back to 11.64 yuan. But before that, this was indeed the stock with the highest increase. However, he currently has only 9.14 million scattered shares outstanding, which is more than 100 million. If he were to buy more, it would attract the attention of the banker, which would not be worth the loss. The second stock worth buying is Panzhou International, which is a shipping company. It is also included in the PPT that I promised myself. Because the situation outside is very chaotic recently, and there is an important waterway that only Yanhuang's ships can use, the stock prices of many domestic shipping companies have been good recently. However, the original total market value of Panzhou International was only over 800 million, which was not very impressive. But in Okai's eyes, the company's stock price will soar 17.71% at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. It turns out that the system has also shown that it is precisely because of the bullish outlook on shipping that they will receive an injection of 5 billion yuan, which will instantly raise the stock price. The reason why they are ranked behind Oriental Selection is because the company's current size is too small. Before the capital injection, their size was only 881 million. Their total stock price on the stock market is just over 40 million shares, with a total value of 50.8 million. So Okai can only buy 50 million shares. Ranked third is a company called Jinfeng Technology, which is engaged in industrial engineering and is extremely large with a market value of 191.8 billion. There are 10% of scattered shares out there, which means there are nearly 2 billion scattered shares in total. Of course, Okai cannot buy so many scattered shares because if it exceeds 5%, it will have to raise its stake. But buying the remaining 400 million Hong Kong dollars of paper shouldn't be a problem. It will rise 10.46% tomorrow because they will announce at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning that they will officially cooperate with 7-Star. Although 7-Star's products are really useless in China, it is still the world's second largest high-tech company abroad. So their stocks will still rise this much tomorrow. Okay, then I'll decide on these 3 companies. He calculated in his mind. Even if the 560 million is spent, he can increase his total assets by at least 10% tomorrow night. That would be nearly 60 million that day. Seeing this, Okai also smiled, but just when he was about to ask Su Nua and the others to buy Oriental Selection first, suddenly, he saw the situation of some new stocks that were about to be listed on the screen next to him. Basically, when he glanced over, these new stocks all had green downward arrows, which meant that they would fall below the issue price as soon as they were issued. But among these stocks, there is one that is extremely popular at this moment. Chapter 62. The Future of Skyrocketing. Boss, all the funds have been injected. There are still more than 40 minutes before the trading stops. Do you want to operate? Just as Okai was looking at the stock, Su Nua also came over and asked Okai. Set aside 100 million to buy Oriental Choice, 50 million to buy Fanzhou International, and then pay attention to Jinfeng Technology. You can buy some today, and after the market opens tomorrow morning, you can make a full profit. Yes. After hearing Okai's words, Su Nua immediately gave the order. When she finished giving the instructions and the traders started to operate, Okai also looked at her. Do you know what the situation is with this gold and silver world? Okai said while pointing to the new stock. Because in Okai's eyes at this moment, it was clearly written on this stock. Jining Tianxia was issued 43 hours later. 1 hour after issuance, it rose by 397%. The issue price was 0.53 yuan, and the highest price was 2.63 yuan. It fell back to 1.58 yuan within 2 hours. Investment is recommended. Although the system has detailed the increase in the stock price, it has not explained why the stock price has increased so dramatically. A 4-fold increase? Even for Hong Kong stocks, this is a bit too exaggerated. So at this time, he also asked Su Nua. Well, this Jinyin Xiangxia is an industrial support company with several large enterprises behind it. But to be honest, I don't think much of it because industrial support, to put it bluntly, still requires natural disasters and man-made disasters, but recently several battlefields abroad have not been decided. Although there have been some floods in China, they are not too exaggerated, so the stock price may rise after it is issued, but the increase should not be too large. Industrial support can actually be called engineering support. Basically, wherever a natural disaster or man-made disaster occurs, they go in to rescue people and rebuild. Many of them are formed by large groups such as energy groups and real estate companies. When something happened, the local court would contract the reconstruction work to them, and then they would carry out the construction. It is true that the past few years have not been peaceful, with natural disasters and man-made tragedies constantly occurring. But it is not the case that a newly established company will experience a surge in stock prices as soon as it goes public, so Su Nua is not optimistic. After hearing Su Nua's words, Okai also laughed. Stock analysts are just analysts after all. They cannot guess what the capital behind these companies is thinking. This 397% profit is a sure thing for Okai. Would you like to make a bet? This company will soar to the sky after it goes public. Looking at Su Nua, Okai also spoke in a low voice. He is the only one who knows the news now, and he is not going to tell anyone else. How to bet? Hearing Okai say this, Su Nua also looked at him and asked in a low voice. I'm just betting on whether this stock can rise to 100% after it is issued the day after tomorrow. Okai thought about it and decided to be more reserved. 100% was already scary enough. If he told her directly that it could increase by nearly 400%, Su Nua would probably be scared to death. 100%? Impossible, absolutely impossible. What is the bet? Hearing Okai's words, Su Nua's pupils couldn't help but tremble. Then he lowered his voice and spoke to Okai. If I win, the day after tomorrow night, we'll do something fancy. Looking at Sunua, Okai also spoke in a low voice. Hearing Okai's bet, Sunua's little face couldn't help but blush. In fact, even if Okai didn't bet, as long as he made a request, she would definitely satisfy it. After all, her intimacy with Okai had already risen to 100 at this time. However, seeing that Okai was very interested, she did not refuse, but spoke instead. What if I win? Tell me, what do you want? Hearing Sunua's words, Okai also spoke with a smile. If I win, the night after tomorrow, sure and I will deal with you together. Seeing Sunua's serious expression, Okai was speechless. Was this a punishment or a reward? Why did he suddenly feel like losing? However, the man's desire to win still played a role at this time, and he high-fived Sunua, which meant it was a deal. While he and Sunua were whispering here, the traders on the other side had already purchased shares of Oriental Select. As a result, Oriental Select started to rise right after they bought them. Seeing this, the traders couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Sure enough, my boss is a true genius, a super genius. I have just entered the Hong Kong stock market, but I have already started making money. This is too exaggerated. Looking at the rising stock price of Oriental Selection, some of these people had other ideas, for example, following Okai to buy it, or disclose the situation on Okai's side, etc. But as soon as this thought came to mind, they suppressed it. Simple because the benefits are not equal. Okai said that the basic salary for these people is 60,000 yuan per month, and the bonus is 5% of the monthly income. Judging from the current situation, they may have an income of at least 1 million yuan per month, which is more than 10 million yuan a year. Still more than 10 million that you can earn without basically doing anything. What if they tell this to others for some benefit? They have signed a confidentiality agreement, and Okai will definitely sue them when the time comes. Moreover, their reputation is also bad. No one would give up a bright future for a guy with average ability who betrayed his previous master for that little bit of profit, unless they are crazy. However, if they become rich in the future and have a good relationship with the boss, they can ask the boss to take them to play together. Thinking of this, these people worked even harder. Soon, the Hong Kong stock market closed, and the Oriental Select shares they bought eventually rose by 3.4%, earning them more than 3.4 million Hong Kong dollars, making them very happy. After the market closed, Okai and his colleagues went off work. Sunua and Shir went back to their respective homes tonight, while Okai went to pick up Zhou Qin. He did not forget that Suya would treat him to dinner tonight. After Okai arrived at Zhou Qin's home, he spent some time with Zhou Qin intimately. Seeing that the time was almost up, Suya also sent him the location of the hotel she had booked. It can be seen that Suya was very thoughtful about this dinner of Thanksgiving, because she booked a decent 5-star hotel. Maybe someone would say, is there anything improper in a 5-star hotel? Of course, because some 5-star hotels are open and some are OEM, the service is indeed quite different. And this hotel should be the best hotel in Longi City. After determining the location, Okai and Zhou Qin left home together and headed towards the hotel. Chapter 63, Confession Bureau. Hey, you didn't go to work today. As Shir opened the door of her house, she saw her roommate, Hao Mei, who was sitting in the living room watching TV with a facial mask on her face. Hao Mei works the night shift in a 24-hour supermarket, all year round. Unless she has something important to do or is sick, Shir rarely sees her when she gets home. At most, the two of them only interact in the morning when she goes to work or when she is resting. Yeah. Hey. Maybe I'm going to be unemployed soon, but why are you back today? After hearing Shir's voice, Hao Mei asked with some confusion. What are you talking about? I haven't moved out yet. I can't come back after get off work. Seeing Hao Mei's puzzled look, Shir also laughed and said, No, I mean, you're not with your boss. People say that when you're just in a relationship, you're just getting used to it. And as soon as you make eye contact, you'll start to think. The first 2 days were fine, at least we had dinner together and came back. Why did you come back so early today? Seeing Shir joking, Hao Mei also spoke curiously. How do you know that we didn't make eye contact? If we wanted to, we didn't have to wait until night. Well, I am just my boss's lover. The day before yesterday and today, he went to accompany another lover. Yesterday, I let him let another girl who was in league with me go with him. Looking at Hao Mei's curious look, Shir also sat down on the sofa next to her at this time, and then said with a smile, Ah, this thing has a part to it? Guess if I understand it or not. Hearing Shir say this, Hao Mei was completely confused. Lover, she could understand, but this made ally, what did another lover mean? Hey, things are very complicated here, mainly because of my boss. He's a little too powerful. Even though he has 3 lovers including me, the 3 of us can't deal with him. Leaning on the sofa, Sure also spoke with emotion at this time. Stop talking nonsense. Are you bullying me for never having a boyfriend? As the saying goes, there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no fields that are damaged. My boss can plow the earth apart. Seeing Hao Mei's disbelieving eyes, Sure also said seriously at this time. Well, seriously, Sure, have you ever considered leaving your boss? After all, I feel that love can't always be like this. Looking at Sure's gaze, Hao Mei hesitated for a moment and then asked a question. After all, she still had some longing for love at this time. But at this time, Sure looked at her. To be honest, Hao Mei was not bad looking. Although she was not as pretty as Sure and the others, she was also a pretty girl next door. Although the attribute chart had not been awakened when Okai saw her, her appearance was estimated to be above 90 points. The most important thing is that her figure is a bit exaggerated. Among the people around Okai, Zhou H has the hottest figure, but she is even hotter than Zhou. In addition, she works night shifts all year round and often buys skincare products and facial masks that are about to expire from supermarkets, which makes her skin particularly white, almost catching up with Okai's whiteness. To be honest, Hao Mei doesn't usually fight for money. Her figure is really too tempting, so she should be able to. Thinking of this, Sure ignored Hao Mei, who was still trying to persuade her, and stretched out her left hand. Hao Mei also saw the watch at the first moment. Wow, what a beautiful watch. Of course, more than 5 million. Listening to Hao Mei's words, Sure also spoke with a smile. Upon hearing the price offered by Sure, Hao Mei couldn't help but shrink her hand. My goodness, why do you talk about millions and millions right away? Has the RMB depreciated so seriously now? But it's really beautiful. Do you want it? Looking at Hao Mei's expression, Sure also spoke. You want to give it to me? Upon hearing Sure's question, Hao Mei also asked excitedly. You're dreaming, but I can get you one. Just think about it. A watch worth millions, a bag worth millions, a sports car worth millions. From now on, any trouble that can be solved with money will not be a trouble. And you will also have a handsome boyfriend with a great body and a gentle and stable personality. Think about it again. Do you want love or these? With her head propped up, Sure also looked at Hao Mei. After hearing what she said, Hao Mei couldn't help but open her mouth. Although she was eager to teach Sure just now that Sure said that she could also introduce Okai to her, she seemed to be unable to say the following words. While Sure and Hao Mei were chatting, Sunhua parked the car and returned home with the luxury items that Okai bought for her yesterday. As soon as she came back, she found that her parents were actually at home, which made her a little nervous. Although she had prepared herself mentally before she was about to say goodbye to Okai, now that the time had come, she really didn't know what to say. Xiaonua is back. Wash your hands quickly and get ready for dinner. You bought so many clothes again? How much did they cost? By the way, you said yesterday that you were staying at a friend's house. Which friend's house? Seeing Sunhua coming back, her parents looked at her and asked questions, especially her mother, who couldn't help but speak with concern. Well, I stayed at my boss's house yesterday. Looking at the concerned eyes of his parents, Sunhua thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and decided to tell his parents the truth. Maybe it is difficult for them to accept it now, but if we don't say anything, it will be like burying a bomb, which may explode at any time in the future, which will be even more troublesome. Your boss? Were these things also given by him? Upon hearing Sunua's words, her father's smiling face suddenly turned gloomy. Then he looked at the things in her hands and asked, Yes, these things are worth about 100,000 yuan. They were given to me by my boss. In addition, there is a Mercedes-Benz coupe downstairs, which is worth 800,000 or 900,000 yuan, and this watch, it's nearly 6 million yuan. They were all given to me by him. As she spoke, Sunua placed the clothes, car keys, and the watch on the coffee table. When her father heard her words, his gloomy face froze. And Sunua continued to say, As for my job, it's officially 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, and my monthly salary is 100,000 yuan. But in reality, I can make at least 2 or 3 million yuan a month or even more. And he is 25 years old this year. This is his photo. He is 1.88 meters tall, muscular, has a good personality, and is very gentle. He is unmarried and has no girlfriend. That's all. Do you have any other questions? After saying that, Sunua also looked at his parents, and at this moment they were indeed a little speechless. Chapter 64. Enemies meet on a narrow road to A Chu. At this time, Okai had no idea that Shir was developing a fourth lover for him, and Sunua was playing a confession game with his parents. He was now sitting in the restaurant of this hotel with Jochin and Suya. After the three of them ordered some food, they started chatting. It was only then that Okai found out that Suya was an editor of Time magazine. He has nothing to do with fashion. When he got his hair cut, he went to a barber shop outside the residential complex where he used to live. 25 yuan per cut was expensive for him. The vests he bought were all from Taobao, and if they cost more than 80 yuan, he felt they were black. As for shorts and pants, he prefers sportswear and overalls because they have many pockets, which is convenient for him to put keys, mobile phones, papers, etc. As for shoes, he only wears running shoes. This is the only brand he has some requirements for. He only wears domestic brands, such as Pike's Taiji, Li Dazwa's, and An's Nitrate. He likes them all. Generally speaking, more than 300 yuan is enough for everything. He didn't like wearing watches or anything like that, but now he had one on his wrist. After all, it was a gift from Jochin, so Okai kept wearing it on his wrist. What? This represents more than 200 million? More than 200 million is just more than 200 million. It's nothing more than 2 days' pocket money. After a few days, the capital he earns will increase. By then, the more than 200 million may be earned back in 1 day. He doesn't need to care about these. So fashion and the like are indeed not for him, but Jochin obviously understood this very well. She also knew that fashion magazine and had read Suya's article. When the people and the article were matched, the two of them had a very happy chat. Okai was also very happy watching them chatting, because the food here was delicious, and watching two beautiful women chatting put him in a good mood. However, just when the three of them were enjoying their meal here, suddenly a group of people from a distance walked into the restaurant. As these people walked in, 4 of them saw Okai and the others in an instant. To be honest, a lot of people saw Okai and his friends. After all, the two beauties are so beautiful and Okai is so handsome, so it is normal to see them. But among these people, there were 2 men and 2 women whose eyes lit up when they saw them. One of the couple's eyes lit up when they saw Suya, and another man and woman's eyes lit up when they saw Okai. Especially the man. When he saw Okai, his eyes flashed with deep hatred. However, before Okai could feel the hatred and look at the other party, the woman between the man and woman took the initiative to walk over and speak. "Oh, the editor-in-chief is eating in person. I thought fairies like you were just living a life of idleness." Facing Suya, the woman said with a smile. Listening to what this woman said, Okai and Jochin naturally knew that this person should be coming for Suya, and then they also took a look at this guy, but after one look, Okai couldn't help but frown because it was obvious that this woman should have had surgery and many times, and that big shoehorn face looked like it could really stab you to death. What's that smell? Did someone install it backwards? At this time, Suya also glanced at her and said with disdain, "You rotten." When it comes to sarcasm, this woman is naturally no match for Suya. The only advantage she has is that she is vulgar enough, so she was ready to make a personal attack, but was held back by the man next to her. "Pay attention to your image." After hearing what the man said, the woman calmed down a little. However, the look in his eyes when he looked at Suya was still full of viciousness. At this moment, the man coughed lightly and walked forward with a smile. "Hey Xiaoya, long time no see. We're all classmates, so there might be some misunderstanding. There's no need to be sarcastic. Since you guys are having dinner here, what a coincidence. Why don't you come together? A few of my friends are coming over today, so we're gonna get together." Although this man seemed to be trying to smooth things over, in fact, while he was saying this, his eyes were fixed on Suya. The strong possessiveness in his eyes almost swallowed him up. In fact, it was understandable, as Suya was indeed far inferior to the girl next to him, but it was obvious that Suya would not be interested in him. Sure enough, after hearing his words, the expression on Suya's face became even more disdainful. "Are you sick? Didn't you come here to cause trouble? Am I the one who is being sarcastic? Can't you see the quarrel between your wife and I in the group? Are you blind? Also, I know you well, right? Xiaoya? Is that what you should call her?" Looking at Suya's completely ruthless words, the man's face turned red and white. Just when he was feeling a little embarrassed, a voice came from behind. "It's true that birds of a feather flock together. Uneducated people are only fit to play with uneducated people." Hearing this sarcastic voice, Okai and the others also looked over. Sure enough, Okai saw a familiar face in the crowd. "Hey, isn't this Broke Shoe? Broke Shoe, has he changed again? But you are not as good as Lu Shi, eh? You were kicked by Lu Shi too, right? You were a bit too fast. You were kicked before you even got started." Looking at this familiar face, Okai knew that he was being sarcastic to him, because this person was none other than Zhao Yu. The person next to him at this time was not Lu Shi. In fact, needless to say, everyone knew that since that day when he humiliated Zhao Yu in the supercar club and fired his good friend Wu Zhong. Lu Shi's mother is such a sarcastic person. There's no way she would be nice to him. And this kind of rich second generation naturally would not make such a great sacrifice for Lu Shi and let her mother slap him in the face. So needless to say, it is probably hopeless, at least not now. That's why he brought a young model with him again at this time. Naturally, Okai would not be polite to him at that moment, so he started talking directly. You fucking bastard. Hearing Okai's words, Zhao Yu's eyebrows couldn't help but frown, and he immediately came up and started to curse. But it was obvious that Okai would not tolerate him. He was not as well-mannered as Suya. Fuck you. While cursing, Okai stood up and said, let's fight. Looking at Okai's height and build, the four men who came over here couldn't help but feel a little scared for a moment, especially Zhao Yu. He was only about 1.75 meters tall, and his body had long been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. Okai was nearly half a head taller than him. When he saw that Okai was going to have sex with him, he stopped and took half a step back. But this is the best hotel in Longyi after all, and the people here have already noticed the conflict here. So a team of security guards rushed over immediately and separated the two sides. Chapter 65. Revenge will be taken on the spot. Everyone, there is no need to come out for dinner, no need. Mr. Liu, right? The box you booked is over here. Please come this way. You guys, take a seat too. Take a seat. As the two sides were separated, the manager of the restaurant came over and spoke to both sides. Seeing that the manager and the security guard had arrived, Zhao Yu and the others also became arrogant and cursed. However, when they saw Okai was about to move forward, they backed down and left. I'm sorry. I didn't expect to run into them while dining here. I should have booked a private room earlier. Watching these people leave, Suya smiled bitterly and then spoke. It doesn't matter. I have a grudge against that person. It has nothing to do with you. Waving his hand, Okai also spoke with a smile at this time. Who is the Lu Shi you just mentioned? Your ex-girlfriend. After hearing Okai say this, Zhou Qin couldn't help but tilt her head and look at Okai and said, well, yes, but she broke up with me not long ago. Looking at Zhou Qin's smiling face, Okai couldn't help but swallow and said, Hehe, look how scared you are. I know, I just don't know her name. Hearing what Okai said, Zhou Qin also smiled and waved his hand. Well, although I know it's not good to be nosy, did you break up because of that guy just now? Seeing that Zhou Qin really didn't seem to care, Suya asked with some confusion. Yes, it is. There is no need for Okai to deny this reason. Then, what does she want? Money? You are so rich. You are more handsome than him, taller than him, and I can feel that your personality is better than his. So why is that? After hearing Okai's admission, Suya was confused and bewildered. Hearing her words, Okai couldn't help but smile awkwardly. He couldn't say that he had earned the money in the last few days, and the system's affairs must not be exposed. I'm telling you because he's too innocent, and in that aspect, he's ridiculously strong. You've studied abroad for so many years, so you should be quite open-minded, so I told you. As for him, he starts out taking more than an hour and can't even stop for 3 or 4 hours, and then he doesn't take the initiative to look for a lover. I guess Lu Shi broke up with him because she felt that if she didn't find a reason to break up, she might die. He has found several lovers outside now, and I urged him to find them all. Seeing Suya's puzzled look, Zhou Qin suddenly smiled and spoke. After hearing her words, Okai and Suya were stunned. Could such ruthless words be said directly? The three of them had only met 3 times. Why is Zhou Qin saying this now? After Zhou Qin finished speaking, Okai's face was full of embarrassment, and Suya's face suddenly turned red. She really didn't think about talking about these things, but her eyes did inevitably sweep towards Okai's pants. Then she discovered that although Okai was wearing loose clothes at this time, she could still vaguely see his amazing talent. Although she said she has never been in a relationship, she has participated in so many fashion shows abroad. When models walk on the runway, regardless of gender, they don't wear the underlying garment. So although she said she had never come into contact with him, she had seen a lot of him. Judging from the current situation, it was obvious that Okai was the one with the strongest talent. But urging her man to find a lover, even though she had studied in the West for many years, she still couldn't understand. Looking at Suya's expression, Zhou Qin also sat next to her, and then the two of them whispered in each other's ears. Although Okai was very curious about what they were talking about, It was obviously better to just eat in silence at this time. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Soon, the dinner was almost finished, and Okai was originally thinking about paying the bill himself. But when he got to the counter, he found out that Suya had already deposited money, so he didn't need to buy it. So Okai prepared to go to the bathroom before going back. But just when he walked to the men's restroom, he happened to see Zhao Yu staggering out of the men's restroom, reeking of alcohol. Obviously, these guys started drinking after entering the box, and they drank a lot. So much so that, when he faced Okai at this time, although he didn't dare to curse him openly, his mouth shapes made it clear. Looking at this scene, Okai smiled. Then he instantly walked behind him, grabbed the guy by the collar, and then, in front of his horrified gaze, he returned to the men's bathroom and was pushed heavily into a cubicle by Okai. With a bang, the guy also crashed into the wall of the cubicle. This collision hurt him badly, but just as he was about to scream, Okai put his hand on the corner of his mouth, then closed the door of the cubicle, and then a series of thudding and banging sounds came from inside. About 2 minutes later, Okai also let out a long sigh, then walked out of the cubicle, urinated in the urinal outside, and then walked out to wash his hands. As for Zhao Yu, he had already fainted at this time. But don't worry, Okai is very skilled in his attack, with great compassion and master-level medical skills. He knows exactly where to hit so that it hurts but won't leave any marks. After this guy wakes up, even if he wants to sue me or call the police to arrest me, he won't have any evidence. After all, even if there is a surveillance camera here, it can't be placed in the toilet. So the surveillance camera at most captured him pulling Zhao Yu into the bathroom, but there was no injury. Where could he go to sue Okai? Thinking of this, Okai couldn't help but smile. It was okay. He had let out some of his anger, but there was still a lot left. When he had the chance in the future, he would meet him once and beat him up. While thinking, Okai started washing his hands. But just when he was washing his hands, he suddenly saw a woman coming out of the women's bathroom next door. Okai had some impression of this woman. It seemed that she was also among those people just now. Although she was not Zhao Yu's female companion, she was also in the same group. So Okai just glanced at her and ignored her. But when she saw Okai, she took the initiative to walk over, leaned on the sink in the men's bathroom, then looked at Okai with a smile and said, "Old classmate, long time no see. Ah, you called me?" After hearing the woman's words, Okai looked around in confusion. He was the only one here. Maybe she had recognized the wrong person. "Okai, you really don't recognize me?" Hearing Okai's puzzled words, the woman couldn't help but laugh. Then she took the initiative to move forward and said, Chapter 66, Old Classmates. Well, seeing the serious look on the girl's face, Okai couldn't help but look at her with some confusion. The girl was very tall, even taller than Zhou Qin. She was wearing a pair of slim-fit jeans and a tight top that looked like a base shirt, which brought out her perfect figure. As for her appearance, she has a standard internet celebrity face, with an oval face, big eyes, double eyelids, a high nose bridge, and small thin lips. Although it looks very natural, you can vaguely see some traces of plastic surgery. But overall, she is still very beautiful. Looking at this beautiful girl, if Okai had any contact with her, he would definitely remember her. But now he really didn't know who this girl was. Even Okai directly checked her attributes. Name, Shin Sisi. Gender, female. Age, 25. Height, 179. Weight, 48 kilograms. Physical strength, 14. Charisma, 94. Wisdom, 51. Business, 78. Innovation, 6. Social, 64. Management, 23. Favorability towards the host, 87. Shinsisi, to be honest, this name looked somewhat familiar to him, but he really didn't know who she was. As for her favorability towards him, it was 87, which shocked him even more. She must know me, but I really can't remember who she is. Looking at Okai's confused expression, Shin Sisi couldn't help but look at him with a reproachful look, then puffed up her face in front of him. As his face puffed up, Okai suddenly remembered who she was. Oh, Shin Sisi. The Shin Sisi who was sitting in front of me. I just recognized it. When Shin Sisi heard Okai calling out her name, she smiled and said, "No wonder Okai couldn't recognize who she was." When he was in junior high school, Okai's academic performance was okay, but he was a naughty boy. He often didn't listen in class and made mischief, which made his teachers very annoyed with him. So he was often punished and sent to the last row. It is said that the back row window seat is the king's hometown. He is a frequent visitor to his hometown. In front of him sat a girl. This girl was Shin Sisi. It's no wonder that Okai didn't recognize her, because Shin Sisi was already 1.75 meters tall at that time, and her weight was conservatively estimated to be 1-to-1 with her height. In their school sports meet, Shin Sisi specialized in throwing the shot put, and she was very fierce in a fight. When Okai and his friends were in the 3rd grade of junior high school, they had 5 years in elementary school and 4 years in junior high school, they were robbed by local bad boys. It was heard that at night, these bad boys also robbed Shin Sisi, but Shin Sisi beat 3 of them alone and took them all to the police station. However, perhaps because she is too tall and strong, Shin Sisi seems a little introverted, and her academic performance is not good. She rarely communicates with other people at school. The only person who had a good relationship with her was He-lan, the class beauty and study committee member in Okai's class. They were childhood friends and went to and from school together every day. However, after graduating from junior high school, we lost contact. He-lan was admitted to the best provincial Key High School and went to a 985 and 211 double first-class university in the capital. But it seems that they got married when they were in school, and we didn't keep in touch afterwards. As for Shin Sisi, she failed to get into a good high school, and no one knew what she did later on. Neither of them attended the junior high school reunion after graduating from college. So Okai really has no impression of them. I never thought that Shin Sisi would appear in front of me in such a posture. Wow, I really didn't recognize you. Girls really change a lot when they grow up. I didn't expect to run into you here. I hope you've been doing well recently. After graduating from junior high school, I haven't heard from you since then. Seeing Shin Sisi's reproachful look, Okai also smiled and then spoke. Hey, don't mention it. I'm a model now. I'm so tall and my grades are not good. What else can I do? My grades were too bad in the high school entrance examination, so my family dropped me out of an art high school. After losing weight for 2 years, I became a model. Nowadays, I fly all over the world every day, but I'm busy and don't make any money. Unlike you, old classmate, although I have never attended our classmates' gatherings, I am in our classmates group. It's great. I am a big boss now. Hearing Okai's words, Shin Sisi also started talking with a smile. Then she took out a box of cigarettes from her pocket, opened it, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Okai. But Okai waved his hand and said, I won't. No way. I remember you started smoking when you were in the 2nd grade of junior high school. When did you quit? Hearing Okai say this, Shin Sisi couldn't help but ask with some confusion. In fact, I was just pretending to smoke at that time. I wasn't addicted. Later, when I was in high school, my family had a bad trachea, so I just stopped smoking. But you can smoke as you like. I don't mind. Thinking about the youthful days when he was in school, Okai also started talking about it with a smile. After hearing that Okai didn't smoke, Shin Sisi put away the cigarette and started asking him, You broke up with your girlfriend from college? And now you're dating the girl sitting next to you just now. Well, is the one next to you your boyfriend? After nodding in response, Okai also asked at this time. No, that was a young man who was chasing after me. I'm a car model now, and his father is the manager of our forest store. We met at the auto show here, and he insisted on taking me out for dinner. Anyway, I can eat at home anyway, and it's the same whether I go out for dinner or not. I didn't expect to run into you here again. When Shin Sisi heard Okai ask this, she rejected it immediately, and then said with some emotion, Sisi, have you seen Zhao? You? But just when Shin Sisi wanted to talk to Okai, Zhao Yu's female companion today also walked in from outside. When she saw Shin Sisi chatting with Okai, she couldn't help but be stunned. You know, the two groups of people almost fought each other just now, so why is Shin Sisi chatting with Okai? Oh no! Then I'll look somewhere else. After hearing what Shin Sisi said, Zhao Yu's female companion turned around and left. At this moment, Okai remembered that Zhao Yu, who he had knocked unconscious, was still in the bathroom. He had to leave now, otherwise it would be troublesome if Zhao Yu woke up. So he also said to Shin Sisi, Old classmates, you guys continue eating. It's time for me to go. Oh, okay. By the way, let's exchange contact information. Seeing Okai was about to leave, Shin Sisi could clearly feel that she was a little reluctant, but she still smiled and shook her phone. After the two exchanged phone numbers and letters, Okai also left. Shin Sisi looked at Okai's profile picture and couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 67. Start Operation. Okai didn't take this little incident in the bathroom seriously. After returning to the dining table, Okai and the other 3 left together. Then Okai and Suya also drove back to the basement of Longting Jun one after another. Then the 3 of them took the elevator upstairs together. It's just that Suya went down on the 30th floor, while Okai and the others went down on the 32nd floor. Okai got off the elevator and returned home. Naturally, it is impossible to describe his experience in words. After Suya returned home, she saw Su Lele, who was still watching TV. Seeing Suya coming back, Su Lele couldn't help but raise his head and asked with a smile, "You're back from entertaining guests? You didn't even bring me any food." "Hey, don't mention it. We almost had a fight while eating." After taking off her shoes, Suya walked to the sofa, patted Su Lele's little feet, and then slumped down on the sofa. "What's going on? So exciting." Upon hearing that there was more fighting, Su Lele's attention was instantly focused and he asked curiously. And Suya also told her what happened tonight. Of course, forget about the lewd words she and Jo-chin said. Su Lele is Suya's cousin, the daughter of her third uncle. She just graduated from college this year. It can be seen from the fact that Suya studied art at a very young age and then went to study at an art college abroad. Her family conditions are very good. So Su Lele is just like those typical post-00s who are now reorganizing their workplaces. She really doesn't have much enthusiasm for work. She graduated in June and by mid-August, she has changed 4 jobs. Finally, she couldn't stand her parents nagging anymore, so she came here to find Suya, to eat and drink, and to see if Suya could find her a job that was easy, paid well, had few problems, didn't require overtime, and didn't have annoying colleagues. Suya also wanted to tell her that if she had such a job, please tell her. I have to say, these children have been taught since childhood that they want everything, and now that they are at work, they can't change it. Okay. You keep watching. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. After telling Su Lele what happened tonight, Suya patted her on the shoulder and turned to go to the bathroom to take a shower. When she finished her shower and lay down on the bed in her pajamas, for some reason, the words Jo-chin had said to her tonight kept lingering in her ears. It was as if for a moment, her eyes had the ability of perspective, as if she could see what Okai and Jo-chin were doing on the 32nd floor at that moment. This feeling is very strange. "Suya, are you crazy? You're horny." After muttering softly, Suya also forced herself to fall asleep. But sometimes, the more you want to sleep, the more you can't sleep. She went to bed at around 9 o'clock in the evening, but she didn't fall asleep until 11 o'clock. She didn't know how long it was before she fell into a drowsy sleep. Then she had a dream. In the dream, she went out on a date with a man whose face she couldn't see clearly. They watched a movie, ate ice cream, and then played an escape room game. At night, the two of them returned to her house together. Su Lele was not there for some reason, so they were the only ones there. Then when the two of them were about to get together, she saw clearly what the man looked like. But why did this man look exactly like Okai? Okai naturally didn't know about Suya's dream. After he and Jo-chin returned home, he slept until dawn. The next morning, after they washed up, they went downstairs to have breakfast. Okai first sent her home and then drove to the company. But today is different from A-shares. Hong Kong stocks have no daily price limits and no daily price limits. Except for not being able to short state-owned enterprises. Basically, the same rules apply to the US stock market. So after Okai arrived here, he started to get into work mode. Naturally, Shir and Su Nua would not hold Okai back at this time. One prepared the logistics and the other directed the traders, and then they began to meet the challenge of Hong Kong stocks. The first thing was that at the same time as the market opened today, Goldwind Technology announced that they would cooperate with South Korea's 7-Star Group. Then his stocks started to rise. At the same time, Oriental Selection also began to raise its stock price. Seeing these two stocks start to move, Okai and his traders also began to look at the Hong Kong stock market seriously. At 10:27 in the morning, when the share price of Oriental Selection officially rose to 12.12 yuan, with a single call from Okai, Su Nua and others began to sell. Of course, you can't sell all at once. You have to try it out, selling more and less. This time he sells 300 lots, 1 lot equals 100 shares. The next time he sells 5,000 lots, and then after selling several lots of 200 or 300 shares in succession, he makes another big one. Avoid selling too much and causing stock prices to fluctuate. Fortunately, Okai chose to sell when the stocks were at their peak. At this time, there were many people willing to take over at a high price. Investors all have this kind of thinking. They buy when the price goes up and not when the price goes down. So in this case, it is very easy to become a leaks. And after all, his own size is not large, 560 million. Oh no, it is now 600 million Hong Kong dollars. Perhaps for ordinary people, 600 million Hong Kong dollars is an astronomical sum of money. But for Hong Kong stocks, there is not the slightest disturbance, because the total market value of Hong Kong stocks is as high as 31 trillion. Not to mention the hundreds of millions from Okai, even if the system said to give him trillions directly. Well, that would still have a big impact, but hundreds of millions certainly wouldn't. After selling off the stocks on both sides, Okai asked Sunua to buy 3 stocks: Fengtai Real Estate, Wuxi Life, and the Fourth Way. Of course, he was planning to make a big move on Jinyan Xiangxia, but the bell for Jinyan Xiangxia would not be rung until 1 p.m. tomorrow. Before that, he needed to accumulate more wealth. I have another 100 million in savings today, and another 100 million tomorrow. If I manage it well, today plus tomorrow morning, I may be able to turn the money I have in Hong Kong stocks into 700 million, or even more. By then, more than 900 million will be invested, and the stock price will increase by 397%, which means that Okai can earn more than 3 billion in one wave. Not only did we complete the 1 billion task in an instant, but even the 10 billion task was almost completed. It's really exciting to think about it. And just when Okai was seriously operating the stock market here, Shinsisi, whom Okai had met last night, also found another girl in a cafe at this time, whom Okai thought of when he thought of her yesterday. Helan, the school beauty in their junior high school. Chapter 68. Help me. Xiaolan. Sisi. It's rare that you get up so early today? Watching Helan walk into the coffee shop, Shinsisi waved to her. And then Helan walked over to Shinsisi and sat down opposite her with a smile. Compared to Shinsisi, who was wearing a halter top with a neck, a pleated skirt, and white over-the-knee socks today, Helan was dressed much more conservatively. It's just a white dress, which makes her look extremely pure, but the ring on her left ring finger seems a little too dazzling. Hey, I won't go to nightclubs anymore. I'm quitting. I'll get up early every day from now on. Hearing what Helan said, Shinsisi handed a glass of juice that had been ordered long ago to Helan, and she took it with a smile and started drinking. Can you stop going to nightclubs? Why? Want to find someone to date? After taking 2 sips, Helan looked at Shinsisi with some confusion and asked, Well, a little bit. Guess who I ran into yesterday? Hearing Helan ask this, Shinsisi actually nodded, then asked her with a smile. Who is it? Helan saw that Shinsisi was cooperating and asked with some confusion. Okai.
Ukai.
That. The Okai who's very popular among the classmates recently? Hearing Shinsisi say this, Helan was also a little surprised. A few days ago, Luo Guogang and Li Weidong boasted in the classmate group that Okai is now a billionaire, and that if one of them succeeds, they will all succeed too. Recently, there have been people in the classmate group discussing Okai from time to time. Of course, it was mainly because Luo Guogang and Li Weidong would post some messages from time to time to show off. But once someone asked them for Okai's contact information, they pretended to be offline. But it made the students in the group very angry. Unexpectedly, Shinsisi actually ran into him yesterday. This world really is a small place. But thinking of this, Helan suddenly looked at Shinsisi with a strange expression. Are you still interested in him? Hasn't he already found a girlfriend? Looking at Shinsisi, Helan asked with some doubts. She should be the only person in the world who knows that Shinsisi has always liked Okai. Mainly because Okai once helped Shinsisi out of a difficult situation when they were in junior high school. That time, Shinsisi accidentally knocked over the water cup of a very flirty girl in the class, splashing water on her, and then she attacked Shinsisi. At that time, Shinsisi was tall and fat, and her academic performance was not good, so she was very inferior. She didn't know how to fight back when others scolded her. Then Okai, who was sitting behind her, might have been annoyed. So he spoke up for Shinsisi and confronted the girl. One of the things he said was, Compared to you, Shinsisi is much prettier than you. If I were to find a girlfriend, I would definitely choose her, not you. It was precisely because of this sentence that Shinsisi had actually always secretly liked Okai. The reason why she went on a diet for 2 years was also because of Okai. But unfortunately, after Okai went to college the second year, he got together with Lu Shi. Because of this, Shinsisi was depressed for a while. Since then, she has liked going to nightclubs, and she would no longer openly reject other people's pursuit. At the class reunion after graduation from college, Shinsisi actually had time, but she did not go because she was afraid that she would not be able to control herself after seeing Okai. But unexpectedly, I encountered it again yesterday. Last night, after Okai left, she returned to the box and left too. After returning home, she thought about it for a long time and still felt unwilling to give up, so she made an appointment with Helan to come out early this morning. Seeing Helan's hesitant look, Shinsisi smiled and looked at her. He broke up, but now he has found a new girlfriend, a very beautiful and charming woman, who is probably no shorter than me. I didn't know that Okai actually liked someone like me. Cece, he already has a girlfriend. Hearing the meaning of Shun Cece's words, Helan couldn't help but speak up to persuade her. Xiaolan, you are my best friend. Wanna try again? You will help me, right? However, Helan had just finished speaking when Shun Cece also started talking. Looking at Shun Cece's serious gaze, Helan couldn't help but open her mouth. How should she respond? Don't worry, I won't keep pestering you. I just want to fight for it again. I can't just give up without even trying. If it doesn't work, forget it. Seeing Helan's shocked look, Shun Cece spoke again. Seeing her determined look, Helan couldn't help but sigh. Okay, how do you want me to help you? Seeing that Helan agreed, Shun Cece couldn't help but laugh. Then immediately came over and discussed with Helan in a low voice. Okai naturally had no idea what Shun Cece and Helan were discussing. Today, his attention was focused on the stock market, and he didn't even have time to spend with Shurshur and Sunua. After they finished their lunch together at noon, they continued working in the afternoon. Hong Kong stocks closed at 4 p.m. At this time, the value of Okai's shares in the Hong Kong stock market had reached 630 million Hong Kong dollars. In other words, he earned 70 million Hong Kong dollars today alone. Looking at today's record-breaking profits, the traders under him were already astonished when they looked at him. They had never thought that there was someone like Okai who could know a lot of inside information without analysis or even asking anyone for help. It was not enough to just know what stocks to buy. He also knew when to buy and when to sell. This is really exaggerated. That is to say, some of them are men and some are average-looking. Otherwise, they would just follow the example of Sunua and Shurshur and stick to them. As for Okai, there is really no need to consider anything at all. At this time, Okai's attention was completely on the overall market. If we inject another 200 million tomorrow, we will surely make another 70 or 80 million in the morning. By then, we will start with 900 million Hong Kong dollars in the afternoon, which will definitely be a sure thing. Seeing this, Okai couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. But that's all tomorrow's business. Their work for today has been done. As the traders got off work, Okai also left with Shurshur and Sunua. Okai accompanied Zhou Qin yesterday, and today it is their turn. The three of them went shopping and had dinner as usual. However, in the evening, Shurshur did not retreat on her own initiative. She had gone home alone for 3 days, so it was her turn today. Sunua also knew this, so after finishing her meal, she prepared to go home. But at this moment, Shurshur grabbed her. Chapter 69. Find a nanny? Let's go together today. Why? After hearing what Shurshur said, Sunua couldn't help but look at her and Okai in surprise. She and Okai had made a bet that if Jinyan Xiangxia didn't have a return of more than 100% tomorrow, then they would go together. Why did it happen earlier today? However, after hearing what Shurshur said, Sunua did not intend to refuse. Instead, he looked at Okai curiously. As for Okai, he was indeed a little confused and embarrassed at this time, and asked in a low voice, "Well, the world won't collapse because of this, will it?" He was timid, and he was afraid that if he was not careful, he would lose this world. After hearing what Okai said, Shurshur couldn't help but smile and speak. "What are you afraid of? No one knows what we are going to do when we go home. We can't play poker or landlord." Shurshur smiled and looked at Okai, who was a little conflicted, and then she spoke. "Well, okay." Seeing Shurshur said this, although Okai felt his heart pounding, he really had no reason to refuse at this time. So he nodded, and then the 3 cars drove back to Longting Jiyuan. When the 3 of them took the elevator to the first floor, coincidentally, the elevator stopped here. Then the elevator door opened, and then Okai saw Suya and her cousin Su Lele just walking in from outside. When Suya saw Okai, Shurshur, and Sunua, she was stunned. Last night Zhou Qin was still saying that Okai had several lovers. But today she ran into one? Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but feel a little dazed. However, Su Lele didn't know these people, so she immediately pulled her into the elevator and greeted Okai with a smile. She didn't know what the relationship between these 2 people and Okai was. "Hey, brother. What a coincidence. You just finished your meal." "Well, I just came back from dinner." "Miss Su, you guys just finished eating too." After hearing Su Lele's words, Okai also said to the 2 of them with a smile. At the same time, he also looked at Su Lele's attributes. Name Su Lele. Gender female. Age 22. Height 169. Weight 52 kilograms. Physical strength 12. Charisma 96. Wisdom 47. Business 13. Innovation 11. Social 42. Management 8. Favorability towards the host 78. Well, a very standard value for a college student who just graduated from college. This is indeed a high charm. As for the weight, although it is over 100, Okai can see that the nutrition is mainly concentrated in some concentrated places. Well, it's rare that my sister won't let me order takeout. At this time, Su Lele didn't know that Okai could see her attributes, so she smiled and started talking to Okai. By the way, I just moved here not long ago. Are there any good restaurants nearby? Okai only had breakfast here when they were nearby. They usually went to the shopping mall for meals, but that was too far. They couldn't go to the shopping mall to eat when they had nothing to do and could just stay in bed at home. As soon as he saw Su Lele, he knew that this girl must be very knowledgeable about food. So Okai also started to ask. When the topic of food was mentioned, Su Lele immediately became interested. It seemed to her that there were a lot of delicious food nearby. The reason why the houses here are expensive is, firstly, because this community is indeed high-end, and secondly, because the supporting facilities around this community are very complete. Especially in restaurants, there are quite a lot of delicious food. There is a Sichuan restaurant nearby that cooks very well, 2 barbecue restaurants that taste very good, and a very famous yakitori restaurant, but she didn't think it was very tasty. There are 2 good stir-fry restaurants, and another that serves iron pot stews. On the next street, there is a seafood restaurant that is also pretty good. The spicy crayfish, in particular, tastes great. You can also order takeout, and it tastes great when you bring it home. Okay, let's go. Just as Su Lele and Okai were chatting here, the elevator arrived at the 30th floor, and Suya pulled Su Lele out of the elevator. Although Su Lele still felt a little reluctant, she still said goodbye to Okai and got off the elevator. As the 2 sisters returned home, Su Lele also looked at Suya. Sister, why did you feel so distant from that brother just now? Didn't he help you fight yesterday? Why didn't he even talk to you today? While changing shoes, Su Lele asked with some doubts. You didn't see the 2 women following him. After hearing Su Lele's words, Suya rolled her eyes at her and spoke. Oh, that brother's name is Okai. I see. They seem to live on the same floor with this brother. Looking at Suya's appearance, Su Lele couldn't help but say with some confusion. What do you mean they live on one floor? The 3 floors above us are all Okai's home. I've seen one of them before. She's Okai's assistant. The other one should also be his lover. With a sigh, Suya also explained the identities of Shirshir and Sunua. Lover? Just bring him home so blatantly? Su Lele was a little shocked when he heard Suya say that. Okai looked quite gentle, but he didn't expect him to play so wildly. This is actually allowed by his girlfriend. His girlfriend told me that in that aspect of him. Hey, you are still young, why should I tell you this? After taking a look at Su Lele, Suya also changed the subject at this time. Tisk, I'm already 22. If I were in the countryside, I would have been married for several years. And sister, even though I have never been in a relationship, I have watched that kind of movie with my roommate. Can you tell me more about it? After hearing Suya's words, Su Lele also came over and asked curiously. At her age, she is the most curious. I'm not going to talk to you. I'm going to take a shower. But it was obvious that Suya would not say this to her. After looking at her with contempt, she turned around and went to take a shower. Only Su Lele raised her head curiously, wondering what Okai and the other 3 were doing upstairs. As for what Okai and the other 2 did after they went upstairs, naturally they couldn't tell her. All I can say is that the night passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Early the next morning, when Okai and the other 2 got up, Shirshir and Sunua obviously felt that they still couldn't hold on. Originally, they were still thinking that no matter how strong Okai was, if the 2 of them went together, they could at least hold on, even if they couldn't beat him. It still seems too naive now. So at this time, Shirshir also felt that it was time to bring up her original plan. When the 3 of them finished washing up and went downstairs to have breakfast, Shirshir also pulled Okai and started talking in a low voice. Brother Kai, your house is so big, you can't hire a cleaner to clean the house every day. Otherwise, you can hire a nanny who lives at home. Looking at Okai, Shirshir also blinked her big eyes. Chapter 70, Forming Cliques. It's okay to find a babysitter, but do you have someone you can trust? After hearing Shirshir's words, Okai thought about his home. It's only been a few days since the house was cleaned, and there's already a lot of dust in the house. It would be nice to find someone to come and clean it, but there are a lot of valuable things in his house, and it would be too difficult to find someone trustworthy. How is my roommate? After hearing Okai's words, Shirshir also said with a smile. When they heard her say this, Okai and Sunua next to him were stunned. Okai was stunned because he remembered Shurshu's roommate, who looked very fair. Although not as pretty as Shurshu and the others, she was also good. I once misunderstood that the other person's job was a bit weird. I didn't expect that he was just working the night shift in a 24-hour supermarket. But she came to be a nanny? Would she be willing? Sunua, who was standing next to him, felt a pang in his heart at this moment, because she could sense that Shurshu asked her roommate to come over as a babysitter. It's not as simple as imagined. Combined with what happened last night, she wouldn't want to introduce her roommate to Okai as a lover, right? Sunua didn't mind Okai having a few more lovers around him, because it was difficult to satisfy Okai with just the three of them now. But what she was considering was that she was now on an equal footing with Shurshu, and only the girl named Jochin was half a head higher than them. But if Shurshu keeps introducing lovers to Okai, then her status will undoubtedly rise. Although I have no intention of being jealous of Shurshu, if possible, shouldn't I also find some women for Okai? Thinking of this, Jochin's eyes narrowed involuntarily. As we all know, there are several majors that do produce beautiful women, like medical school, normal school, flight attendant, high-tech, design, art. In addition to these, there is another major, which is finance. Of course, these people who entered finance are basically girls who learned from watching TV dramas, or whose parents know nothing about it. I thought that after majoring in finance, I could work in a bank or a securities firm after graduation. But I never thought about whether it is that easy to get into a bank. When going to the securities exchange, don't even think about it. Why should people give real money to a newbie and let her trade and earn their commission? Does she know how to trade stocks and futures? Whose responsibility is the loss? So after graduation, these girls will understand one thing. Sometimes what they think is the real world is not the real world. In the financial industry, graduation is basically the same as being unemployed. Currently, girls in the financial circle basically only have 4 paths to choose from. Otherwise, I'd change my career. Or maybe her family owns a mine, and their family directly gave her 3 or 5 million yuan so that she could have a foothold in this industry. The third reason is that in order to get promoted, they become corrupt and use their bodies in exchange for financial support from leaders and clients. Otherwise, it would be just like the promise made before meeting Okai. Even if he had the ability, he could only be a small entertainer, hoping that someone would like him and help him. But there is only one Okai in this world, and they have no chance. But now I can help them. Doesn't she have a class to attend? Would she like to be my babysitter? Just as Sunua was daydreaming here, Okai also asked Shurshu. Of course, her store is going to be renovated soon, and she might lose her job, so I asked for her. Looking at Okai, Shurshu also spoke with a smile. I see. But this is a 3-story building with over 1,000 square meters. Can she handle it all by herself? Hearing Shurshu say this, Okai was already somewhat moved and asked with some doubts. It should be possible. After all, you don't need to clean the whole house every day. Just clean it layer by layer. If she is too busy, I will help you find a new person. After thinking about it, Okai's house was indeed too big. Even if Haomei was asked to clean the house all day, it would be difficult to clean all 3 floors in one day. So Shurshu also started speaking. Hearing what Shurshu said, Okai nodded. In that case, it would be fine to hire him. Then find a chance to tell her. How much does she earn a month now? I remember she told me it was 3,005. In this way, I will give her 5,000 yuan a month, and then she can stay in the company, and I will pay for her 5 insurances and 1 fund. Okay, I'll go back and talk to her. Seeing that Okai agreed, Shurshu also nodded, then spoke with a smile. Then the 3 of them went downstairs together, got into their respective cars in the underground parking lot, and drove back to the company together. When they arrived at Antai Finance, Okai and Sunua immediately went into work mode. Okai first exchanged 200 million renminbi through investment promotion. 200 million renminbi was exchanged for 218.8 million Hong Kong dollars, plus what he earned yesterday. Now he has a total of about 850 million in his account. There will be no problem breaking 900 million this morning. But these things cannot be said just by talking. Okai has to put them into practice. He first bought Antas Sports and its other brand, Antas Sports R. These 2 brands will rise by 5.37% and 5.26% respectively shortly after the opening. These 2 waves are actually enough, but Okai can also buy Uepu Bio after selling these 2 stocks, because it will rise by 4.15% in the morning. The busy morning passed quickly. When the time came to 11:30, Okai announced that he would start selling all the stocks he had on hand and began to collect funds. When all the stocks were sold, Su Nua and others were surprised to find that the money that Okai had in Hong Kong stocks had turned into 922.37 million. Looking at this profit, they couldn't help but gasp. Because they knew very well that the night before yesterday, when Okai just entered the Hong Kong stock market, he had more than 560 million Hong Kong dollars. Even if he added 218.8 million today, altogether, Okai's principal would only be around 780 million. But now there is 922.37 million, which means that in half an hour the night before yesterday, the whole day yesterday, and the whole morning today in less than 48 hours, Okai has earned more than 140 million. That's 100 million for 100 million, more than 10,000. They never thought that money could be made so easily. But they soon realized that the real chance to make big money had not yet arrived. At noon, Shir ordered excellent meals, and Okai also had lunch in the trading room with the traders. Then we waited for 1 o'clock in the afternoon to prepare for the opening. However, just when the market was about to open, Okai's cell phone suddenly rang. He saw that the person calling was Li Weidong, which made him frown. At this critical moment, why did Li Weidong call him? Chapter 71, Troublemaker. Hey, Dongzi, I'm very busy right now. Tell me if you have anything to say. After hesitating for a while, Okai picked up the phone and spoke immediately. Oh, then I'll tell you right away. A woman came to our club and wanted to drive away the Danube. We stopped her and she said she was the boss friend. So I called to ask you something. Upon hearing Okai's words, Li Weidong knew that Okai was making millions or even tens of millions of dollars every minute, and there was no time to waste. So he immediately told him what had happened. My friend? Who is he? What's his name? She said her name was Li Haoyun. Li Weidong also said this when he heard Okai ask this. Li Haoyun? I don't know her. I guess she's here to scam me. I don't have time. You take full responsibility. If you can't convince her, chase her away. If you still can't chase her away, call the police. Looking at the time, it was almost 12:59. Okai really didn't have time to talk to him anymore, so after talking for a while, he heard Li Weidong explain what he understood, and then Okai hung up the phone. As he put the phone down, Okai clapped his hands and started talking. Attention, in a moment, 28 accounts, full balance, full warehouse of gold and silver world. Attention, it is gold and silver world, 024XX, do you understand? Understood. After hearing Okai's words, the traders under him also responded at this time, and then immediately looked at the market in front of them. At this time, in the first trading plaza of Hong Kong's Kangle Plaza, the legal representatives and shareholder representatives of Jinin Tianxia have gathered here, came to the small clock, waiting for 1 o'clock. At the same time, the bosses of several large companies with assets of at least hundreds of billions of yuan are now gathered in their own companies' offices, looking at the Hong Kong stocks in front of them with serious faces. Jinin Xiangxia is not just a simple industrial support company. Behind it are more than a dozen companies including Yanxin Energy, Chuanwu Technology, Luoshang Guofeng, Yanhang First Engineering Office, Hunan Energy, Tianhe Heavy Industry, etc. They launched Jinin Xiangxia, first of all naturally to make money from it in the future, but secondly, they also wanted to reap some profits from its listing on the Hong Kong stock market. The opening price of Jinin Xiangxia was extremely low, only 0.53 yuan, but the stock prices of similar companies would be around 1 yuan. In other words, they could make about double the profit from this opening price. Of course, if the price was pushed higher, they would make more money, and they would mainly cheat retail investors. For these companies, they don't care about retail investors at all. They are mainly for the profit of their own company. So when the market opens, they have already prepared 20 billion shares, worth 10.6 billion Hong Kong dollars, in order to reap a big harvest. For this plan, from the beginning, all those who knew about it never left the company and never had cell phones in their hands. In their opinion, this was foolproof. But what they don't know is that someone has seen through their plan and wants to get the biggest piece of the pie. As they watched the countdown on the screen getting closer, many people nervously wiped the sweat off their hands with their clothes, and some people were taking deep breaths. Finally, it was 1 p.m. in the capital city. As the legal representative of Jinin Xiangxia gently rang the bell for listing, at the same time, Jinin Xiangxia stocks also appeared on the market. At the same time as this stock appeared, people from more than a dozen companies and Okai began to buy this stock. Then, those investors who were paying attention to the new stocks were surprised to find that after the issuance of gold and silver world, its price was skyrocketing, which made them a little confused. I have absolutely no idea what this is all about. Industrial support, this section can be said to be an extremely unpopular section. Normally, a 5% increase would be considered a sharp rise, but how come it has already risen by 10% in less than 3 minutes after it was issued? just when many people were watching and feeling confused. At this time, some quick-witted retail investors have already entered the market. When these retail investors entered the market, it was obvious that the growth rate of this sector began to surge. After just 10 minutes, the price of Jinin Tianxia, which had been issued at 5.3 cents, had risen by 36% to 7.2 cents. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but breathe faster. Su Nua and the others looked at Okai with even more shock and admiration. 36%, with a principal of 922.37 million. That is to say, Okai has already earned 332 million, and this value is still rising. 7 cents for 6, 7 cents for 8, 8 cents for 2. In 20 minutes, the value of the stock has reached 64%. At this time, there were fewer and fewer scattered shares outside, and then the dozen or so companies discovered that there was a very powerful force sweeping up these stocks. But they didn't care because in their opinion, Okai was most likely one of their dozen or so teams, otherwise they wouldn't have started sweeping so early. This is one of the troubles when there are too many people. It is difficult to know everyone's movements at the first time, which makes it easy for others to take advantage of the situation. If these people knew at this time that Okai was the one who was going to get the biggest piece of the pie, they would have already started to suppress the stock price, instead of letting it continue to rise like they are doing now. Time came to half an hour after the opening, and at this time, the stock price of Jinin Xiangxia finally rose to 1.08 yuan, an increase of more than 100%. Seeing this, everyone around Okai couldn't help but cheer. More than 100%. That means we have earned more than 900 million now. Okai promised them that they could get 5% of the profits, which means that they can get 50 million now. 50 million, 14 people, each person can get 3.57 million. More than 3 million, just one day, more than 3 million. While these people were excited, Su Nua couldn't help but think of the bet she made with Okai. Although she made the bet with Okai yesterday and Okai had already given her her reward, now she clearly lost the bet, which meant that it was very likely that they would play some more games and spend more money. Why do I still feel a little bit of anticipation? However, Okai frowned at this time, because he knew that the stock he was looking at could eventually rise by nearly 400%. Now it has just risen by 100%, and it is already a little weak. According to this rate of increase, it would be difficult for the stock to rise by 120% today, let alone 397%. This is not right. Just when Okai felt something was strange, suddenly his cell phone, as well as the cell phones handed in by everyone behind him, vibrated. When he looked down, he found that it was a message from a country. At 13:29 this afternoon, a 7.5 magnitude earthquake occurred in Noto, Shima, and the tremors were clearly felt in coastal cities of my country. Chapter 72, An Outbreak. How is it? Can I drive the car away? Just when Okai was making money in the company, Li Weidong also came down from upstairs in the Yun Supercar Club and saw the woman leaning on the big bull cart. To be honest, this woman is pretty good looking. She seems to be in her 20s, with a small round face and big eyes. She looks very well behaved and cute, but she wears a smoky punk makeup. She is very tall, about 17 meters tall, and has a good figure, but the way she dresses, you can tell at first glance that she is a little gangster. He wore a black vest on his upper body, a black jacket on his body, and black leather pants and a pair of black leather boots on his lower body. In this hot summer, she really doesn't mind the heat. There are tattoos on the back of her hands and neck, and her jewelry is all messy. Her hair is the only normal one, long and straight black, but the ends are cut very messy. Seeing Li Weidong coming down, she prepared to drive directly, but Li Weidong stopped her. "I'm sorry, miss. Our boss said he doesn't know you." Shaking his head, Li Weidong also spoke to her. "You don't recognize me? Are you crazy? I doubt you even called me. Do you know that the cloud in the rain cloud refers to me?" Hearing what Li Weidong said, the girl named Li Haoyun couldn't help but scream, and the anger in her words was obvious. "I don't know who this Yun refers to, but I did call my boss, and he clearly told me that he doesn't know you, so miss, please leave. If you keep pestering me, I may call the police." Li Weidong, judging from his characteristics, is not very good at socializing and management, so when faced with such things, his approach is very blunt. It was obvious at this moment that this woman was very irritable. If she were a qualified manager, she would have said something soft and asked for clarification, but Li Weidong did not do that. He simply repeated what Okai had said to him. When the woman heard what Li Weidong said, she became furious. "Call the police. Go ahead. F***ku. Just wait to be fired." Looking at Li Weidong, the woman raised her middle finger towards him and started to curse him. Hearing what the woman said, Li Weidong frowned even deeper. Security. Since he couldn't communicate with this guy, Li Weidong didn't hesitate and called the security guard directly. Seeing the security guard surrounding her, the woman's eyes flashed with disdain, and then she cursed. "Fuck you." Then he turned around and kicked the bull directly on one of its headlights. The woman's shoes were made of metal, and when she kicked the car, the headlights of the big bull were blown off. Li Weidong laughed when he saw this scene. She was really tough. This headlight costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, so we have no choice but to call the police now. You can do it. Just wait for the police to come. Seeing this, Li Weidong took out his cell phone and called the police. However, the woman seemed to be fine. She sat on the front mechanical cover of the big bull again and waited with disdain. Although this supercar club is located in a remote area, it is still in the urban area after all, so the police arrived quickly. 10 minutes later, a police car drove here. The next thing was very easy. They took a statement. Because there were surveillance cameras and everything, there was no chance for the woman to refute. And it seemed that she didn't want to refute either. He took her away directly. After the woman was taken away, Li Weidong sent a message to Okai and told him what happened. However, Okai naturally did not reply at this time because he was making money. At this time, Okai was looking at the notice issued by the country and was somewhat confused. His sixth sense told him that since Jinyan Xiangxia was an industrial support company, if its stock price wanted to soar, it must be related to the reconstruction of such natural and man-made disasters. Therefore, the surge in Jinyan Xiangxia's stock price is most likely related to this news. But the problem is that this company is a domestic company and is listed on the Hong Kong stock market. What does it have to do with the earthquake on the island? The earthquake on the island should have caused a surge in the industrial support companies of the island economy. But just when Okai was confused, Su Nua suddenly found him. "Boss, we might be getting rich." "Oh." Seeing Su Nua's excited expression, Okai also looked at her. When Su Nua saw Okai's gaze, he finally reacted, then laughed at himself and continued. "Hey, I'm just showing off my skills. I forgot that you must know the inside story. Otherwise you wouldn't be so determined to buy it. After you told me about it, I checked the situation of this company yesterday. The largest shareholder of Luoshang Guofeng, the company behind Jin In Tianxia, is actually Daozi SoftBank. So before the company went public, it had signed a contract with Daozi to provide industrial support for several areas, and they would be used for reconstruction. The area that is experiencing the earthquake is exactly the area where Jinin Tianxia signed the contract." After listening to Su Nua's words, Okai suddenly realized that this was the case. But on the surface, he just pretended to smile deeply. He couldn't reveal it too obviously. Looking at his smile, Su Nua and these traders couldn't take their eyes off Okai, especially Su Nua. At this moment, she really felt that she had found the right person. Okai is the person I want to follow. And in the midst of Okai's unfathomable smile, the world of gold and silver suddenly burst out with great power. The stock, which had risen to 1.08 yuan and was stagnant, suddenly rose after it was revealed that they had signed a contract to rebuild the island. It skyrocketed again, and this time it was even more exaggerated than the previous one. 1.2 yuan, 1.4 yuan, 1.7 yuan. In just over 10 minutes, the stock price had risen to 2 yuan, nearly 300% net profit, and seeing such an increase, those retail investors are going crazy. This is human nature. They are bullish on the market and not bearish on the market. After reaching 2 yuan, more investors entered the market, and Okai's eyes have been on this increase. Finally, at 2:03 in the afternoon, the stock price rose to 2.6 yuan. The increase reached 390%. At this time, Okai's voice was also heard. "On sale." "Yes." After hearing Okai's words, Su Nua and others responded loudly, and then everyone began to sell the stocks of Jinyan Xiangxia. Looking at the funds being recovered quickly, everyone's faces were filled with smiles. Chapter 73, 10% off card. Ding, congratulations to the host for making money successfully. The amount earned has reached 1 billion. Reward, 10% off card. Physical. After the stock price of Jinyan Xiangxia rose to 2.63 yuan, it began to fall. At this time, Okai had already sold all the stocks he had. Don't underestimate it, it only takes about an hour and a half. But when all these stocks were sold, the balance of Okai's Hong Kong stocks became 4.52688 billion. Converted into RMB, that's 4.1 billion. And among this money, more than 3 billion was earned by him today. When the money from selling stocks he received exceeded 10 billion, a system prompt popped up in his mind. 90% off card? Listening to the system's prompts, Okai also checked the effect of this card in his mind. To put it simply, this card allows him to purchase a physical entity at a 10% discount, such as a house, a car, jewelry, etc. But you can't buy stocks or anything like that. Looking at this 90% off card, Okai couldn't help but frown. It was impossible for him to use this 90% off card at a worthless price, so he would definitely use the maximum purchasing power to buy something. Currently, his total assets are more than 4 billion. In addition to some real estate, the money he can use is more than 4.1 billion. In other words, he can directly purchase something worth about 41 billion. This price is not too much, but it is definitely not small. But he really had no idea what he could buy. So for a moment, he fell into deep thought. Looking at Okai supporting his chin and looking at the market in deep thought, many traders behind him were also stunned for a moment while being excited. In their opinion, Okai was a little too powerful. Okai just made more than 3 billion, that's billions. As a result, Okai just smiled briefly, and then he started to think again. It seems that these more than 3 billion are just a drizzle for Okai and not worth mentioning. Looking at this scene, many traders who had nothing to do temporarily began to murmur in low voices. As the old saying goes, if you can remain calm even when Mount Tai collapses in front of you, you are worthy of being called a general. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Our boss is indeed not an ordinary person. Sister Sue, I found the lucky one this time. Hey, you said I have a sister? Does our boss like her? What does your sister look like? It looks just like me. Then, there's no chance. Just as they were whispering, Okai suddenly moved. There is no time limit for this 10% off card. He can wait until he sees a suitable physical item before buying it, but his money will not stay here. At this time, he also saw a stock in the Hong Kong stock market that would rise sharply. Yanhuang Taiping Insurance, although no one knows why it will rise, but according to the indication on it, it will rise by 13.2% on Monday. That's right, today is Friday. He has been very busy this week. On Monday, he officially bought Feng Yu's club, Red Sue's PPT, and decided to enter the Hong Kong stock market. He signed the contract on Tuesday and transferred the money into Hong Kong stocks on Wednesday night. On Thursday, which was yesterday, today is Friday. At this time, his assets have increased many times. The Hong Kong stock market is closed on Saturdays and Sundays, so Okai can have a good rest. However, even though Yanhuang Taiping is a state-owned enterprise, its total market value is only more than 30 billion yuan, so it is naturally impossible to release too many scattered shares. So Okai only bought 1.5 billion of it. Then it bought 400 million shares of Jingtai Technology. In Okai's view, this stock will rise by 10.91% on Monday. Then it bought 300 million shares of Ruifeng Energy, which will rise by 9.8%. Qianwang Stock Industry bought 500 million shares, which will rise by 8.53%. I bought another 300 million yuan worth of Shangxing Development. It said on it that it would increase by 7.9%. The others all said they would increase by 5% or 6%. Some of them were too lazy to be bought by Okai. So after deciding on the stocks to buy, Okai gave the order directly. Okay, everyone, buy 1.5 billion of Yanhuang Taiping, 400 million of Jingtai Technology, 300 million of Ruifeng Energy, 500 million of Qianwang stock, and 300 million of Shangxing Development. Then the remaining money will not be touched for the time being. We promise to withdraw 50 million Wanchuan coins, give each person a bonus of 1 million first, and transfer the rest to Antai Financial. Yes, boss. After hearing Okai's command, Su Nua immediately followed what Okai said and ordered the traders to start operating. When these traders heard that Okai actually gave each of them a bonus of 1 million, they became even more excited. It turned out to be the right decision to follow Okai. It has only been over a week, or to be exact, just 9 days, and they have already made 1 million. To them, this is something that would never have happened in the past. If Okai looks at the attributes of these people now, he will find that their loyalty is skyrocketing at this time, and basically everyone has reached around 90. Although it is still a long way from the 100 promised to them. But 90% loyalty is basically a level that cannot be bought with money or anything like that. Obviously, for them following Okai, they are very confident about their future. When these people finished what Okai said, Okai looked at the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon, so he didn't wait for the market to close today and directly gave these traders a holiday. As for Su Nua and Shir, they also left together. Sure is going back today to tell how May that Okai agreed to let her be a nanny. Sunua wants to go home and take care of her parents. Even though Okai gave her watches, sports cars, new clothes, and so on, he never promised her any cash. Today she finally got 1 million. If she doesn't go back and show off, wouldn't it be a waste of Okai's kindness? As for Okai, he is going to find Zhou Qin today. Although Zhou Qin mentioned that she wanted to meet Sure and Sunua, it was obvious that they were still a little timid and wanted to wait until later. Just when the three of them were about to leave the company, Okai saw the message sent by Li Weidong on his mobile phone. He saw that the other party kicked the headlight of his sports car, and then Li Weidong called the police to arrest the other party. Okai couldn't help but chuckle. Why do you have to make such a fuss? Li Haoyun? I really don't know her. Touching his chin, Okai was sure that he really didn't know anyone named Li Haoyun. Just when he was about to leave it at that and go find Zhou Qin, his cell phone suddenly rang. The caller was actually Feng Yu. Chapter 74. Catch me if you can. Sorry. I originally founded this supercar club because of your friend. I sold this place to you without telling her. I'm really sorry. When Okai drove to the police station, he saw Feng Yu standing there with an embarrassed look on her face. The moment she saw Okai, she bowed to him and then spoke very sincerely. She has been very busy this week. With the 180 million given by Okai, her company finally breathed a sigh of relief. According to the current situation, even if there is no income, her company can still survive for at least 1 more year. After all, her current fiscal deficit is only around 100 million. For many companies, owing 100 million to the bank is no different from owing nothing. However, although Feng Yu has now breathed a sigh of relief, it does not mean that she will sit back and enjoy all the benefits. So over the past week, she has been running around the country, hoping to get some orders to revitalize her company. But now, the economic environment is like this, and no one has spare money to support her, not to mention that they know that this is a big pit and they can't make any money back. So looking at Feng Yu's current situation, we know that she probably hasn't found any new orders, and the company is still in a difficult situation. But at this moment, her friend gave her some eye drops. Oh, your friend. I remember you said the one who stayed abroad, right? Looking at Feng Yu's expression, Okai also started talking with a smile. Yes, it's her. I knew she would be back in the next few days, but I didn't know she would go to get the car as soon as she came back. The result? Haha. Hearing Okai ask this, Feng Yu spoke a little embarrassedly. It's okay. Since we know each other, just compensate her according to the price. After hearing what Feng Yu said, Okai also waved his hand. Although he just made more than 3 billion today, it doesn't mean that he will not want the money to repair the car. After all, he is not her father. Why should he spoil her? After hearing what Okai said, Feng Yu's face twitched involuntarily, and she was about to say something awkwardly, but she found that the door of the police station was opened at this time, and then their company's legal officer also came out with a girl dressed very rebelliously. As soon as the girl came out, she saw Feng Yu. Her eyes lit up and she ran over immediately and grabbed Feng Yu's hand. Xiao Yu, you're here. What happened to the club? Why did you sell it? Looking at Feng Yu, the girl said with some anger. At the same time, Okai also took a look at her attributes. Name, Li Haoyun. Gender, female. Age 26. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Physical strength, 14. Charisma, 97. Wisdom, 23. Business, 98. Innovation, 3. Social, 19. Management, 16. Favorability towards the host, 45. Looking at this attribute, Okai couldn't help but feel a little confused. It was understandable that she had a low impression of herself. After all, Li Weidong sent her to the police station. It would be strange if she didn't hate Li Weidong's boss. However, her business was 98, but according to Feng Yu, she was just a street kid. What business ability did she have? No. What job did she do? The company couldn't continue, so we sold it to him for money. After hearing what Li Haoyun said, Feng Yu looked at Okai next to him and said, when Li Haoyun heard Feng Yu say that Okai next to her was the culprit who sent her to the police station, her face instantly became gloomy. You are the owner of the club? Who do you think you are? How dare you arrest me? Hearing what Li Haoyun said, Okai was shocked. Her self-righteous and confident look made Okai seem to have some illusions. Did he damage her car? At that moment, Okai was so angry that he laughed, and then looked at Feng Yu, whose face changed instantly when he heard her words. Mr. Feng, your friend is quite arrogant. If she speaks like that, I will file criminal charges against her. Looking at Lee Haoyun, Okai also spoke at this time. He was not trying to scare her. According to the country's laws, if the amount of damage to other people's property is more than 5,000 yuan, it is enough to define the standard for filing a case. When Lee Haoyun heard that Okai was going to bring criminal charges against her, she also became excited. Come on, come on. We're right at the door of the police station. Catch me. Let me see how you catch me. Hearing Lee Haoyun's shouting, Okai naturally wanted to satisfy her and walked into the police station. But at this moment, Feng Yu grabbed Okai immediately. Okai, don't be impulsive. I'm sorry. I apologize to you on her behalf. I'm sorry. I will compensate you according to the price. Xiao Yu, don't pull him. Let me see how powerful he is. I haven't been back for a few years. And he's still lawless? Let's see how many years he can sentence me to. Hearing Feng Yu say this, Lee Haoyun also spoke with arrogance on his face. Look, you heard me, Mr. Feng. It's not that I'm inhumane. This is what they asked for. Seeing Feng Yu's desperate and confused look after hearing her words, Okai smiled and gently wiped Feng Yu's hand away, then walked straight into the police station. Only then did Feng Yu look at Lee Haoyun angrily and yelled at him. Are you crazy? I think you are lawless. Do you think this is the United States? This is Yanhuang. Even if you are the son of the richest man in Yanhuang, you will still have to go to jail if you beat someone up. What are you talking about? After yelling at Lee Haoyun, Feng Yu immediately chased after him. After hearing Feng Yu's words, Lee Haoyun was indeed a little confused. In recent years, she has been staying abroad for so long that she is almost going crazy. For rich people, foreign countries are indeed a paradise. Why do so many rich people in China immigrate after they get rich? Because in a foreign country, having money means you are the real boss. Capital is above everything. In the United States, as long as you are rich and powerful, you can be released in 1 month if sentenced to rape, and you can even easily escape if you kill someone because they have a jury system and can confess privately with lawyers and judges. For example, if someone kills someone and was originally sentenced to life imprisonment, but if he pleads guilty privately, the sentence can be reduced to 10 or 8 years. If this person is powerful, he can use his connections to greet all the jurors, and then the 10 or 8 years may be reduced to 3 years. The judge can then see that his attitude is good and change it to 2 years of probation. Since I haven't committed any crime in the past 2 years, I don't need to serve the 3 years of sentence. Of course, the United States is not that evil. The islands and South Korea are actually even eviler, because the United States still has to go through a process, but there is no need to go through any process over there. There is a profession in South Korea called prosecutors, who have the power to decide whether to file a case. For example, a man killed someone, the evidence was solid, and the police caught him in the act. But the prosecutor felt that there was no need to file a case, so the police had to release the person without even sentencing him. An employee of a hotel on Jeju Island in South Korea broke into a Yanhuang tourist room and raped him. This is how they sentenced him. The police arrested him, and then the prosecutor said, "No need, let him go." And then he was released. That is, the islands in South Korea are particularly exclusive to the wealthy people of Yanhuang. Otherwise, these wealthy people might go to these two places more often. This was still the case in Lee Haoyun's mind at this moment, but she was obviously overthinking it. This is Yanhuang, not the United States, not Daogao, so she is finished. Chapter 75. Recovering the Unruly. Who are you trying to fool? How can he sentence me? How long can he sentence me to? Seeing Feng Yumao running into the police station in a hurry, Lee Haoyun also looked at the legal officer behind him and whispered to her. After hearing her words, the legal officer felt that she still didn't understand the current situation clearly. Ms. Lee, I need to remind you that according to Article 275 of the Code, the crime of intentional destruction of property, if the amount is large, will be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years. According to the invoice for the headlight submitted by the other party, the headlight is worth more than 100,000 yuan, which is already a large amount. Moreover, you kicked the headlight and it was not a traffic accident, but you did it on purpose. And your attitude is so bad now. If the other party sues you based on this, you will be sentenced to the maximum of 3 years in prison, and you will not be able to escape. Gently pushing his glasses, the legal officer spoke to Lee Haoyun very seriously. When Lee Haoyun heard that he would sentence her to 3 years, a look of panic flashed in her eyes. Although she was a little crazy and didn't know her place, she didn't want to go to jail. So at this moment she lowered her head and walked quickly into the police station. When she walked in, she saw Feng Yu standing in front of Okai with a helpless look on his face. "I'm sorry. I apologize to you on her behalf. She got stupid while abroad. She's not a bad person. Really. Please, please. Why didn't I realize before? Are you such a shameless person? Get out of the way, or I'll kiss you. Looking at Feng Yu, who was almost hugging him, Okai said with a bit of a smile at this time. It was obviously that woman who was asking for trouble. What did it have to do with him? She was gonna go to jail and I was just fulfilling her wish. Why was Feng Yu still sticking to me? When he was working in her company before, Feng Yu was as cool and aloof as a goddess. Well, although she was almost the same originally, it was the first time that Okai saw someone so shameless. He was speechless for a moment. If I give you a kiss, will you not sue her? However, after hearing what Okai said, Feng Yu suddenly blinked and looked at Okai. No! Hearing her words, Okai was a little amused. Is this the point? However, it was obvious that Feng Yu was not going to give Okai too many opportunities to explain. Just when Okai wanted to refuse, Feng Yu suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Okai's neck, then moved closer and kissed Okai directly on the lips. Seeing this scene, the policemen who were watching the excitement nearby were all stunned. Okai was also stunned, and of course, Li Haoyun, who came in later, was also stunned. So at this moment she ran over, pulled Okai away, and then blocked Feng Yu behind her. What are you going to do? Looking at Okai, Li Haoyun's eyes were wide open and his face was full of anger. Looking at her anxious look, Okai was confused. What had he done? What's weird is that this woman smashed her own car. What's weird is that Feng Yu suddenly kissed me. Seeing Okai's confused look, Feng Yu pulled Li Haoyun away. We have a deal. If you give me a kiss, you can't sue her. I'll pay you back for the car repair. Okay, let's go. After saying this, without giving Okai and Li Haoyun a chance to react, Feng Yu directly pulled Li Haoyun away. Only Okai was left standing in the police station, looking confused. Sir, do you want to report a crime or? Seeing Okai standing there in a daze, looking at a loss, the police in the police station also asked Okai. After hearing his words, Okai couldn't help but touch his lips. Damn it, he really couldn't report the case now. After all, his relationship with Feng Yu was pretty good. Sorry, it's okay. With a sigh, Okai left the police station. When he came out, Li Haoyun and Feng Yu were gone. Okai returned to the car and drove towards Zhou Qin's home. At the same time, he called Li Weidong and told him that the matter had been dealt with and the headlights would be repaired first. The repair money should be transferred to the company's card in a few days. After hanging up the phone, Okai couldn't help but touch his lips. Is the peach blossom a little too strong recently? Okai looked at himself through the rearview mirror. He looked no different from before. Why was he so popular with women recently? Is money really the best medical beauty for men? Just as he was thinking, his cell phone suddenly rang again. He picked it up and found that it was another message sent to him by a girl. This person was none other than Shin Sisi, whom he met the day before yesterday. Old classmate, do you have anything to do tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? I'll treat you to a meal. Helan happens to be busy too, so let's get together. Looking at the message sent by Shin Sisi, Okai fell into memories. Speaking of Shin Sisi, he really had no interest in Shin Sisi. Although Shin Sisi was very beautiful now, she looked too worldly. Of course, it was possible that she was still a good girl, but there were too many pure beauties around Okai. Although Zhou Qin is charming and already 31 years old, it was her first time with me. The same goes for Shishir, Su Nua, and even Lu Shi, so he wasn't very interested in Shin Sisi. As for Helan, he must have had a crush on Helan in the past. After all, she was the school belle. But Helan had been married for a long time, so Okai didn't have that kind of feelings for her. But looking at the message sent by Shin Sisi, he really didn't know how to refuse. So after thinking about it, he also replied, "It should be possible tomorrow at noon. I'll treat you." Okay, don't be polite. I'll reserve a seat and give it to you when the time comes. Seeing that Okai agreed, Shin Sisi immediately responded with a smile. Then after a while, I sent him the location of a private dish, and Okai replied with an okay. Then the two of them chatted for a while. They kept chatting until Okai arrived downstairs at Zhou Qin's house, and then he stopped chatting. As Okai went to find Zhou Qin, Feng Yu also drove and took Li Haoyun back to his home. As soon as he came back, Feng Yu lay down on the sofa with a tired face. After carefully looking at the situation at Feng Yu's home, Li Haoyun couldn't help but sit down next to her and looked at her with a puzzled look. What's going on between you and that Okai? Are you together? Your family was no different from when you left with me. After hearing what Li Haoyun said, Feng Yu rolled his eyes at her. Chapter 76. Professional Team. What were you thinking about during your years abroad? There is actually nothing going on between me and that Okai. He used to be my employee, but I laid him off during the layoffs a while ago. Who would have known that he was also a rich man? The global economic situation has been bad in the past 2 years, and my company was about to collapse, so I sold my house in Longting Jeyuan first. It just so happened that it was bought by him. The company had a big gap, so I sold the club. I guess he was too lazy to change his name, so you made such a fuss. Looking at Lee Haoyun, who was looking curious, Feng Yu also started talking. Then why did you kiss him? Hey, seriously, you really have no interest in that pretty boy. After hearing Feng Yu's words, Lee Haoyun looked at her and spoke with a smile. Not interested. Not really. I figured out that I'm not cut out for business. I'll have to marry someone through an arranged marriage anyway. Rather than marrying someone I don't know at all, I'd rather marry someone I'm a little familiar with. He is the one I like the most. He is not ostentatious, has a good personality, good abilities, a good family background, and of course looks good, so I can consider him. Supporting his chin and thinking about Okai, Feng Yu also whispered at this time. Hey, this is not bad, that is not bad either. I think you are attracted to that jerk. You look so pale and sallow. Why don't you leave with me? I will quit the company and put up with this jerk. Looking at Feng Yu's expression, Lee Haoyun also spoke. But that only earned him a second roll of the eyes from Feng Yu. I wish I were as carefree as you. If I'm gone, there will be no inheritance to distribute dividends to me every year. If I'm gone, I might starve to death. Well, let's not talk about me. You said you came back this time to check the accounts. I wonder if your stepmother and your younger brother will interfere. You have to be careful. Your father is unreliable now. You need to prepare early. Looking at Lee Haoyun's expression, Feng Yu also spoke in a low voice at this time. Well, I'm also thinking about this. I'm in the dark in China right now, and you're the only one I can rely on. But your situation may be even worse than mine, so I really need to think of a solution. After hearing Feng Yu's words, Lee Haoyun pursed her lips. Now the situation in her family is even more complicated. At this time, Okai naturally didn't know what Feng Yu and Lee Haoyun were talking about. After arriving downstairs of Zhou Qin's house, he went to Zhou Qin's house as if he was familiar with the place. However, what surprised him was that there were 3 other girls in Zhou Qin's family besides her. Okai also had some impressions of these 3 girls. The one who had been looking at me with a sullen face was called Sang Wan. Like Sun Shanshan, she was a waitress. There was another one with a smile on her face, named Hu Yi. She was mainly in charge of the warehouse. There was also a foreign girl named Jenny, who was in charge of making cocktails. When Okai was hanging out with Zhou Qin in the bar before, they always seemed to avoid him intentionally or unintentionally, so he didn't have close contact with them. Now it seems that these 3 girls have changed out of their waitress uniforms and put on casual clothes. They look really beautiful. Although Sangwon's face was livid, she had a cute little round face, big eyes, and heavy eye bags. Her face looked cute even when she was angry. Hu Yi is a person who is always smiling. In the past, because she often worked in the warehouse, Okai seldom saw her. Now it seems that she has a good figure. Even if she is not as good as Zhou Qin, she is not much worse. But when it comes to figure, Jenny has the best. If you just look at the face, Yang Wan and Hu Yi are actually prettier than Jenny, but if you take the figure into account, these 2 guys are no match. My goodness, if you rank them according to ABCD, she might be ranked 12th or 13th in the alphabet. And with her somewhat silly and cute looks, she is indeed extremely lethal. Now that he finally saw them, he subconsciously checked their attributes. Name Sangwon. Gender female. Age 23. Height 176 centimeters. Weight 55 kilograms. Physical fitness 88. Charisma 95. Wisdom 35. Business 99. Innovation 1. Social 8. Management 9. Favorability towards host 72. Favorability towards Zhou Qin 100. Name Hui. Gender female. Age 24. Height 168. Weight 51 kilograms. Physical strength 78. Charisma 95. Wisdom 67. Business 99. Innovation 11. Social 69. Management 45. Favorability towards host 79. Favorability towards Zhou Qin 100. Name Jenny. Gender female. Age 22. Height 181 centimeters. Weight 58 kilograms. Physical strength 81. Charisma 96. Wisdom 11. Business 99. Innovation, 6. Social, 62. Management, 58. Favorability towards host, 88. Favorability towards Zhou Qin, 100. Looking at the attributes of this character, Okai was very surprised at this time because the attributes of the three of them were not right. Their physical fitness was far beyond that of ordinary people. Among humans, they were considered the top type, and their business abilities were all 99. They are just bar staff. What kind of business is that? Also, their favorability towards Zhou Qin, or you could say their loyalty to her, is a little too high. What's going on? Just when Okai was a little shocked, the three people at this time also saw Okai. The three of them obviously didn't want to have too much interaction with Okai. The three of them nodded to Zhou Qin and left Zhou Qin's house. When passing by Okai, Shangwan basically ignored him, while Hui smiled and nodded as a greeting. The only one who greeted Okai enthusiastically was Jenny. After these three people left, Okai also looked at Zhou Qin. Hehe. It seems like Jenny likes you very much. What do you think? Do you want to make a date with her in the evening? With raised eyebrows, Zhou Qin walked to Okai and asked with a smile. Auntie, stop joking. She and I haven't even said a complete sentence. Looking at Zhou Qin's expression, Okai said speechlessly. Who is kidding you? These three were left to me by my mother to protect me. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are my sisters. I once advised them to start their own families, but they will never leave me. If I stay with you forever, then these three will also stay with you. As she spoke, Zhou Qin looked at Okai and blinked mischievously. Hearing Zhou Qin's words, Okai smiled awkwardly again. But he did know what the 99 business of these three people was. It was probably either killing or protecting. Fortunately, I am also very strong, otherwise these three guys would be no better than the sword of Damocles on my head. As for taking them all in, well, at least for now, Okai has no such idea. Chapter 77. Being targeted. No, the account is wrong. After Okai and Zhou Qin chatted for a while at home, Okai took Zhou Qin out for dinner. After they finished dinner together, they went to the bar. Listening to the performance of the band invited by Zhou Qin, drinking wine, chatting with Sun Shanshan from time to time, and flirting with Zhou Qin, to be honest, Okai had a very comfortable life. He never knew before that he could have so much fun in a quiet bar like this. But he was happy, but at this time many people were not happy. As the Hong Kong stock market closed at 4 p.m. today, the major shareholders behind Jinin Tianxia also began to check their accounts to see how much they had earned today. Their money-making model today is to first sell all of Jinin Tianxia stock's 20 billion shares to push up the stock price, and then wait until the market is about to close and the stock price stabilizes, and then according to the ratio agreed upon by the major companies, they will leave about 2 billion shares or about 1/10 of the scattered shares on the market and then take back the rest of the stocks. Don't underestimate it as a simple in and out. There is a lot of money to be made from it. Based on the large model they made at the beginning. Because the original price of this company's stock should be around 1 yuan, and now they are selling it at 53 cents, it is bound to attract a lot of retail investors to buy it. According to the estimates of their experts, they only need to take out 15%, which is about 3 billion shares, which is enough to push the stock price to around 1 yuan. After letting it stabilize around 230, they can then take out another 30%, which is about 6 billion shares, and there is a high probability that the stock price can be pushed to around 1.5 yuan. At this time, they can sell out in large quantities, and the stock price will naturally fall. After they have sold all the stocks on hand, the stock price will most likely return to below $1, and then they will start to buy from retail investors at the original ratio. This is just right. At the closing time, they can complete the board of directors' equity restructuring with a share price of around $1. And you can make a lot of money. Think about it, there are 20 billion shares in total and 5.3 cents per share is 10.6 billion. First, 15% was sold at 0.53 yuan, then 30% was sold at 1 yuan, and then 55% was sold at 1.5 yuan. The 10.6 billion was converted into 24 billion and 90 million. At night, they bought back 18 billion shares at the price of 1 yuan, which means that they made a net profit of 6 billion yuan. There are more than a dozen companies, the least of which has 200 to 300 million, and the most has nearly 700 to 800 million. This is a considerable sum of money, but they never expected that there was an earthquake on the island today. It happened to be the area that Jinin Tianxia had taken a fancy to just for the purpose of signing a contract. All of a sudden, at its highest point, the stock price rose to 2.63 yuan. This is not a profit of 24 billion, but a profit of 36.5 billion. Although the stock price was 1.53 yuan at the final closing, which made them spend a little more, but even so, they still made a profit of 9 billion. Profits directly increased by more than 1/3. But when they calculated it, they found something wrong. Because after a dozen companies finished their accounts, they found that they only made a profit of more than 50 billion. If they had followed the original plan and wanted to make 6 billion, but ended up making more than 5 billion, it would be understandable. Someone saw through their plan, took advantage of it, and made a profit of more than 5 billion. But now, the original profit of 9 billion has turned into more than 5 billion, a direct loss of more than 3 billion. This is a huge loss for these companies. Starting from the first reconciliation at around 5 p.m., they reconciled the accounts 6 times in a row. It was not until around 10 o'clock in the evening that they confirmed that the biggest piece of cake had been taken away by someone. This was a huge blow to these dozen companies. In an instant, many valuable ornaments in the offices of the chairman and general manager were broken. Check it for me. Find out who did it. Find it for me, and do an internal investigation of the company. Don't let me know who did it, or I'll kill you. Cutting off someone's source of income is like killing his parents, not to mention that this is billions, which is not a small amount of money. At present, many companies have received instructions to investigate thoroughly. But at this time, Oh Kike didn't know all this. He was having a great time now. In the evening, he returned home with Zhou Qin. After taking a bath together, they naturally returned to their room to rest. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Today is Saturday, and Oh Kai has nothing to do. He and Zhou Qin slept together until dawn, and then spent more than an hour together in the morning. It was almost 10 o'clock in the morning before they washed up together and went downstairs to eat. Originally, Oh Kai didn't even want to eat breakfast, because he and Shin Sisi had made an appointment to have lunch together. But Zhou Qin said that he had to eat breakfast, so she forced Oh Kai to eat breakfast. But just when Oh Kai was having breakfast, a phone call suddenly came in. Oh Kai was not unfamiliar with this phone call, because the call was from the president of the local head office of China Merchants Bank. When Oh Kai signed the contract with him, the two exchanged contact information. But I never thought why he would call me today. Although he was a little confused, he still picked up the phone. Hello? President Lee, hello? Hello? Is this Mr. O? Hello, hello. I'm so sorry to call you on this weekend. Hey, what are you talking about, President Lee? Just let me know if you have anything else to say. After all, he was an official, so Oh Kai was still very polite. There was no need to conflict with such a person. What orders? I just want to invite Mr. O to have some tea. Is that convenient? When Oh Kai heard President Lee say that he wanted to invite him for tea, his eyebrows raised. This couldn't be a Hongmen banquet, but after thinking about it, he realized that the money he had invested in Hong Kong stocks was still in the hands of China Merchants Bank, so even if this was a Hongmen banquet, he had to go. So after thinking about it, Oh Kai agreed. President Lee wants to invite me. I'm sure I have time. Please tell me a place. Okay then, I'll send you the location. After Oh Kai and President Lee exchanged a few more pleasantries, the two hung up the phone, and then President Lee sent Oh Kai a coordinate. Looking at the coordinates, Oh Kai also looked at Zhou Qin. I'll take you back in a while, and then I have some things to take care of. Let me go with you, Zhou Qin said as she took Oh Kai's hand and spoke with a serious look. Well, it's okay. I'm going to eat with my female classmates. Why do you want to follow me? Seeing Zhou Qin's gaze, Oh Kai also said jokingly at this time. But Zhou Qin smiled and spoke softly at this time. I'm definitely not interested in having dinner with my female classmates. But, is your female classmate's nickname President Lee? Chapter 78. Industrial Protection. President Lee. Oh, Mr. O, this is my wife, no need to avoid her. Oh, hello, ma'am. Oh Kai and Zhou Qin came to the tea house located by Li Xingchang. Oh Kai also saw President Lee in a box here. But it was obvious that President Lee was a little surprised that Oh Kai brought Zhou Qin with him. However, after Oh Kai said that Zhou Qin was his wife, President Lee just smiled, then nodded and motioned for the two to sit down. However, only Oh Kai sat at the guest seat, while Zhou Qin asked the tea artist invited by President Lee to leave, and sat at the tea artist's seat herself. President Lee naturally did not feel a bit abrupt, because he could feel that Oh Kai and Zhou Xian were very wary of him at this time, so it was normal for them to be a little cautious. However, what surprised Oh Kai and President Lee was that Zhou Qin's level was quite good. After the two of them took a sip of tea, Oh Kai spoke first. President Lee, I wonder what's the matter that you called me here today? I can't really come here to have tea. Oh Kai is not a serious businessman or politician. He doesn't like people who use riddles, and he doesn't like people who are pretentious. President Lee knows too well what kind of people like Oh Kai are like. To put it simply, it is reckless. If it were an ordinary young generation, being reckless would often be accompanied by danger. But Okai is different. Although this kid is reckless, he has the real ability to overturn the table. He is not a pawn, he can be at the table. Whether it is personal strength or the strength behind it, it is sufficient. So at this time, President Lee also started talking with a smile. Mr. O, I am being too arrogant to call you my brother. I wonder if you know about the volatility in the Hong Kong stock market yesterday. Putting down the teacup in his hand, President Lee asked with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Okai's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He admitted that his scheming ability was indeed not good enough and he still needed to practice. His brain was working fast at this time. After thinking for a while, he still opened his mouth to speak. Okay, then I will call you Brother Lee. The shock you mentioned, do you mean the world of gold and silver? Looking at President Lee, Okai was also ready to speak directly. Hearing Okai's straightforward point, President Lee also smiled. Yes, that's right. Yesterday's shock was actually a big move by 16 companies working together. They were originally planning to reap some money from the stock market, but they ended up catching the oriole behind them while the mantis was stalking the cicada. The mantis and the cicada were everywhere, but they couldn't see the oriole clearly. Shaking his head, President Lee smiled and stated his purpose. After hearing his words, Okai couldn't help but frown. He understood that what President Lee meant was that he knew he was the jackal. So what is his current situation? Is he preparing to expose his information? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but say, so Brother Lee came to me this time to want me to return the money? Or is he planning to sell my information to them? Hey brother, you misunderstood. We are in the banking business. If a bank does this, how can it survive? Look at Huifeng now. After that incident, its market value was halved, losing more than 700 billion yuan. Most domestic banks are about to close down. There is also Swiss Bank, whose credit collapsed and its stock price fell by 30%. When working in a bank, integrity is the most important thing, so your information is only known to me and our boss within our company, and no one else can get your information. Of course, if you were a trader, that would be another matter. Seeing Okai's gaze, President Lee immediately spoke up, saying that he was not using his identity to threaten Okai. After hearing his words, Okai couldn't help but look at him with some confusion. Brother Lee, as far as I know, there are state-owned enterprises among those 16 companies. So what if they are state-owned enterprises? The stock market is a free trading market. We can't just allow state-owned enterprises to make money but not to lose money. If that were the case, the two oil companies would have gone bankrupt long ago. After taking another sip of the tea in front of him with a smile, President Lee also began to speak with a smile. Okay, Brother Lee, let's not beat around the bush. I wonder why you came to me this time. Looking at President Lee, Okai also spoke. There are two things. The first is, if a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Although it is one country, two systems, Hong Kong stocks are our own after all. If you play too aggressively, the impact will be too great. Listening to Okai's words, President Lee also looked at him and spoke slowly. This sentence is pointing at Okai, and the meaning is very clear. Okai is indeed a little too magical. In 3 days, he earned 4.1 billion renminbi from 700 million renminbi. Nearly 6 times the profit. Does that mean that next week, he can double his profit from 4.1 billion to more than 20 billion? By next week, will it have doubled from more than 200 times to more than 120 billion? The impact of this would be too great. The country cannot and dare not take the risk. Therefore, if Okai wants to continue to play in the Hong Kong stock market, it is fine, but such things should not happen again. He can make money, but the intensity of making money should be reduced. Although it is said that people are selfish, everyone wants all the wealth in the world to be theirs. But society doesn't think so. You can't just go up and eat the whole cake. You have to let others have some as well. Otherwise, once the other party overturns the table, no one will be better off. Of course, the country also meant that if Okai went to the US stock market to play like this, the country would not care and he could play as he pleased. But the US stock market is not as easy to deal with as the Hong Kong stock market. They are very aggressive. I see. What about the second one? After hearing what President Lee said, Okai nodded and then asked. Secondly, this is actually a little suggestion from me. Do you know what the best amulet is? Seeing that Okai understood, President Lee nodded with satisfaction and continued. Being an official? Owing a loan from the bank. Hearing what President Lee said, Okai frowned and asked tentatively. However, this statement almost made President Lee choke. What you're talking about is from decades ago. The amulets nowadays are real industries. Looking at Okai, President Lee also spoke seriously. Industry. Hearing his words, Okai looked at him with some confusion. The money you earn now cannot be taxed, and it cannot solve the employment problem of ordinary people. The policy of our country is to allow some people to get rich first, and then drive other people to get rich together. Instead of letting some people get rich first and become a privileged class, and then letting ordinary people try their best to get into this class, do you understand? Seeing that Okai hadn't realized what the problem was, President Lee also started talking. Chapter 79. Classmates get together. How much money did you make from them? Are they still looking for you all over the world? As Okai and Zhou Qin walked out of the tea house, Zhou Qin couldn't help but ask with some confusion. About 3 billion. Hearing Zhou Qin's question, Okai did not hide it, but directly stated how much money he had earned. Zhou Qin was a little shocked when he heard Okai's words. More than 3 billion? How much did you spend to earn it? How long did it take? Looking at Okai, Zhou Qin's pupils trembled violently, and then he lowered his voice and asked in a low voice. It cost 700 million yuan, and it took 3 days in total. Looking up at the sky, Okai also made a brief calculation. Hiss, 700 million, more than 3 billion earned in 3 days, more than 500% profit. This is too scary, right? If that's the case, then you should be in charge of the money from now on. After hearing what Okai said, Zhou Qin took out a bank card from her bag and put it into Okai's hand. Ah, this is... Looking at this bank card, Okai was also confused at this moment. This is my private savings, a total of 500 million. I'm giving it to you. Seeing Okai's puzzled look, Zhou Qin also started talking with a smile. Oh, didn't you just hear that my superiors don't allow me to make any big moves? I guess the limit they can accept in Hong Kong stocks is about 1 billion. I still have more than 4 billion and I don't know what to do with it, and you've given me another 500 million. Looking at the bank card in his hand, Okai also smiled bitterly. Hey, it's no use keeping it with me. I'm just making some money from the bank. It's more useful to keep it with you. You can do whatever you want with it. Just use it as you see fit. Okay, I'm going home. Please take me home, and don't forget that you have an appointment with 2 classmates. Zhou Qin laughed when he heard Okai say this, and the matter was finalized. Hearing Zhou Qin say this, Okai really didn't know what to say at this time, so he nodded and agreed. Then he drove Zhou Qin home. Then he looked at the time and it was time for his appointment with Shinsisi, so he drove to the private restaurant where she had booked a table. When his car stopped here, he saw Shinsisi standing outside the door with a girl waiting for him. Needless to say, this girl must be Helan. Today, Shinsisi was wearing a flesh-colored skirt with bare legs. As a car model, her super long legs were indeed extremely attractive. Coupled with a pair of pointed flesh-colored high heels, her legs looked longer than many people's lives. With her long hair curled into big waves, delicate makeup and jewelry, it was obvious that she attached great importance to today's meal. Helan beside her was dressed more normally. She only wore a white slim dress. She had a delicate face and long straight black hair. She stood there quietly, like a fairy walking out of a painting. One of them is hot, the other one is pure. When they stand here and talk frankly, they attract a lot of attention. Basically, no matter men or women, everyone will look back when they pass by here. But the only difference is that there is amazement in men's eyes, while there is vigilance in women's eyes. Faced with such a beauty, those who have girlfriends have no choice but to be dragged away. But these young men who don't have girlfriends are starting to feel a little bit tempted. Although they both looked cold, many people stopped here because of their beauty. Just when Okai parked the car, he saw a group of young people, probably college students, looking at the 2 people in the distance. So beautiful. He looks older than us. What's wrong with a little bigger? She's so beautiful. I can accept it if it's a little bigger. As Okai got off the bus, he also heard the voices of these students. Do you want to go get a letter? I don't dare. Go ahead. You're the most handsome one here. Well, shall I try it? Hey. Look, they're smiling at me. Then I'll go. Just when Okai heard their voices, it was obvious that Shinsisi and Helan also saw Okai. So they also looked at Okai with a smile. But their smile caused misunderstanding among several students here. Among these people, there was a boy who was quite tall and handsome. He mustered up the courage to walk towards Shinsisi and Helan, and took out his cell phone. Hello, 2 young ladies, can you add me on WeChat? Ah, oh no. Looking at the expectant look on the male college student's face, Shin Sisi smiled and said firmly, while Helan next to her smiled and shook her head, and then the two of them jumped over him and walked to Okai's side. You're here. Did everything go smoothly on your way here? There shouldn't be any traffic jam today. Looking at Okai, Shin Sisi naturally took Okai's hand. Helan, who was standing next to him, naturally would not come up and take action. Instead, she stood beside Okai and looked at him with a smile. Looking at the appearance of these two beauties, many people here heard the sound of their own heart breaking, especially the boy who was instigated to come over to ask for a certain letter. He was really ashamed now and left in shame immediately. Okai naturally didn't care about these people's actions. He now spoke to Shin Sisi and Helan. Helan, long time no see. I came quite smoothly, but you came so early. Am I late? Wasn't it scheduled for 11:30? Haven't seen you for a long time. Yes, that's right. It's booked for 11 o'clock. But I can't go too late as the host. Let's go. We haven't ordered yet. After hearing what Okai said, Helan nodded and responded. And then Shin Sisi took Okai into the restaurant. After they ordered a few of the signature dishes, they came to a window seat on the second floor. After sitting down on three sides, they began chatting. When chatting with old classmates, there are only two things to talk about. Either they reminisce about their school days, or they talk about what they are doing now or what other classmates are doing now. However, Shun Sisi's purpose of coming this time was not to drink. So when the dishes were served and everyone had eaten for a while, she naturally turned the topic to their love life. Looking at Okai, Shun Sisi also asked at this time, the girlfriend I saw that day was older than us.